Chapter 2026. In fact, it was his own fault that he was treated as a disaster-type person. No normal person would only think about fireworks, and even bigger fireworks all day long. It was no wonder that everyone gave him the impression that he was a void-level disaster and a disaster-type person. For example, right now he was stretching his neck to look at the space that little hour was slowly opening, hoping that he could find a dozen more useful fireworks. The seal is very old. 1/3 of the structure has collapsed. It is impossible to completely open the space in one go. Little Hour said softly and moved a part of the purple-gold all-shaped magic circle in front of him. The rooted purple-gold all dragged the space in front of him and tore it apart bit by bit. It has to be opened slowly. The seal is very old. Can you roughly see when the seal was left? Yin Nuashing was a little dazed when he heard that. It was definitely old. At least 16 years ago. After all, it was something from the previous era. Little Hour narrowed his eyes and was silent for a while. His arm that was maintaining the magic circle trembled slightly. His voice was filled with a little shock. 17 years ago. Everyone present was silent. Yin Nuashing's sweat dripped down his face. He could not help but mumble to himself, "Oh, this timing is a little dangerous." "Oh, dangerous, dangerous." Little Hour turned his head to look at him. He was also a little hesitant. "Do you want to continue opening it?" "Yes, of course." Yin Nuashing wiped away the sweat on his face and nodded. "Anything related to the previous era, we have to figure it out no matter what." I'm just betting. What if it's something that can be used, right? Even if it is. All right. See you, Blue Phoenix, get ready. Get ready to sink this starry sky into nothingness. Shuang shuang, when I'm fishing something out of it, if you hear me squeak, immediately freeze me and the thing inside into ice lumps. Then, run away quickly. Well, that's it. If I win the bet, everyone will be happy. If I lose, I will just squeak. This is nothing. The little angel covered his mouth. The golden Mei Mao glanced at his face and sighed helplessly. You should stop talking. With her mouth covered, Yin Nuashing shrugged and said through her soul transmission, I'm just preparing for the worst. Don't worry. I've already told Hui and the others. They'll be here in a while. Just in case, they'll be able to hold the fort. Let's take a look at the things inside first. The space that was torn apart in front of them immediately caved in after they stabilized, turning into a purple-gold energy vortex that kept surging towards the inside. After that, she tilted her head and nodded at him. It's opened. However, the amount of energy it can withstand at one time is not large. You must be careful. Yin Nuashing waved her hand, and the space beside her split open. Thousands of chains of order immediately pierced into the purple-gold vortex in front of them. Relying on the automatic guidance of energy and objects, the chains of order randomly swept through the vortex. Not long after entering the vortex, Yin Nuashing felt that she had touched something, and she immediately came to her senses. What did you touch? Come, get ready. Seeing that they had all entered battle mode, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and pulled back the chains of order that were binding something bit by bit. Half a minute later, a huge curved surface slowly appeared in the purple-gold vortex. Look, Siyu whispered. It can't be a ball again, right? Everyone. According to the way the gods of origin did things, this was very likely. Everyone in the origin system liked to make balls. If it was not a ball, it was a spiral. Occasionally, there would be some exceptions, but they would also make some strange shapes. Crack. The sound of something crashing into something suddenly came from the starry sky. Yin Nuashing looked at the vortex and tugged on the chains of order in her hand. Then, she looked at Little Hour helplessly. It's stuck. Can you open the door a little wider? Little Hour looked at the energy vortex with a strained expression. Then, she carefully moved the formation that had drawn out a door that was thousands of feet in size and continued to tear the space apart. The structure is fragile. I'm worried that it will collapse. Let's try it. Yin Nuashing tugged on the chains of order and watched as the door expanded bit by bit. After watching for a while, he would tug on the door, and that unknown object would get stuck again if it moved. After tugging on the door until it was almost 10,000 feet in size, and the edges were already on the verge of collapsing. Yin Nuashing tugged on the door again and immediately said, Hey, it's done. Little Hour stopped and looked around. Then, she shook her head in resignation. Ching, help me stabilize the space. It's going to collapse soon. The black and swarthy curved surface continued to enlarge in everyone's eyes. The part behind it suddenly expanded by several times, or even dozens of times. It was as if it was just a small needle, but after a few tugs, they realized that it was just a needle on top of the pillar that supported the sky. Its size had once again occupied the entire door. Looking at how slowly it was squeezing out, everyone felt a little conflicted. As soon as this thing squeezed its head out, Sui Qing's expression changed slightly. Then, she lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Seeing her immediate reaction, Yin Nuashing also became excited, and the speed of the dragging increased. About 2 minutes later, the huge thing was completely dragged out and placed in the starry sky. He fiddled with it for a while, and finally placed it vertically. As mentioned earlier, it was an oval-shaped pillar with a thin top and a dozen times its size at the bottom. It was dark and swarthy, and its surface was painted with thin golden and blue lines from the top all the way down, weaving countless patterns and finally converging into a strange pattern at the bottom. There was no need to ask, it must be some kind of pattern left behind by a certain primordial god that made people feel inexplicable but yet awesome. Yun Nuashing stared at the 10,000 feet wide and 3 to 4 times taller oval pillar for a while, then turned to Sui Qing. Sui Qing were still frowning as they pondered. They seemed to have an impression of it, but they couldn't remember it at the moment. Do you have any clues? I can only confirm that it is a creation of the gods. It's just that I can't remember where it is. We don't seem to have seen it on the defense line. Sui Qing shook her head and covered her forehead. Does that mean it could be something in the continent of origin? Yin Nuashing tilted his head 90 degrees and kept looking at the pillar, but he couldn't see anything special about it. After confirming that they wouldn't be able to recognize it for a while, he put the pillar aside and said, Well, let's bring it back and let Sui Feng and the others take a look. They might know something about it. Silly Feng does know a little more. Sui Qing nodded lightly. Seeing that they were curious to hear more, she continued. His teacher often brought him to many places to see the other creations of order and origin. Among the second generation, he should be the one who knows the most about the creations left behind by the Venerables. But that's all he knows. Yin Nuashing scratched his head and reminded them. I'll continue. You guys watch. The second time he tried to drag something out, he didn't get stuck. However, this time, he felt that he had pulled out something strange because it was very small. No, it was very small compared to the huge door. It was only the size of a grain of rice. When he quickly pulled the thing into his hand, he could clearly see what it was, a book. A book? Yin Nuashing held the book and looked at it. The cover was only white. He then gently opened it. A group of girls immediately rushed over and looked at the book in his hand expectantly. When he flipped to the first page, they were all stunned. The anticipation in their eyes turned into doubt. Yin Nuashing was also stunned for a moment. He continued to flip the pages. After a while, he could not help but say, It's a wordless book. There should be something special about it. See you reminded. Little star, use origin energy to stimulate it. Maybe you can see something. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment and nodded. 196 types of origin energy immediately surged into the book. He waited for half a minute with a solemn and sacred expression. Then, he opened the book again as they waited expectantly. Once again, they were all dumbfounded. It's still a wordless book. Siyu scratched his head and muttered. It shouldn't be. Little star, try another method. Even if you say another method. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and continued to use other methods to torment the book. Origin energy, origin law, order, origin energy, sins of the world, that's all. But it still did not move. I'm out of ideas. Yin Nuashing tilted his head and smiled bitterly. He handed the book to the girls. Why don't you try it? While they were curiously doing all kinds of strange experiments on the book, he continued to take things out of the dimension. But what he got later made him feel a little strange. The things he got later were a lot of broken copper and iron, mixed with countless fragments, wreckage that had completely lost its energy, and more remains of unknown creations. It was as if he had walked into the ruins of a battlefield. There were a huge number of remains of creations in all directions. Each of the remains told of a fierce battle. There were so many of them that he had piled up the remains into a small hill in the starry sky, and it was not done yet. It was as if they had imagined before they came here. They would see a starry sky full of wreckage when they entered the door, but those things were all kept in this dimension. Xiao Xiao and Sui Qing handed the wordless book to Si Yu and the girls. They stepped forward to help sift through the pile of wreckage. They were indeed completely useless on the outside, but it was hard to say. The Fortress of Origin was also a pile of scrap metal, and they had toiled for many years. Perhaps these wreckage, but with zero energy, the Origin law has collapsed. The wreckage is just an empty shell. It may be difficult to find anything useful. Xiao Xiao sighed softly. Sui Qing sorted through the pile of wreckage in front of her. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Feng Ling. It's okay. We have a conceptual dimension. Let's pack them up and bring them back for Feng Ling to see if they're useful. Okay. Although he did not find a pile of orbs like he did with the soul-suppressing ring, he did find a pile of wreckage, a pile of inexplicable objects, an elliptical pillar, a wordless book. He was almost unable to continue. But with the mindset that he would not let go of even the wreckage, he very patiently continued to dig for things. He had been throwing rubbish out here for half an hour. His hands were a little weak, his soul was trembling, and he felt as if he had instantly returned to the time when he was picking up rubbish in the Cloud Continent. Yes, he was also picking up Origin relics back then. He was almost in despair. But actually, it was not completely unacceptable. Just like how this part of the starry sky was filled with a lot of residual noises after destruction. He had long guessed that this might be a space that was carried away after a battle had ended. It was the ruins of a battlefield. The time that Small mentioned made him feel even more serious. This might be a ruin that was formed near the end of the battle, and all the remains might be remains that were formed near the end of the battle. If their energy still remained, he might be able to sense something not very good. Just as he was muttering, he suddenly felt that he had dug out a complete item. It was a square box that was about the size of 2 palms, and he hurriedly shouted, Xiao Xiao, come and take a look at this. I don't know what you've dug out. Xiao Xiao threw the wreckage aside and immediately understood. She took a look at the item in his hand and immediately understood. Her eyes filled with nostalgia and fear. It's a little toy made by the gods. A mechanism that requires the use of Origin energy to gradually unlock it. However, there are many ways to unlock it, and no matter which way you go, you will reach the end. It's just that every intersection has a different way of dealing with it. Due to the slight difference in energy, it will lead you to a different direction. It said that there are a total of 38 million ways to unlock it, but we have only tried less than 10 million ways. Brother AI, Sister Luo Ying, and the others have explored a total of 15 million ways, and all the inheritors have explored less than 20 million ways. Yin Nuashing. Well, you can have it. I don't want to play with it. Xiao Xiao took the box, tilted her head, and continued. It seems that only the god of destruction in the land of Origin has figured out all the ways to unlock it. Don't you want to give it a try? No. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and held his head. Although he was quite patient when it came to dealing with these things, in this situation, his brain was not enough, and if he played with this thing that was definitely going to drive him crazy, he would definitely throw it out like a brick one day. Speaking of which, she actually came up with all the ways to unlock the frightening numbers. How free was she? That emotionless fellow. Sigh. So what's the use of this thing? But he was still a little curious about how this thing came to be. I don't think they'll come up with something that's purely for entertainment. It's one of the little items that the gods use to train our control of the Origin energy. Xiao Zhao's body trembled as she spoke. Her expression changed slightly, and a faint fear appeared in her eyes again. In the past, if you don't meet the training quota, you have to play with it for half a year as a punishment. If you don't solve it 10,000 times, the time will be doubled, and the number of times will be doubled. Yin Nuashing. Ah, that's a memory that I definitely don't want to recall. Looking at this girl's expression, I guess she must have been tortured by it back then. Although the effect is obvious, it's really torturous. Moreover, most of the effect is forced out because of the time. Yin Nuashing. It can't be helped. If you don't meet the quota, the time and number of times will be doubled, and your brain won't be able to take it. This is probably the result of activating the potential that will burst out in the face of death. Subconsciously fiddling with the square box in her hand, Xiao Xiao sighed softly and put it away carefully. Putting away her memories, she whispered to him, "Call me if there's anything. Ching, and I will clean up the wreckage. After that, you may need to use the concept level space to see what they're used for. If possible, repair them." Yin Nuashing heard her and turned to look at the 3 things that had been turned into 3 mountains. His cheeks twitched. Let's bring them back first. There's too much of them. Perhaps it was because the world of the Realm Lord was close to the continent of origin, so he could see these toys, books, and other things that were only used in daily life. This made him feel that the strange oval pillar might be a building located in the continent of origin. However, he had seen different things in the continent of origin during his 3 visits, so it was reasonable that he could not recognize it. Speaking of which, the buildings on the continent of origin did not seem to be so big. As he continued to move out, he could only find rubbish and even more rubbish. Some were even chaotic energy clusters that had solidified into crystals. They had been quiet for many years, which further convinced him that this place was a battlefield. He did not know under what circumstances the Realm Lord had taken away all the rubbish from the battlefield. When nothing else could be dragged out by the chains of order, Yin Nuashing went in and took a look around. After making sure that everything was cleared, he slipped out and took inventory outside. In short, he got a lot of strange things that he could not name. He put aside the oval pillar, a book, and a toy that he could recognize, and ignored them. All that was left was the pile of scrap metal that filled the starry sky. The amount was so huge that it was comparable to the wreckage of the Fort of Origin. Sui Qing cleaned it up for a while before she announced that she was done with it. She stuffed all of them into a world orb used for storage and threw it to him. When she turned around, she looked gloomy, perhaps because she remembered the annoying time when she cleaned up the wreckage of the Fort of Origin. How many more dimensions like this are hidden? Siyu suddenly said softly as the dimension slowly closed. Perhaps each dimension hides a past that has been drowned by time and disappeared. Yin Nuashing and the others were silent. 771 paths, after more than 20 eras. Where would they be floating in the void now? What changes had happened to them? Given the characteristics of the origin energy, it was not surprising that they had changed. Finding them was a long and difficult task, and they might have even been found by those bastards on the other side. But they had to look for them. Back then, they definitely wanted us to look for them by chance, so they threw them all over the void. Yin Nuashing could not help but sigh. After all, there was not a single place left intact after the battle back then. Instead of piling them all up in one place and getting wiped out, it was better to let them float outside. If they were lucky, they might actually find them. The resonance and attraction between the origin energy, the probability of them finding them was 50-50. He had said that they left these things behind to increase the difficulty of the battle. Although it was definitely not their intention, the truth was sigh. Anyway, his mood now was just like the void. He did not know how to express it. After they packed up a lot of things, they left the dead starry sky. As soon as they appeared, before they could see the situation in front of them clearly, they saw Hui holding 2 large shields the size of city gates. There were thousands of energy towers beside him. The energy towers were all gathering energy. He shouted at them, "Hey, who are you? Tell me your name." Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then he waved his hand and said, it's okay. The alarm has been lifted. Put it away." Hui glanced at his face and understood. He waved his hand and asked little Qingzi and the others to pack up. Then he quickly went over and asked, "How is it? Did you find something good? Is there anything left behind by the origin gods?" At the mention of this, Everyone's mood became heavy, and they all turned their gazes in all directions. Yin Nuashing covered his face and muttered in a muffled voice, "Ugh, it is indeed something related to them, but this, how should I put it? Oh, then it seems like you don't know what to say, right? I understand. Hui reacted 5 minutes in advance. He put his arm on little Qingzi's shoulder and said casually, "Don't tell me you found another pile of garbage or debris?" The girls all smiled bitterly and turned their heads. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and looked at him. "Unfortunately, you were right." Hui was speechless, due to various indescribable reasons. Yin Nuashing felt that he would be exhausted if he continued to talk about it. Anyway, when they returned to the front line of the void and through the fragments into the conceptual space, everyone would come over. He might as well tell him the details then. So, when he saw Huey's awkward expression, he quickly changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this first. We'll talk about it when we get back. How is the Chanyuan sector and the Saint Spirit sector? Is it settled? The only reason I didn't smash their faces into a pancake with my shield is because they are creatures of order." We also rolled his eyes. "What else can we do? Teach them a lesson and let them go. Otherwise, what else can we do? Promises are all bullshit. If there is a precedent, there will be a follow-up. I don't think they will be obedient after we let them go. That bunch of two-faced bastards, they can do whatever they want in the void when we're not around. It makes me want to kill them." Yin Nuashing looked at Hao Ren's angry face and could not help but sigh. "Ah, you're finally not the naive, sweet, and sunny young man of the past. Now you're gritting your teeth and thinking about how to kill them once and for all. What kind of image did I have in your mind before?" At the mention of this, Yin Nuashing had a lot to say. She quickly stretched out her hand and counted with her fingers. "Naive, sunny all day long, saying that the world is beautiful. These kinds of words are always unrealistic on a large scale. When you see your enemies acting pitiful, you will feel pity, and in the end, you'll have a headache. When people do something terrible for a reason, you'll be half swayed, and in the end, you will still have to be stabbed. There are too many such things to count. It gives me a headache." Was I like this before? Yes. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh as he crossed his arms and shook his head. "The world is beautiful, and you are standing in front of the sun. No, you are a sun, but you don't look at the world from a bird's eye view. You only release light, and you never care about the shadow under your light. Perhaps because you are too bright, the God Realm had no choice but to give you the most deadly thing so that we can balance each other out. Well, balance is a joke, but that's what it means. Again. But it's a good thing that you're self-aware and know what kind of person you are. You didn't say anything when I was stabbing you in the back. You're not a stubborn idiot. Otherwise, the two of us would definitely quarrel. We'll quarrel every day. In the end, I'll definitely be the one to fight with you." Hui trembled and looked at Maple carefully. That is not necessary, right? That is not necessary. You know that I hate that kind of idiot the most. You're just one step away from that kind of idiot, but in the end, you did not take that step. So, we have been standing together for more than a dozen eras." Yin Nuashing shrugged and sighed as she dragged everyone forward. "Time. It has been more than a dozen eras. We have all changed. I have become even stranger. I have become neither human nor ghost. You have also changed. You are no longer the naive young man you used to be. But you were not wrong in the past. The indecisiveness you showed in the face of those things, the indecision you showed time and time again, is the proof of your humanity. But Hui, if you put too much of it on the surface, you will not be able to go on forever." Yin Nuashing continued to sigh. "Now, you have buried all of it in the bottom of your heart to restrain yourself. You know who to show your humanity to, and you know how to differentiate between people. That is enough. If there is a what if, you still have me. Don't worry. You make it sound like you don't have any humanity. You are such a contradictory person." Hui rolled his eyes. Yin Nuashing thought for a while and replied, "As for me, yes, how should I put it? I'm not sure. I am lacking in humanity. I know myself very well. I know that I will never be like you. In any case, I am a disaster. So, nothing in this world matters to me. After all, disasters are neutral. I digress. So, the Chanyuan domain and the Saint Spirit domain. Hui, who was frowning in distress, suddenly came back to his senses. They put them back. Then, on the surface, they agreed to continue doing what they did before, taking care of the Order Void when we're not around. But I don't dare to believe it. I told that little girl from the mysterious sky world, and also arranged for the Order Warriors to take care of the Order Void occasionally. Do you want me to destroy them? This is too early. Let's wait and see. Chapter 2027. All in all, the 4 eras of internal strife in the Order Void had finally come to a perfect end. It seemed to have come to a perfect end. As for whether or not there were any roots of trouble left behind, and whether or not some two-faced people would try to cause trouble again, he wasn't too sure. In any case, after the first time, he had to be on guard against it. Since the Void Patrol Squad was also roaming around the Void, he decided to leave some nodes along the way to observe and monitor the situation in the Order Void. For now, this was the only way to deal with it. What else could he do? Let Maple go and flatten those bastards? Maple would definitely do that. Definitely. And if he rushed over with such thoughts, the war would probably start and end on the same day, leaving 2 devastated worlds behind. Phew! He really wanted to do that, but there was really no need to. After all, it was the power of the Order Realm. Yes, the power of the Order Realm. How many times had he used that reason to persuade himself? And so had that idiot Maple. Both of them would pinch their noses and pinch their necks whenever they used that reason. And it would be normal for them to strangle themselves to death one day, because there was no other reason other than that. Come to think of it, it was commendable that a certain Calamity member did not go overboard and destroy the Void. He thought that Maple would not care about anything else and blow up the other side with Source Collapse when he flipped the table, and he was even prepared to avoid being caught in the explosion. He did not expect that nothing would happen in the end. Maple knew how irritated the Order Void was when it stirred up trouble, and how calm it would be when the curtains fell. He really did not expect that Maple could hold him back in the end. Well, there was no need to care about those things for the time being. There were no surprises or dangers on this trip, and the curtains were drawn to a smooth end. It was a cause for celebration, and Little Green could put aside the things he had recorded. After they returned to the Void front lines, they had more things to do, and some of them were brought back from this trip. Oh, right. Ning Fei's 2 friends had also returned to where they had been stationed, saying that they would return to the front lines after Mr. Feng was done with the Level 2 and Level 3 energy towers. After that, they would continue to wander around the Void. After passing through the Void portal and returning to the frontline Node 0, they saw a light blue figure standing not far from the gate. It seemed that the figure had been waiting here for a while, waiting for them to come back. When the figure saw them coming out of the portal, it couldn't help but welcome them happily. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, welcome back. Yin Nuoxing raised her hand and greeted Yuan Ji naturally. Oh, thank you for looking after the house. Speaking of which, this girl seemed to have been avoiding him for a while. When she woke up, she was still avoiding him. The last time they went to see the inheritance, she was also avoiding him. It had only been a while, and suddenly, she stopped avoiding him. Well, now that there were so many people around, it was not a good idea to look at her affectionately. He needed to find a chance to talk to the girl. What about Sui Feng and the others? If they have time, ask them to go to the conceptual space. You can tell them that your goddess has moved a lot of scrap metal and is busy with something. Everyone, the moment these words came out, it sounded like they were collecting junk. Their minds began to reverberate with cries like buying scrap metal. They had already imagined the scene of them sitting down and starting to collect scrap metal with clanking sounds. When she heard the latter part, Jing Yuanji knew that this matter shouldn't be delayed. She nodded and turned to leave. After leaving the front lines of the Void for some time, while there was no change at all, dazzling fireworks were still being set off, and there were still very few people left in the nodes. However, most of them were not wandering the Void this time, but were probably fighting his shadow in the Temple of Origins. The observer space was also unscathed, and the sound of tides still reverberated across the world. It was just that compared to when it was at its peak, the sea of energy that had been viciously spat upon trembled and appeared much weaker. Yin Nuashing asked everyone to go to the conceptual space and wait for Sui Feng and the others. She stared blankly at the sea of energy for a while and muttered to herself, "Ah, it's still heavily injured. It still needs some time to recover." The energy source that was thrown in had been completely dismantled. Most of the components were used to alter and strengthen the origin. Of course, that part of the energy could not be used to restore the sea of energy, and there was not much left for the sea to grow. But the presence seems to be thicker. "Well, it seems to be changing all the time," the little angel said beside him. "Yes, after all, the alteration of the origin has been completed. But after that, it would have to replace what was already there. In that process, the growth of the sea of energy would also slow down because it would prioritize replacing what was already there. It would only continue to grow after that." "Oh." The little angel also rummaged through the sea of energy. "Where are those special world lights of yours?" "Well, let me see." Yin Nuashing looked at the sea of energy for a while, before suddenly pointing at a spot. In the colorful sea of energy, a bright light was flashing, leaving spots of light on the surface of the sea. But it was not easy to identify. There's one over there. The rest have sunk to the bottom of the sea. The growth situation, has changed twice since we left. But it will still take some time before it reaches the upper limit of the origin law. Well, it seems that we won't have to intervene for the time being. Let's see how it goes after a while." Yun Nuashing exhaled softly as she held the little girl's hand and flew towards the conceptual space in the observer space. When they arrived at the conceptual space, Xiao Xiao and the others had already helped to clear out a space. She even used a magic circle to encircle a large area in the space. Everyone else was gathered around, ready to watch the show. Hui turned and saw Feng and Hao coming towards him. "How's the sea of energy?" he asked casually. "It's all good, but it will take some time. To truly recover, we still have to wait for the next energy source to be completed. It can't be rushed. Although I think that even after the energy source is healed, the sea of energy would still be exhausted after it recovers, so everyone could not help laughing bitterly at that. There was no way to fix that. According to what he said before, every creation in the Void Frontline would need the participation of the sea of energy if they wanted to improve. Every recovery and strengthening was to better squeeze it dry the next time. While it may not have been his intention, that was the truth. It was like harvesting leeks, and they would have cursed if they were the sea of energy. Yin Nuashing shrugged, waved his hand towards the space that Xiao Xiao vacated, and poured out a large pile of scrap metal that he had just put away. All kinds of loud noises shook the sky, making Hui and the others grimace in pain and cover their ears. When the noises settled down and they opened their eyes again, there was already a huge mountain in front of them, which was made up of all kinds of debris and scrap metal, covering hundreds of miles in width. The scene of fighting against Fortress of Origin many years ago suddenly surged into his mind, making him gasp for breath and almost pass out. "Well, I just remembered that my bones are itching for a beating in the tower. I'm going." Yin Nuashing reached out to grab Hui, who was about to run out, and dragged him before her, grinning viciously at the pale-faced guardian. "You're one of us now. It's up to you and I to clean up the trash. Don't even think about running away." "Wow, that's a big fuss. Brother Feng, where did you go this time? Where did you get such a huge pile of wreckage?" It didn't take long for Jing Yuanji to bring Sui Feng and Brother Lei to the scene. Seeing the massive pile of wreckage in front of them, they held their breath for half a second. Sui Feng couldn't help but murmur, and judging from the wreckage, it's not a safe demolition this time. It's a total destruction. Did you guys find the ruins of a battlefield? It's a long story, but it's pretty much what you think. But before we talk about this pile of wreckage, Yin Nuashing let go of the trembling guardian and raised her hand to greet Sui Feng and Brother Lei, who were walking towards her. She took a light breath and said slowly, "Luoing asked me to say hi to you." Sui Feng stumbled and almost fell to the ground. He looked up at Yin Nuashing in a daze. "Sister Luoing? You guys, what happened?" Brother Lei was also dumbfounded when he saw how dizzy the young man was. Yin Nuashing shrugged and quickly told him what happened. She shrugged and sighed. Well, that's what happened. She misses you guys a lot. But each of you has your own reasons, so there's nothing we can do. Sui Feng and Brother Lei fell silent. Brother Lei crossed his arms and sighed, while Brother Lei shed tears. Brother Lei sniffled and walked up to Yin Nuoxing. Suddenly, Brother Lei put his hands on Yin Nuoxing's shoulders. Sui Feng looked at Yin Nuoxing seriously and sighed. Brother Feng, next time when you go out, why don't you let us know? I believe that you can easily find the rest of the brothers and sisters. Yin Nuoxing, little turtle, it's really a coincidence this time, and it's also a coincidence that we didn't fight. Have you forgotten that the last time I went out, I slapped each other with AI Hanyin Chaos Concept Body? I was half a step away from killing myself. Although, that's right, Sui Feng's cheeks trembled, and he immediately scratched his head with a bitter smile. He looked at his sister with envy. I also want to see Sister Luo, Ying, and the others. Yin Nuoxing sighed and patted the young man's shoulder. Next time, if we go out again, we'll bring all of you along. That way, you can meet the brothers and sisters you miss so much. Then if we fight with the Chaos Concept Body, we can all go back to the spiritual temple to join in the fun. Ah, we won't be lonely. How happy would that be? Everyone was speechless. Logically speaking, it would have been better if such a thing had happened in the beginning. It would have been better if it didn't happen later. Of course, it was just a thought. They knew what would happen if they met the first-generation inheritor again. Luo Ying might just be an accident. The sudden news made Sui Feng and Brother Lei feel emotional and sad. Although they had told themselves countless times to forget that era and move forward, they still couldn't help but recall the past when the news came like a bolt from the blue. No one could escape from it. Sister Luo Ying, is she all right? Sui Feng looked at Brother Feng and asked in a low voice. Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment, and her face twitched. She's fine. She still has the strength to torture me. She looks very energetic. I still have her teeth marks on my shoulder. Sui Feng and Brother Lei. Ah, it seems that she's fine. Her situation should be better than Brother AI's, but, just like how Brother Feng and the others could guess the ending, they also knew what Sister Luo Ying would face in the end. If time could reach that time, could they? Who knew? Who knew if there would be such an opportunity? The gloomy mood lasted for a while. They quickly came back to their senses and looked at the pile of trash. So this pile of trash is incidental? Yin Nuoxing nodded and pointed at the oval-shaped pillar. Look at that pillar first. Do you recognize it? Pillar. Sui Feng looked up at the pillar for a while, then tilted his head and looked at it again. After a while, he suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Oh, this thing." Seeing him like this, everyone laughed in their hearts. Looks like there's hope. Sui Feng walked up and asked, "What is it?" Oh, you only asked after bringing it back. Seems like you don't remember it, sister. Sui Feng suddenly burst into laughter. He crossed his arms and shook his head. But after a while, he was stunned. Sister, how can you forget this thing? Or have you never seen it before? That can't be. You should know it. But it doesn't matter if you haven't seen it before. Even if you can't recognize this thing, can't you recognize the familiar pattern that you don't understand? If Sister Bing knows about this, you'll be dragged away to be trained for a whole day. Sui Feng's words had an immediate effect. Sui Feng's body trembled violently. Her indifferent face was immediately filled with fear and horror. She subconsciously took a few steps back. Yin Nuoxing saw her stumbling and almost bumping into him. He hurriedly reached out to hold her and sighed. Calm down. Your honorable gods are still shopping in the reincarnation. No one can train you. Everyone was speechless. Although it was the truth, it felt inappropriate to say it out like this. Well, looking at Sui Qing's frightened look, Yin Nuoxing had a feeling that those guys really liked to torment this group of second-generation inheritors. He did not know whether he was unlucky or, forget it. He would just treat it as their interaction. However, he had heard of this Sister Ice God, many times. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to be the origin god of Frost's inheritance. It seemed that she was also a bit of playboy. The next time he went to the land of origin, he had to be careful and avoid her. He handed Sui Feng to Xiao Xiao. Seeing Sui Feng looking at the pillar with interest, he asked, "So what is this pillar?" Pillar? Oh, no, this is not a pillar. This is its closed state. Sui Feng shrugged and said as he walked forward, "It is unexpected that this thing is still here. It was placed in Sister Bing's house, which means it is in the land of origin. According to the situation of the final battle, there should not be anything left in the land of origin. Perhaps it was because that person's world was close to the land of origin that he was lucky enough to catch these things when they floated out. Brother Feng, come and help me." Yun Nuoxing nodded and followed him to the top of the oval-shaped pillar. Sui Feng patted the top of the pillar twice and used his own energy to draw across there. He nodded to Feng and said, "Well, this is the place. Use Sister Bing's energy to cut it down." "You want me to cut her creation?" "Oh, it's fine." Sui Feng waved his hand carelessly. "This is the correct way to open it. Trust me. Do you think I will let you cut a living creation?" Yin Nuoxing glanced at the young man's face. He frowned and took out the light rhythm. Cold energy gathered on his body and condensed on the light rhythm. He stood on the top of the pillar and aimed with his sword for a while. Then he turned around and asked, "This place?" "Aye, that's it. That's right. Take aim. Don't be hasty and don't tremble. Once you cut it down, life or death will depend on fate. Success or failure will depend on the heavens." Crack! As he stabbed the oval-shaped pillar. The oval-shaped pillar seemed to have come to life after a long period of hibernation and freezing. The energy inside kept surging, and there was a huge movement. The blue and golden lines on the pillar also lit up a little bit. Everyone could not help but close their eyes, sweating profusely. They subconsciously wanted to run away. It was one of the observer's laws. Energy, light, fireworks. But since they did not feel any energy riot, it was more like a dormant energy slowly coming to life and then releasing energy bit by bit, so they did not run away. When the light was a little less dazzling, they hurriedly opened their eyes and looked ahead. Under the reflection of the blue-gold light, the sky of this concept-level space had changed. The blue sky seemed to have been washed by ice and snow, clean and transparent, as if one could see the whole cast of stars in this place. The golden light embellished it with a sacred brilliance, making it look like a huge, transparent gem. A cold breeze, as if from a world of ice and snow in the winter, quietly replaced the air of this space. Subconsciously, everyone shivered. This breath is too cold, so cold. Oh, it's 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 so cold. The oval-shaped pillar trembled slightly, and 5 bright, white lights appeared on the surface of the pillar. Then, they slowly separated under their gaze. The 5 curved surfaces slowly opened and slowly descended. A colder energy that could freeze the laws of nature gushed out like a blue cloud and quietly spread across this space, spreading the extremely cold breath to every corner. At this time, Sui Qing suddenly understood. Mei trembled slightly. "It's it. I remember now. It's actually it. You can't recognize it when it closes?" We cannot help but ridicule. Sui Qing smiled bitterly. "The creation of the eternally frozen earth will never melt." Sister Bing said that the frozen earth did not have the concept of melting from the beginning. These creations buried deep in the frozen earth are also bound to the frozen earth. So, we have never seen Sister Bing's creations close and did not recognize it at first. After that, she turned to Shuang Shuang. "Shuang Shuang, you are lucky. This thing is left for you." Shuang Shuang blinked her dark blue Mei Mao and tilted her head. "Left for me?" "Yes, but it's not literally left for you. Instead, the most suitable one here is you who has inherited Sister Bing's power." The maple silk counts. We can use it too. Although the effect is not obvious, it can still have some effect. That means any air can use it, right? Hui scratched his head. "So what's the effect of this thing?" "It's one of the little things that the gods use to help us master the origin energy." "Well, it's not really a little thing. Is Sister Bing's domain creation after all?" Sui Qing shrugged. After waiting for a moment and seeing that the pillar had almost fully bloomed like a flower, she said, "Sister Bing's domain is about to take shape. There will be an ice storm. Let's get out, or we will be frozen." The golden blue light that covered the sky gradually faded into a mottled white. The cold wind swept and froze thousands of miles. Snowflakes and ice crystals began to appear in the air, giving it a pure and flawless texture. Snow gradually fell from the sky and covered the world. The space that little hour had prepared in advance to store the garbage had also been. Garbage. Schauscher blurted out the words in a daze, causing everyone to be startled. They turned their heads and saw an ice mountain rising from the ground. That thick and heavy ice mountain had a large pile of wreckage mixed in the ice mountain. Everyone was silent for a moment. Brother Lay could not help but say, "We still have to chisel the ice to dig it out. Ugh. I hope Sister Bing's domain does not have concept-level power. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to chisel it open even if our hands are swollen." "Don't worry. Only the body has a weak concept-level power. The domain does not have Sister Bing's concept-level power," Sui Qing said calmly. "The domain is actually a foundation for that creation. In the concept-level space, it should be able to play a similar role to its original level." Sister Qing, you're quite knowledgeable." Sui Qing's pretty face paled slightly, as if she recalled some unbearable memory. She looked like she wanted to cry, but had no tears. "In the past, I used to be caught. When we were still in the land of origin, Sister Bing would catch me every few days. That's why I thought it was strange that Sister Bing couldn't recognize Sister Bing's creation." Sui Feng walked back with his hair turned into an ice sculpture. His eyebrows were covered in frost. Looking at his miserable state, it was clear that he was accidentally injured by the energy that gushed out when the creation was opened. Hui looked at him and could not help but be startled. "Where's Feng? This is actually that. It's like that. It's like that. I can't help it. After all, it's little brother Feng. That kind of appearance is very... Wait, don't do it. We're all from the land of origin. Let's be friendly. I've already made myself clear. Little brother Feng, of course it's like that. Sister Sui, don't. Ouch, 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 ouch. My ears are going to fall off." Well, everyone knew what was going on. A certain observer and an origin relic. It was self-evident what would happen when these two conditions were combined. However, they were still annoyed by Sui Feng's riddles. Let's go take a look first." Hui glanced at the young man who was being scolded by Sui Qing and shook his head. "Feng's condition is quite good. It shouldn't be a big deal." In front of them was a world covered in silver and frozen for thousands of miles. Faint cold air mixed with snowflakes would appear out of thin air, fluttering in the air for a while before flying away in all directions with the wind. The space became much brighter, and the light had a transparent, reflective, and dazzling texture like ice crystals. A dozen or so icebergs had been erected in the space that was just a flat land. The largest iceberg in the middle was the one that froze the pile of trash. They were already wondering how to blow up the iceberg and safely release the trash. This was a solidified primeval realm, a primeval realm that was spread out through creation. The cold air, the long and narrow glacial valleys, the gentle hills piled with snow, and the snow and ice plants and trees rooted in the snow. Looking at their crystal-clear appearance, they seemed to have really grown out of the snow and could survive as long as there was ice and snow. These were all real things. The primeval realm forcibly projected itself into a space by twisting the rules and concepts of the world, temporarily replacing this space. Therefore, they had just seen this world of ice and snow condense and take shape bit by bit. But then again, is this the origin domain or the primeval domain? Hui asked doubtfully. It should be the origin domain, right? No, that's not it. This is just the primeval domain, but it's countless times more perfect than the primeval domain that we all condense. Sister Bing's origin domain. That's awesome. It's not something that can be compared to switching scenes like this. Brother Lay waved his hand vigorously. The real origin domain is the same as the chaos domain of the chaos concept body. It's a deadly skill that can empty the space just by being cast. For example, when the god of destruction cast the origin domain. Let me think. Right, it's just like when we see Brother Feng switch between the laws, order, and energy form. The senses are similar, but of course, there's definitely a difference. Everyone was speechless. That crazy, destructive, dominating, and suppressing power that oppresses the world, it's going to kill the gods. See, you could not help but say, then, when Little Star grasps the destruction domain and uses the laws, order, and energy form, everyone shuddered. If something big happened, they would be the first to suffer, followed by the underworld. This domain has expanded this space by around 30 times, and it's not a place we know. Hui shaded his eyes as he looked into the distance. The presence of ice and snow is so thick. I can't sense the distance. Shuang Shuang, hurry up and see where your little star is. Shuang Shuang hurriedly focused, her eyes widening as she stared ahead, and only cried out in delight after about 2 minutes. Found it. It's little star. This way. Shuang Shuang did not lead them to the center of the world of ice and snow as they had expected. Instead, they headed towards the northeast corner, passing over dark blue icebergs, a snowy land where ice crystal plants were growing wildly, and a glacier where gales were blowing at 7,000 meters per second. Finally, they found a certain observer on an icy plain that was so smooth that it could be used as a mirror. The icy plain was very spacious, surrounded by undulating icebergs and peaks as if encircled into a basin. At the center, there was a huge lotus flower that was covered in blue and gold patterns as if cast from ice crystals. Its largest radius was estimated to be 10,000 feet, with layers upon layers of ice lotuses that were at least 300 meters tall. He was lying on the pistil at the very center, his body surrounded by a circle of dark blue light that emanated bone-chilling coldness. His eyes were tightly shut as if he was sleeping. Hui had just landed when he saw the scene and immediately sighed. Look, he's probably been dragged inside to be tortured again. Phone, oh phone. Sigh, forget it. Go in peace. I'll keep an eye on the void front line. With that, he even put his palms together with a compassionate look. Everyone thought that a certain someone would send him flying with a kick when he woke up. Chapter 2028. Circling around a certain fellow who had been tormented by the heavenly god of origin and their relics daily, everyone was relieved after confirming that he was fine and had just fallen asleep. After some thought, they decided to leave the ice sculpture beside him. For one, this place was the center of the snowy, divine domain, her natural domain. Having her here would help her familiarize herself with the power of origin and also this domain. For another, she could watch over him to prevent someone from sneaking around and causing trouble. Then, everyone else returned to the largest iceberg they had just seen. They had to start cleaning up the pile of debris. Of course, before facing the most difficult stage of cleaning up the trash, they still had to think about how to dig it out. Although this was not the origin domain, nor did it have the power of a concept, its hardness was definitely not to be trifled with. Look at their Leda. He was very imposing. He had accumulated his strength and was about to charge. Silver Dragon. Bro Lei cried out, turning into a silver meteor that traveled millions of miles per second without slowing down as he crashed into the center of the iceberg. Silver thunderbolts accompanied by the power of origin bellowed loudly, and a ring of silver energy blasted out along with the rolling impact. The energy that was the main body of the explosion bloomed into a dazzling silver sun on the spot. The booming sound of energy impact reverberated wildly across the glacier mountains, splashing out 70 to 80 echoes as if thousands of thunderbolts were dancing. Even Frost, who was watching from afar, could not help but say through the soul message, so bright. The ice field trembled for more than a minute before stopping. When the dust and smoke cleared and the snow fluttered, everyone poked their heads out to look. They saw Bro Lei still charging forward with his right fist extended to block the iceberg before him. His energy dissipated to signal the end of the attack, but the iceberg before him was still as smooth as a mirror and even flickered. The surface of the mirror reflected Bro Lei's image, and his facial features were contorted as if he was clenching his teeth in pain. So painful. What should we do if we can't cut through it? Seeing that even Brother Lei, who had maxed out his attack power, was at his wit's end. The others scratched their heads as well. As expected of the heavenly god of Origin's domain, it was still so powerful even after being reactivated after more than a dozen years. It seemed that they could only wait for someone to wake up. But even if his explosive attack could break the ice, it would probably scatter the things inside, right? Wait a moment. Shuang Shuang suddenly appeared in front of them and walked to the foot of the iceberg. Fragments of ice crystals slowly floated out from her body. She looked at the iceberg in front of her and stared hard at it. Mei Mao stared fiercely at it, her deep blue eyes reflecting the appearance of the iceberg. But if one looked closely, they would find that the iceberg reflected in her eyes did not have the remains sealed inside. It was as if her sight could only capture this iceberg. Then, the energy of Origin spread out from her body, condensing into a miraculous aura like a domain, causing everyone to be slightly startled. When this aura covered the surrounding space, she blinked her eyes, and in the next second, the iceberg in front of them suddenly disappeared. All right, that's enough. Shuang Shuang happily waved at everyone. Everyone stared blankly at the huge iceberg in front of them that disappeared just like that. They rubbed their eyes hard and then looked at the smiling Shuang Shuang with admiration. Brole shook his swollen right hand and could not help but say, "Sister Shuang Shuang, if you had told me earlier, I would not have gone up and punched it." Shuang Shuang stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. "Right after you hit it, I just felt that I could do it." "Yeah." Brole did not know whether to laugh or cry. All right, the timing was not right. Or should he say that the speed at which she grasped Sister Bing's power was getting faster and faster? She must have removed a part of the territory just now. She must have grasped Sister Bing's power well. In other words, she had just mastered that power. After tormenting the iceberg, Shuang Shuang returned to Little Star's side. Everyone swarmed around the rubbish mountain in front of them. The expansion of Blizzard's divine realm had expanded the dimension a lot. Now, they should be able to put down the seemingly unfriendly rubbish mountain. Due to the previous experience of dealing with the wreckage of the Fortress of Origin, it did not take much effort to turn the towering pile of rubbish into a pile of wreckage on the ice field. It was as thick as a piece of land. If one did not look from the side, one would not know how thick the ice field was. Let's put it this way. Standing on top of the pile of wreckage, the icebergs next to it were all shorter. Why do I feel like there are more and more of them? We couldn't help but stare at the pile of rubble. He rubbed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he suddenly saw the space tremble. A large pile of wreckage suddenly appeared out of thin air and piled up on the ground. The place just now was definitely a flat pile of wreckage. Definitely. There was no way there was such a small mountain. He was not blind. Oh my God, this thing is haunted. No. It's not haunted. Sui Feng waved his hand and explained, "It's a dimension, a hidden dimension. Some of the wreckage's storage dimension could not withstand the torment and broke open, and the things inside were poured out. I think there should only be a small part of this pile of wreckage. But because of the passage of time, the energy was gradually depleted and the dimensional structure became fragile. At this time, the dimension would be broken open with just a simple knock. When we were tormenting the wreckage just now, we can't be sure how many dimensions we have torn apart, and there may be more hidden dimensions here, so there should be more wreckage in the end. All right, this is a blind opening. We don't know when there will be a pile of wreckage. Ping ling pang lang." Before they could finish their words, they heard a series of loud noises. Everyone grimaced and turned their heads, only to see that a pillar that was at least 100 miles long suddenly appeared on the flat ground. It was straight, thick blue, crystallized, and had a metallic luster. It poked into the ground like a spear pointing straight at the sky. Straight? No, that didn't seem to be the case. Taking a closer look at the whole thing, he could see a faint arc. It didn't look like a pillar, but more like, something with a curved surface. In short, it was very spacious, and there seemed to be tear marks on the top and bottom of it, proving that it should have been torn off from something. It was a fragment. "Oh, Blue Phoenix, come and help me." Siyu stood under the huge object and held it up with both hands. She had a difficult expression on her face. It suddenly jumped out. Everyone only started circling it after they put it down. Initially, they thought that it would take them a long time before they could get any information from it. However, Sui Feng clapped his hands and snapped his fingers. Ah, this belongs to Sister Bing, Sui Feng exclaimed. Oh, this belongs to Sister Bing. Hearing her brother's exclamation, Sui Qing looked at the blue, crystal-like surface and suddenly understood. It's the Ring of Frost. We also perked up. It sounded very cold. What is it? What's it for? Sui Qing raised her finger and pointed to the sky. It's in Sister Bing's eternally frozen earth. It's a creation that hangs in the sky. As for its purpose, it's a creation that Sister Bing uses to decorate the Yuanshu domain. You can understand it if you think about it. Everyone let out a long sigh. That was a deadly thing. However, there was only a fragment of this deadly thing left. Even its energy had dissipated. It was the first time they saw an origin relic with no energy left. Apart from a fortress of origin that was safely dismantled, it was also the first time they saw an origin relic that was dismantled in such a miserable state. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle it was during that time. But it's hard to fix it with only a pile of fragments. The energy has already dissipated, Sui Feng said as he touched his chin. All of a sudden, he sensed his elder sister's disdainful look. Seeing his elder sister pointing upwards, he sighed and shook her head. Sui Feng blushed at once. Oh, with the concept level space, we can put it back even if there's only one fragment left. Although it might take a long time. Siyu suddenly understood what was going on. She shouted through the soul transmission. Shuang Shuang, you have a present. A circle. Shuang Shuang was stunned. Huh, but it's still broken. Maybe Little Star will have to wake up and fix it for you. Shuang Shuang continued. Huh, oh wait, don't be so agitated. Sui Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He looked at his sister and said, Sister, do the math. If there's only one fragment left and you want to put it back, just drain the sea of energy that we saw at its peak a few hundred times. Sui Qing nodded slightly and said calmly, he will go crazy. Everyone was speechless. That was more than crazy. Siyu shivered and continued shouting. Shuang Shuang, don't tell this to Little Star. Something bad will happen. Hui glanced at Siyu, who was very agitated through the soul transmission. He scratched his head and looked at Sui Qing. You just said to decorate the primeval realm. That thing can be decorated? Of course. Sui Qing nodded and explained. As mentioned before, the primeval realm is a realm space that is forcibly projected by distorting all rules and concepts. It has been kept in our bodies. It's not something that exists. You won't be able to touch it. Seeing Hui Jun touching himself up and down, Sui Qing shook her head. It's scattered in our soul, divinity, divine right, rules, and energy. It's scattered in our structure. It will only appear when we use it. Since it's a space, it can be decorated. But to make it as good as Sister Bing's realm of wind and snow, it needs, Hui immediately answered, high-level primeval. Sui Qing nodded. When you enter the high-level primeval, the primeval realm will undergo a metamorphosis. At that time, it can change its form. It can change the pure energy realm into a realm with a physical form. It will be like a real space. Hui clapped his hands and laughed. Then you can put all kinds of big bombs, big explosions, and big fireworks. Everyone was speechless. This person is hopeless. He has been infected. However, that was indeed the case. The Yuanshu domain was not meant for living. It could be used for emergencies, but to live in it for a long time. Imagine living at the foot of a volcano. One day, the ground suddenly trembled. The normal reaction would be to immediately look up to see if it was going to explode, right? If it trembled every few days, even if it didn't explode, it would make him mentally weak. He would have to move out in less than 2 days. But actually, there is someone more suitable to explain this than us. As Sui Qing spoke, she glanced at Hui Jun. The latter immediately reacted and shouted through the soul transmission, Jing Yun, are you free? If you are, come to the observer space. If you're not free, there are a lot of relics of the primeval god. Are you free? I don't have a choice. Jing Yun's voice suddenly sounded. About 2 minutes later, Jing Yun landed from the sky with a face of excitement. Seeing Hui Jun looking at her with a smile, A strange feeling welled up in her heart. Tell me, why are you looking for me? I'm sure that you did not call me over because of the relics of the primeval god. Oh, it's like this. Hui coughed dryly and brought up the topic just now. Jingyan crossed her arms and stroked her chin. The primeval domain. Huh. Yes, it would metamorphose once after reaching the advanced primeval. When that time comes, the primeval domain that only exists as a pure energy domain could be transformed into a domain with actual form. Just as you imagine, you could press the entire scene in front of your eyes and change the landscape, which is equivalent to dragging the enemy into your own home ground, a main field where countless dangers lie in ambush. You could stuff 1,000,000 energy towers inside, as long as your body could withstand the weight of the primeval domain. If you can't, it's better to use fewer things or simply maintain the pure energy domain. Still, the two types of domains can be switched automatically anyway, and you can switch back if you're not used to it. Also, it will definitely be easier to use after it transforms and painstakingly decorated. No matter how you look at it, it will definitely be stronger than a pure energy domain. After all, with the strength of the order creations that we currently possess, why not drag 1,000,000 or 800,000 energy towers into it? With your various conditions, it won't be a problem to stuff an energy tower in the tens of millions, and it will even be strengthened by the domain. Well, you should understand now. This is yet another path that requires a lot of thought, and it will only be able to display the corresponding effects with the energy creations. This is a path that requires a lot of time and effort. It's very time-consuming, brain-burning, and very bold. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. We continued to look at him and smiled. Your primeval domain has also been decorated. Of course, our order creations were very powerful at that time, and those who were patient and could calm down and work on it had also dealt with the primeval domain. Jingyan nodded and looked at the wreckage on the ground and suddenly sighed. I also put a lot of thought into it back then, and now my primeval domain can continue to be set up, but it has been blown through, and I have to start all over again. Huey's eyes widened. That's it. It's a one-time thing. No, of course it's not a one-time thing. When I said that it was blown through, I meant that I pushed it down myself because I felt that it was not done well. After that, after I pushed it down, I just left it there and did not have time to fix it. Now, I want to work on it again with the situation at the Void front line, but I have not thought of how to do it yet, no clue. Jingyan waved his hand and laughed bitterly, causing everyone to laugh bitterly as well. The primeval domain that they had worked so hard to manage for who knows how long had been pushed down just like that, and they had no idea how to rebuild it. This should be considered as tearing down their home, right? Even if the primeval domain has been blown through, you don't have to worry about the damage to your creation. After all, the structure is engraved in your soul and other places, and you can just cast the domain again and repair it with some time and energy. By the way, there's another meaning to this. You can't construct something that you can't control and throw it into your primeval domain to repair it. You can't even understand the creation, and naturally, you can't make it merge with your primeval domain and yourself. However, you can throw it in and use it by force when the primeval domain is cast, so that it won't affect the creation and your soul won't burst. For example, the two cannons in the house of the god of origins. Also, there's another situation that will cause the creation in the primeval domain to be unable to be taken back after being thrown out. Jingyan shrugged. When the primeval domain is cast out, the creation will fall out, but it won't affect the root. You just have to climb out of the Temple of Souls and repair the primeval domain, and there won't be any abnormal changes. Yes, this time, you need to repair it from the beginning to the end, including the damaged and lost creations. They all need to be reconstructed, and they won't be permanently removed from the primeval domain just because they were lost or damaged. In this case, you've become a space for the creation to repair, and the creations that have been engraved and analyzed by your soul can be repaired and reconstructed with the primeval domain. You didn't expect that. Only when someone targets the soul and the structure of the creation will it affect the primeval domain, and other methods won't work. As Jingyan spoke, her eyes had already scanned the large pile of wreckage. She couldn't help but sigh. Look at you guys. Did you move a battlefield back? They're all broken creations. You even mentioned the primeval domain, which means there's something here that someone used to decorate the primeval domain. Sui Qing nodded and pointed at the huge blue surface that looked like an ice crystal. This is the creation of Sister Bing and the Ice Goddess. Ah, this is something left behind in the primeval domain of the heavenly god of origins. Where did you guys go, and what did you do? Jing Yun asked. We brought it back from shore trip not long ago. Hui quickly explained. Yeah, that's it. A world near the continent of origins. Well, no wonder you could pick up the creation of the heavenly god of origins. I see. Is it related to the war near the final moment? Jing Yun's expression changed for a while as she looked at the huge thing that looked like it was made of ice crystal. I thought it was broken by the lad. She couldn't help but say. We couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. He probably still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the sanctum of origins being broken before his eyes. His mind was probably filled with the image of Maple breaking the primeval domain's creation. The primeval domain of the heavenly god of origins being killed by the chaos conceptual entity or something. Phew, it was not unimaginable. He already knew about the news of their fall and knew the process, so the shock was not that great. He just felt a little helpless. How should he put it? If he knew too much about similar situations, he would more or less feel lost about what he was doing. Even the heavenly god of origins was defeated in the past, and now relying on them. Well, there was no point in thinking so much. He just had to do it. No matter how much he thought about it, it wouldn't change the situation. Anyway, that's it. Well, I called you here to ask about the primeval domain. He pulled his crooked face with his hand, and then pointed at the huge pile of trash before him. Are you free? If you are, come and help. I think we're short-handed. Maple has been dragged over to be tortured. It should be fine, right? There shouldn't be any problems over at the creation space. Jingyan thought for a while and nodded. Well, I'll come and help. Creation space? What are you doing over there? Hey, those lads are toying with the creation space, trying to figure out its upper and lower limits, and doing everything they can to make it easier to use. Things like saving energy, speeding up. According to them, it only takes 300 years to create an energy source in the creation space. And there's an extra thread, which means that every creation space can use 300 years to create an energy source, and then continue to create energy towers and energy cores. We've only been out for a while. What have you all done? We asked. To be specific, it started 20 years ago when the little bro created the source law. Jingyun laughed dryly. Furthermore, to be more specific, this seed was actually planted when you were in primordial chaos. Later on, when the source laws appeared, everyone had gained enlightenment from various aspects. As the conditions increased, we became more and more inhumane. And it's also because everyone has origin energy now. We've calculated that there are a total of 145 types of origin energy, with 49 of them being Class 1 origin energy. Ordinary Class 1 origin energy cannot withstand them, and it seems that only second-generation inheritors would accept the legacy. That's the situation for the third-generation inheritors. They have begun to let themselves loose, and even the Origin Temple feels that there are areas that could be adjusted. However, since that's more important and not easy to mess around with, they turn to the Class 1 energy towers. One by one, they worked hard to turn them into individual energy towers, and now the total number of Class 1 energy towers is more than the total number of Class 2 and Class 2 energy towers. After that, they're still discussing how to use the Class 1 energy towers as a foundation and how to use them together. Also, everyone is now waiting for the little bro to adjust the Class 2 and Class 2 energy towers, saying that the current Class 2 and Class 2 energy towers aren't good enough. Everyone, it's over. All of them had lost their minds, and the only thing left in their minds was attack at full capacity. All right, where's the little bro? Let's talk to him about some things. Why don't I see him? Oh, him. We looked up at the distant, clear blue sky. There was a blue pillar of light faintly illuminating the horizon. He raised a finger and pointed in that direction. There, he's over there. There's a high chance that he was dragged away by the heavenly gods of origin for tea. There's a small chance that he was knocked unconscious, and his consciousness went back to the void of origin to take a stroll. The next time he wakes up, he might be even more Jing Yun. Anyway, he's busy, right? Got it. We'll talk to him when the time comes. Hui laughed bitterly. Jing Yun understood Maple's situation quite well. She didn't need to think too much to know what had happened to him. Well, after talking about the realm of origin, they still had to clean up the big pile of trash in front of them. But it was a very difficult thing to do. Previously, it was easy to clean up the fortress of origin because no matter how they cleaned it up, they still came from the same hole. Moreover, they still had residual energy, so it was easy to find the related fragments. But now, this garbage dump, it was unknown how many pieces of trash there were, and their energy had all dissipated. To clean them up was no less than putting 100 boxes of 10,000 puzzle pieces together in a pile and not giving the blueprint to put them back together. Anyway, they stood there blankly for 5 minutes, not knowing what to do. It was Sui Qing who understood that this matter was not simple. She said, "Let's look for Sister Bing's ring of frost first. No matter how broken it is, it's easy to recognize. As long as there are indeed complete fragments here, we can find it." "Oh, that's true. Let's deal with the most obvious things first." Hui nodded. After rummaging through the garbage dump twice, he looked up at Sui Qing again. "Speaking of which, how big is the ring of frost?" Sui Qing was stunned. I know. Sui Feng jumped up and pushed on the bridge of his nose. Then he said seriously, "It has a radius of 10,000 miles on the outside and 70,000 miles on the inside." Everyone was speechless. This thing could probably be put on the fortress of origin. The creation of the heavenly gods of origin was King huge. Now, they had only found a fragment that was 100 miles long, and at almost no arc god knows how many more there were. It was not a good thing for a creation to be too big. In fact, when an object was 180 miles in size, it would feel especially huge. If you looked closer, you would not be able to see the end of it. As for the Temple of Origin, the Fortress of Origin, and the others standing 100 or 2,000 miles away, they looked like giant pillars holding up the sky. But if you looked closer, it would be like standing in front of a piece of land. Fortunately, these things could float. Otherwise, they might have to set up a formation around this floating island to prevent it from collapsing. Well, generally speaking, it was a good thing to be able to find creations from the previous era, and finding creations related to the primordial god was even more joyous. This was especially so since they had a way to put together and repair the ruined creations. Every piece of wreckage they found was equivalent to finding a usable creation, which meant that they could increase their combat strength. Of course, if there were only thumb-sized pieces left, then forget it. If they really wanted to repair them, Maple would probably want their lives. Take the Ring of Frost, for example. According to Sui Qing's speculation, if they took a fragment that was 100 miles long and let the realm of concept fully restore it, they might have to drain the sea of energy at its peak state hundreds of times. If he dared to tell Maple about this, Maple would dare to push him into the sea of energy as a sacrifice to the heavens. Chapter 2029. They had quite a few creations of the heavenly god of origin, but they had yet to see any of them actually moving. 2 of them were still in a state of disassembly. That's right, the 3 swords in Maple's possession were not counted. They were currently damaged and could not be repaired, so it was impossible for them to unleash their full power. Now, the only complete creations of the heavenly god of origin were the Staff of Origin, the Staff of Creation, the Fortress of Origin, and the giant ice lotus. Well, we should also count the Ring of Frost Descent that was slowly being pieced back together. Right, there was also this soul chain specifically for Maple. Including this, there were 6 of them. They had used this chain once, and it was very ridiculous. Compared to being in their hands, he hoped that this thing would not appear in the hands of the other side. Well, it was probably wishful thinking, but at present, they had discussed a way to deal with it. If there was a situation, they should be able to deal with it. A few minutes, at most 10 minutes. He did not believe that the underworld could destroy them in 10 minutes. As for the other creations of origin, he had only heard about them on the surface. In reality, he still didn't know what they were like. For example, the various functions of the Fortress of Origin, the effects, the upper and lower limits of the Staff of Creation and Staff of Origin. Maple probably wanted to know as well, but it was a pity that each of them was a huge energy user. Who knew how much energy would be used just to move them? After a few tries, Maple would have to suck in a breath of cold air and faint while facing the sea of energy. After all, it was a trump card, unlike the Temple of Origin and their energy towers, which were basic creations of order that could be mass-produced. They could experiment as much as they wanted and adjust as they wanted after the experiment. But for those huge energy hogs, even Maple could only squeeze out 4 words from between his teeth. It's fine as long as it can be used. The problem was that they really could not afford to use it. Well, Maple would definitely have to deal with it, but as for how to deal with it, they could only wait for him to get up. There was no telling how long that fellow would be lying there with his head tilted to one side. In the meantime, they could only try to piece the ring of frost back together as much as possible. If they could not piece it together completely, they would restore as much as they could. That was the only thing they could do to reduce the burden on that unlucky fellow. The more fragments they put together, the less energy they would need to fully repair it. About the sea of energy, do you have any good ideas? I'm talking about charging it. Huey's sudden question startled everyone who was cleaning up the garbage here. They looked at each other. This was actually something that all of them were concerned about, but if they really wanted to talk about it specifically, after thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be nothing to say. According to what you've dealt with, the nearly 3 million permanent void turbulence points and the surrounding void environment are all sources of energy. A considerable portion of the void environment has been absorbed by the sea of energy, and one can see tremendous movements in the void with a single glance. That portion of energy is just enough to cover the cost of your adjustments and modifications to the sea of energy. Jingyan looked up and muttered, "That means there are only 3 million permanent station points left to provide energy for the sea of energy to grow. There are still energy sources, but that has to be sorted." When Hui heard this, he also exclaimed, "Adjusting the large number of special world light orbs seems to be to let them grow to the limit allowed by the source law." That's right. In the time that you've been away, those world lights had only changed a little, and that would take a long time to produce results. The cycle of condensing and disintegrating world lights does not consume energy, but rather the adjustment and modification of rules, order, and energy. There would be countless non-directional changes in each cycle, causing them to consume quite a lot of energy. As I said just now, that portion of energy provided by the void has been used up. Hui was startled. Well, wouldn't it be random changes every time? Oh, there's no need to worry so much. Every random change is based on the current phase of the world light, so the overall progress won't regress. It's just that it won't be that easy to move forward. Even with the influence of the source law and frost law and order, the progress is still rather slow because it's too random. Oh, Jingyan thought for a moment and threw the shard in her hand away. But this time, the little brother should be trying to add in the power of the source. His mastery of the source power is getting better, right? Huey's face twitched a few times at the mention of that. He could already hold me in the void and beat me up, and that's only when he's half-baked. His mastery would not be higher than when he first started to explore the 3 styles of nothingness for a few months. Jingyan's eyes widened. Doesn't that mean there's still a lot of room for her? I thought the little brother had almost mastered the source power. At this time, Brother Lei could not help but sigh. Don't be too quick to guess where little Brother Feng's bottom line is, and don't guess where his top line is, because you'll suffocate and go numb if you're too shocked. Everyone nodded. They only needed to watch from the side and smile. At the same time, if necessary, they could press him into the coffin and tamp down the boards, because they could never stop a certain observer from breaking through the upper limit of power and the lower limit of the pursuit of power. They could only press him down when he was high. That was to be understood. They could only suppress a certain observer when he was exhausted. Feng Qinghuang fiddled with the shard in her hand and suddenly remembered what she said to Little Star in the Otherworld. She could not help but murmur to herself, "Suddenly, I want to learn Little Star's rules, order, energy form." Although it was a soft murmur, Everyone in this place was at least a mid-tier yuan sure. Their hearing was very good. Even if she lowered her voice, everyone felt that it was no different from a normal person's voice. When they heard it, the shards in their hands all fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the stunned little phoenix in horror. Serene was dumbfounded. Before he could react, little phoenix quickly walked up to Feng Qingwang and held her hands. Her face was gentle and worried. Qingwang, you have to think twice. Well, actually, I have thought about it. Feng Qingwang smiled awkwardly. She winked at the pink Mei Mao and said slowly, in Sister Luo Yin's world, I mentioned this to Little Star. Well, I have thought about it seriously. That guy even said something about a life-threatening topic to his sister. Hui wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. His teeth were chattering so hard that he almost bit his lips. Little Phoenix, you have to think about it carefully. This is not a joke. You still have to deal with the power of origin that you just learned. You don't have the time and energy to open another main path, do you? I think I do. Feng Qingwang nodded. I just need to buy some time and try my best. I should be able to do it. Actually, what I want to say is the Void Frontline doesn't need a second madman. Also, didn't you take on the task of taking over Su Ming when Feng Yu? You see, we gritted his teeth and tried to persuade her. Because Feng Qingwang frowned helplessly. It seems that I can't keep up with Little Star. Everyone smiled bitterly and said in unison, don't think about keeping up with that madman. It will cost you your life. Do it at your own pace, one step at a time. Little Star said calmly. He doesn't care, and he doesn't want you to understand. We simply stuck a piece of cloth on his forehead to prevent sweat from dripping down. At this moment, they saw that the little phoenix was still a little hesitant. So, they tried to persuade her. If she had already made up her mind and was no longer swayed, then they would help her prepare. Moreover, they were not nagging her to give up. They mainly hoped that she would think about whether she had the energy and the determination to deal with this life-threatening situation. To be honest, when he explained how Feng Yu created this inhumane law, order, and energy form, the second-generation heir said that they would rather fight with the gods. One battle a day, one battle a day, one battle a day, and one battle 180 days to calm down. Yes, they were already frightened to such an extent. This was something that made all the heirs tremble in fear. How could it be something that they could just casually do? However, we also understood that the little phoenix was not easy to persuade when she was stubborn. This was almost the same as Feng Yu. We simply gave up. How about this? For the sake of your safety, I didn't explain to the two of you what exactly Maple's rule, order, energy form is. I'll explain it to you and see you now. If you feel that there's nothing wrong with it, then I'll confess to this matter in front of Maple. You can do it in peace. It has nothing to do with you. Feng Qingwang smiled gently and tucked her hair behind her ear. I will wait for Little Star to wake up and tell him myself. You don't have to worry about it. Everyone, oh no, this did not persuade her. Instead, it made her more determined. We knocked on his head with a headache. Actually, there was no need to tell Feng Yu. Feng would definitely not persuade her. He would not stop her from making a decision in her own name. Although his liver would hurt, he would never stop her. He would only stop an idiot who was impulsive and went against her will without thinking clearly. But this little phoenix did not accept any of these three conditions. Then, there was nothing to say. Siyu immediately hugged Feng Qingwang and cried, Qingwang, if you leave, what will Little Star and I do? Everyone, isn't this reaction of yours a little too far-fetched and exaggerated? You're already thinking about what to do when things haven't even taken shape yet? Speaking of which, this was just an attempt to grasp a new form of power. Although there might be some changes to the origin of the structure, some adjustments to the life form, and some changes to the SSS. Cough, cough. In short, the worst result would be returning to the factory for major repairs. It was not a major change to the form of order. If it was not successful, it would cause the soul to be stuck in the spiritual temple. No matter what, it would definitely be able to come back in one piece. Why was she crying? Feng Qingwang looked at Siyu speechlessly. She reached out her hand and rubbed her face. Tears were swirling on her fingers. Siyu was startled. Seeing Feng Qinghuang's little eyes, she immediately stuck out her tongue. I didn't do it well. Everyone, this girl had always been good at making mischief. As for whether the void front line would usher in a second lunatic, he felt that it should not be. That kind of lunatic Feng Qinghuang was not something that could be achieved quickly by learning a form of power. As for the little phoenix, at most, her strength would increase by 1 round. After that, she would be whatever she was supposed to be. Who knew if Feng Qinghuang knew? Sigh. This matter could wait until he woke up. Now that he was not here, it was useless to say anything. He coughed dryly and continued to break the shards in his hand. Then he said loudly, "Cough, cough. Let us end this topic that requires the participation of a certain idiot." What were we talking about? Oh, the sea of energy. Then where were we? We were talking about little brother's source of power. It can hang you up and hammer you, Jing Yin replied. From the corner of her eye, she saw Hui Jun's speechless expression. However, he could not refute it. She twitched the corner of her mouth and said, "The power of source of power, 2nd generation. Do you know anything about it?" Brother Lei saw that he first looked at him and immediately shook his head. "No, my understanding of source of power is limited. I know that there is a place that is not easy to get along with. But in terms of understanding, Sister Qing, is there anyone in our family who knows more about source of power?" Sui Qing answered quickly. "I can only think of Feng Ling." Brother Lei waved his hand at them. "There is no other way. No one knows about source of power. It is definitely a knowledge blind spot." We could not help but ask, "So what is the use of source of power?" "What use? There is no specific use. It is just the most primitive place in the Deyuan realm. If you want to talk about it, it is the rock layer under the soil of the void. The void is also a rock layer, but it is not as solid and primitive as the source of power. That is the simple explanation and understanding." Jing Yin pushed down a mountain of rubbish in front of her. Seeing it fall down like a flood, she stared at it for a while before continuing to clean up. "Originally, I thought that if we could speed up little brother's mastery of source of power, it could also speed up the evolution of the sea of energy. Although it has become little brother's work." So, we looked up with a worried and speechless face. He made a concluding statement. "After all, we can't even speed up the sea of energy?" "Theoretically, yes." Jing Yin could not help but smile bitterly. "We can only wait for the energy source to be squeezed out in time. There should be no shortage of energy masters in the front line of the void, right?" Hui muttered. He did not give up. "Is there no other way? There is indeed no shortage, but you can't find an energy master who can match little brother's level." Jing Yun continued to smile bitterly. "Speaking of energy masters, little brother is excluded from the front line of the void. Perhaps you could discuss it with number 2, but I don't think she can do anything." Hui was startled. "Who is number 2? Shuang. Who else could it be?" "Oh, then it's fine." Jing Yun thought for a moment. In fact, in the front line of the void, she should be the 2nd in combat power. Everyone could not help but sigh. After all, she was an origin life form. They could not afford to offend her. Although they had not seen the little ice sculpture at full power, they all knew in their hearts. Well, that's the situation. Our number 1 combatant's work is too complicated and troublesome. We basically can't get involved. To put it in a very hurtful way, even if we swarm up and fill up the sea of energy, the effect may not be as good as a few energy sources. If we want to help little brother deal with the sea of energy, we can only try the most basic method, like expanding the area of energy condensation. If that's the case, there is a way." Little Hour suddenly looked up and continued, startling everyone. "What way?" We asked hurriedly. Little Hour looked at him. "The domain used to deal with the resident points before. With a little adjustment, it can concentrate all the energy within the range of the domain. The domain can also lead to the environment of the void." Hui scratched his back with an unknown long stick, a thoughtful and troubled look on his face. Since it wasn't mentioned before, could this a little adjustment actually be a big project laborious? Little Hour nodded and replied very simply. "But the effect is significant." Significant? Of course it was significant. Looking at the current location of the resident points, Drawing all the energy within the range of the domain into the sea of energy was equivalent to condensing half of the void and the void energy. How could it not be significant? A big project it is then. Now, we have to use any method. Hui let out a long sigh and clapped his hands as he stood up. Tell me, what do we need to prepare? I'll let little Greenie know. Nodes. We need to use nodes to reinforce the domain, and also, Little Hour paused and looked at Swayphone. Well, it's time to go back to the creation of the past. Swayphone was startled for a moment, and then shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That thing is not easy to make. I haven't made it many times. Looks like I have to think about it for a while. Hui scratched his head and looked at Swayphone. What thing? Don't tell me riddles. It's not a riddle. Swayphone coughed and looked at Hui. It's an extra pendant. You can think of it as the 4 brackets below the staff of creation. As for its use, it's too troublesome to explain it professionally. You can think of it as a ship anchor. It's used to allow this kind of large-scale domain to take root in the void and the void safely. Ship anchor? Then I'll explain a little. Swayphone coughed and said, in short, the current domain is rooted in the resident point and the observer space, right? It's just connecting the 2 places across the void, like a rope connecting the 2 places. The current domain is not fully formed and unfolded. It's just a rope swaying in the wind. But if it's fully formed, it'll turn from a rope into a huge floating island floating on the sea, and that sea can raise tsunamis thousands of meters high at any time. The sea of the void, that's the sea that can overturn everything. So, the first thing we need to do now is to make the floating island take root so that it won't be washed to strange places by the sea. We also need to put up a strong enough energy barrier to prevent the tsunamis from sinking our island. As for the creation, it's an anchor with a node barrier. How is it? Isn't it concrete and intuitive? That's how the gods explained it to us back then. He understood now. The current domain was just a line between the resident point and the sea of energy, and they only needed to worry about whether the line was long enough and sturdy enough. But if the domain was fully formed, it would be a domain that covers a huge area of the void and the void. It would have to withstand the impact from both the void and the void within a huge area, and it would not be a one-time impact of the same degree. It would be a permanent erosion with different degrees of impact on every inch of the domain, and it would be the movement caused by the waves of the sea hitting it again and again. In other words, it would have to withstand the dual test of the void and the void. First, it would have to be as immovable as a mountain, and second, it would have to be impregnable and stand firm. That sounds like a troublesome thing. He slapped his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. How can it not be troublesome? We're going to cover a huge area of the void, and it will have to withstand the power of both the void and the void every second. If the quality is not good enough, it won't be able to withstand it. Swayfoam also sighed. If it's just a thin barrier like the void seal, then it won't be troublesome, and there's basically no need to prepare anything. But domain is different. It's like smashing a concrete space, and every inch of the space will have to withstand the uneven pressure from the void and the void. It's like you suddenly have a stomachache when you're being beaten up. Everyone, that's very graphic, and it's very annoying. Well, I've dealt with similar things in the past, so I have some experience. The only troublesome part is getting the thing out and putting it in place, Swayfeng said. Suddenly, he looked at Hui Jun with a playful expression. By the way, the net of order and origin that the venerable gods set up back then is a domain that covers the entire void. Everyone, well, with this comparison, it's clear. Forget it, there's nothing to know. From the beginning, they knew that the primordial gods were not humans, and this was something that no human could do. Swayfeng stood up and walked towards the creator's room. Anyway, I'm going to get a sample first, and let the guys in the creator's room prioritize the anchor. Sis, I'll leave the positioning to you and Little Hour. The position of a node has been marked, and it's just missing this stake. Good luck. Little Hour's sudden words made Swayfeng's ankle sprain. He turned around and looked at Little Hour, who was calmly messing around with the wreckage. When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it? We've been prepared since the beginning, just in case. It's just a habit. Little Hour said calmly, and looked at Sui Feng, who was smiling bitterly as he walked out. Based on the current situation of the domain, we'll need about 4 million stakes and nodes of the same magnitude. The nodes can be replaced by energy towers, and you'll have to see how many you need. Hui Jun watched as the young man collapsed on the spot and staggered out of the creator's room. It was as if he was given a new task out of the blue, and when the task was assigned, he realized that he was the only one who needed to be busy. Well, it was miserable. Well, messing around with the void and nothingness was troublesome and complicated in the first place. They were not the heavenly god of origin and did not have the power of concept, and could only reinforce the domain bit by bit. Still, they were used to it. Every large-scale operation against the void was complicated and busy, and this time it involved the upper, middle, and lower planes, not to mention that they had to bypass the death mist of the abyss, which made it even more troublesome. In fact, he had mentally prepared himself for Little Hour to ask for millions of creations, but he did not expect that they would only need to make 4 million stakes. While the scale was still huge, they were used to consuming energy towers in the hundreds of millions. A mere million was nothing to be afraid of, and would be done in a short while. Moreover, when the creations were produced batch by batch, the matter was more or less over. Everyone in the Void Patrol party was quick to act, having not gone out on a mission for some time. Having been cooped up in the front lines for so long, they all wanted to go out for a walk, and each of them moved faster than the next. It was just as he had expected. It only took him 5 days to finish the 4 million pound item. If he hadn't been waiting for Sui Feng to finish the steak for the first 2 days, he would have finished it even faster. An hour after he finished, the item had already entered the void and the void. By the way, it's really a steak. Hui gazed into the void, not far away. A purple-gold, all-shaped magic formation was unfolding in front of him. A 300-mile radius, 1,000-mile tall, brightly colored energy crystal steak was placed in the center of the all-shaped magic formation. The sharpened bottom of the stake was level with the bottom of the all-shaped magic formation. A thick energy chain was wrapped around the lower part of the stake, and on the side of the chain was a 200-mile-long, 300-mile-long, heavy black object. It was a ship's anchor, a real ship's anchor. And there's actually a ship's anchor hanging on it. We could not help complaining. I thought it was just an analogy. The stake penetrates the void and reaches the nothingness. It anchors in the nothingness, using itself as a carrier to carry the nothingness and the stake as a carrier to carry the void. By combining the two, it uses the power of origin to construct a small domain that can stabilize the node. She turned her gaze to the side of the pillar. 3 energy towers were arranged in a triangular formation around the pillar and the ship's anchor. Qing Yu, and Qing Huang, who were below the energy towers, raised their hands to signal her. She nodded lightly and waved her jade-like hand down. The heavy pillar in front of her instantly sank and crashed through the void with a heavy force. The bottom half of the pillar disappeared into the void along with the ship's anchor. The purple-gold formation slowly shrank and turned into patterns engraved on the surface of the stake, binding it to the void and nothingness. Xiao Xiao looked at it for a while and nodded. The domain has been formed. What's wrong? Hui crossed his arms and muttered, I'm thinking, shouldn't we tell Feng about such a big thing? That guy is still lying down. Xiao Xiao looked at him with a strange expression. How can it be a surprise if it gets out? Didn't you want Ling to wake up and find this gift? Hui smiled and scratched his cheek. That's true, but then there's no problem. Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked at the stake that was surging with colorful light. She saw that the ship's anchor had been thrown down and the void were slowly converging. She closed her eyes gently. Ling will only teach Hui Jun a lesson if something happens. Feng Liang is right. Hui was speechless. Chapter 2030. His consciousness always drifted out inadvertently. It could have drifted into the source environment, or it could have gone to some strange places. As for the latter, most of the time, it was unavoidable. For example, he remembered that he had struck something strange with a crack, and then a gust of cold air hit him in the face. In an instant, he was gone. Now, his consciousness was in a daze, and he did not know where it had drifted to. His vision was dark, and there was this feeling. He should be in the source environment, right? But he remembered that the source environment did not smell like this. It was just... Well, it seemed like he was in the source environment, but there was something else mixed in. It was cold. It was incredible that the source environment, which was mixed with other things, could be so calm. He did not know how long he had been here. It might be a little inappropriate for his consciousness to continue immersing in this cold environment. If he woke up and saw someone pressing him into a coffin, he would definitely be traumatized. He believed that some people would definitely do such a thing. Yes, he was talking about Hui. So you should be assisting him when he was carrying out the task. Since his consciousness was awake, he should go out first. When his consciousness jumped out of the source environment, it was very quiet. It was unlike every time he returned from the source environment, where he could hear the sound of waves and tides. This time, he felt, well, it was that icy, cold feeling, as if he had passed through a block of ice. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of a mixture of blue and gold light. The moment his consciousness returned, he did not say anything. First, he waved his hand in front of him. Then, he immediately sat up. As he did so, he shouted, "I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Don't bury me. Don't cover the coffin." Shuang, who was sitting at the side, was shocked when she saw him suddenly jump up like a corpse. She was also stunned when she saw his strange posture. After a while, she carefully said, "Little Star?" Yin Nuoxing shuddered and suddenly came back to her senses. She turned her head and saw Shuang looking at her, as if she was looking at a strange creature. She scratched her head and laughed dryly. I'm confused from sleep." Seeing that Little Star was still in a daze, Shuang went up to him and held his face with both hands. She leaned her forehead against his and carefully checked for a while before letting him go. "Little Star is still Little Star." Yin Nuoxing. "Ahem. How long have I been asleep?" 10 days. "Everything is normal at the Void Frontline. Don't worry." Shuang chuckled and suddenly thought of something. She pulled him up and said, "Little Star, come here. I have something to show you." When Yin Nuoxing was still in a daze, he was forcefully pulled in her arms before he could react. Just as he was about to stand firm, he was pulled out by the waist. Until now, he was still in a daze. He felt that his consciousness and soul were left in the same place. They did not catch up, and he had not recovered yet. So the matter of sleeping, the exhaustion of the soul had accumulated for too long. It was indeed not good to keep suppressing the state like this. If he insisted on it, it was probably he would not be able to go on. "I'll just take a break after I'm done with this." Well, just for a while. There shouldn't be any problem. When Shuang took him out, he finally came back to his senses. Just as he was about to ask the girl what she wanted to show him, his ears suddenly caught the sound of waves rolling between heaven and earth. The surging and powerful sound was like a gust of wind blowing on the surface of the sea. He was stunned for a moment. It was a sound that he had not heard for a long time. It was a majestic sound that would only appear when the sea of energy had accumulated to a certain extent. Ever since he needed to use the sea of energy to deal with the origin relic, he had not heard this sound. This is... Yin Nuoxing was stunned when he saw the sea of energy in the observer space rolling up thousands of miles of waves. He turned his head to look at Shuang, who was sticking close to him. Seeing the girl's smiling face, he could not help but say, "Could it be you?" "No." Shuang shook her head gently and breathed into his ear. "It's the result of everyone working together. I just help a little inside." Having said that, she told Little Star about the things that happened in the sea of energy these days. She nodded. "Well, that's it." That's really..." Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He looked at the girl who was smiling sweetly in front of him and reached out to pinch her cheeks. "Thank you. Well, I have to tell those guys who surprised me without anyone knowing." Shuang's smiling face suddenly froze. Mei Mao awkwardly moved to the side as a drop of cold sweat slid down her forehead. But Yin Nuoxing did not notice the expression on the girl's face. After observing the sea of energy for a while, he pulled her straight into the concept space. After 10 days of sleepless nights, they had gotten used to it. After all, there was a guy at home who had accumulated fatigue and lingering thoughts for 5 years. In the blink of an eye, 10 days was nothing. With everyone's painstaking efforts, they finally sorted out the large pile of wreckage. The countless wreckage piled up into countless hills. The smaller wreckage piles were now thrown aside, and the most important thing was pulled out and finally hung in the sky. That was the result of their 10 days of hard work. Floating in the sky, which was emitting a crystalline light, was a huge ring-shaped structure. It was icy blue all over, as if it was made of ice crystals. It looked magnificent, but what made them speechless was that it was still in a fragmented state. Although it was hanging steadily in the sky, it was actually controlled by them to float up. The entire ring of frost was divided into more than 13,000 parts floating in the sky. Judging by the size of the ring, there were a lot of large and small fragments floating in the sky. If they could be completely pieced together, they should be able to get one-third of the ring of frost descent. Yes, even if it was only 1/3, it was still divided into more than 13,000 parts. It was as if a chef closed his eyes and just randomly cut it into pieces based on his feelings and stir-fried it in a wok. The truth was in front of them. This thing was not that easy to mess around with. Moreover, they seemed to be unable to find any more fragments. At most, they could only pick up 1/3 of the ring of frost descent. These more than 10,000 fragments could not even be connected to each other. We looked up at the wretched ring in the sky and said to everyone with a face full of sweat, "I have a suggestion." Jing Yun swallowed her saliva and said, "Go ahead. Why don't we collapse this thing and bury it? Just treat it as if we have never seen it. Just treat it as if we have been busy for the past 10 days in vain." Everyone was silent for a while. Carefully thinking about it, 2/3 of it could not be found. It was either completely destroyed in the war, or the fragments had been lost in the void. If these 13,000 fragments were completely dismantled, even if they had not been put back together, their weight would be more than 2,000 times more than before. Then, if the remaining 2/3 were more or less the same, they would probably have turned into a meteor shower in the void and drifted across the entire void. Perhaps they had been caught by the world light and were floating in the void. Moreover, looking at its exhausted state, there was an 80% chance that the fragments floating in the void had been completely dissolved. Even if they were not, the void turbulence of 16 eras could have dismantled them. In conclusion, the 2/3 of the fragments were probably never to be found again. This would not do. This cannot be done. It was better to collapse it now before a certain observer woke up. Then everyone would just treat it as if this had never happened. Otherwise, what else could they do? Pointing at this piece of scrap metal and saying, "We have tried our best. Use the concept-level space to fix it, but we might have to drain the sea of energy 1 or 200 times. This is not feasible. Time is of the essence." Hui suddenly waved his hand, sweating profusely as he pointed the sword of the Guardian to the front. "Destroy it now. What do you want to destroy?" The voice that seemed to fall from the sky made everyone who was about to attack stiffen. They all turned their necks to look at the source of the voice, only to see a certain observer descending from the sky with a smile on his face. He was holding Shuang, who was sweating profusely. The former did not seem to notice. It seems that the girl did not tell anyone. The wreckage has been sorted out like this. Yin Nuoxing looked at the piles of wreckage that were piled up into hills and seemed to have been sorted according to something. Then, she looked at the broken ring that looked like it was made of ice crystals floating in the sky. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "That was fast. Hui, since when did you like to surprise people?" Yin Nuoxing smiled sweetly as she came over and patted Hui, who was stiff all over. "While I'm lying down, go and deal with the sea of energy or something. This gift is not bad. I like it. Thank you. Oh, I am embarrassed." Everyone was sweating profusely and kept silent. Speaking of which, what is that in the sky? At this time, he noticed that there was something hanging in the sky. He could not help but look up at the broken object that was extraordinarily large in radius and thickness. He thought for a moment and asked, "Is it the relic of the heavenly god of origin?" Theoretically, no, in fact, it is indeed the relic of the heavenly god of origin. Hui took a deep breath, suppressing the awkwardness in his heart as he replied with a pained face. "But it is a little messy. Well, it is normal to put the pieces together. Back then, the Fortress of Origin was also pieced together bit by bit, although in the end, it was left to the realm of concept to solve it all at once." Yin Nuoxing shrugged and said, "Leave the rest to me." Coincidentally, the pieces are also piled up in the realm of concept. The wreckage has been restored to its general shape, and I almost know what it is. Let me look for it. I should be able to put it together in a while. Oh, what is it? Being pulled by the arm, Yin Nuoxing turned around and saw Hui looking at him with a face full of sweat and a palm on his shoulder. Shuang took the opportunity to sneak out and huddled with the others to form an inverted triangle, nervously and cautiously looking at them. The subtle collective expression of the group stunned him, and his heart trembled a little. "Where are you guys playing at?" Hui took a deep breath and said, "Feng, listen to me carefully. We have done our best to put it back together. Well, we have done our best to put it together like this. But the pieces are gone." Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. His brain tried to react, and after half a minute, he understood. "What you mean is we want to completely restore it back, and we have to start from this 1/3 of the pieces by borrowing the power of the realm of concept." Hui nodded stiffly, and the surprised smile on Yin Nuoxing's face slowly disappeared. He crossed his arms and pretended to be calm. "So, we need to use the sea of energy, right?" Everyone nodded vigorously. "So I am thinking too much? You guys are messing with the sea of energy in advance, because—" No, that is not it." Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. "When I first came up with this idea, I really just wanted to help you deal with the sea of energy. It was not such a complicated idea, but I did not expect that in the end this is really just the right situation. You have to believe me." Yin Nuoxing looked at his sincere expression and sighed softly. "Well, I believe you. So, looking at you guys, that is to say, repairing this junk requires a lot of energy. Can you give me an accurate number?" Little Hour gave the answer with a stiff face. "Empty the sea of energy about 200 times." Yin Nuoxing's eyes widened bit by bit, confirming that he heard the number 200 and not something else. In an instant, he seemed to understand why they all had this expression. He felt that his expression was also very stiff at this moment. "Then, can we not take this thing?" We looked at Maple, who was about to turn into a statue in the wind, and could not help but smile bitterly. "If you came later, we were going to tear it down and bury in the ground, so that you would not feel disgusted and irritated when you look at it, right?" Yin Nuoxing looked confused and sluggish. He murmured subconsciously, "So, this thing, what is it used for?" "It is a creation that Sister Bing placed in the snow-wind god's domain. As for its specific use, I have not studied it in detail. In my memory, it has always been hanging in the domain. It may be related to Sister Bing's primeval domain in some way." Little Hour said softly. "Domain." Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and pondered for a while. His mind was spinning rapidly. After about 2 minutes, he slowly raised his head. "Domain. If it is related to the domain, then let's put it back together." Everyone, "Huh?" Hui shuddered. He threw himself in front of him and held up 2 fingers. "That is 200, just put in the concept level space and don't take it out. Just let it hang in this frozen domain, right?" Yin Nuoxing suddenly felt relaxed and shrugged. Little Hour and the others were stunned for a moment. After a while, they let out a sound of realization. They had forgotten about this matter. The creation that was repaired in the concept level space would not consume energy as long as it was not taken out. This was a defense of the land of origin in the past. Yin Nuoxing saw that everyone was gradually coming to their senses. He spread out his hands and said, Right. Just let it hang in the concept level space. When the time comes and we need to use it, we can take it out together with the space. By the way, look, doesn't this concept level space look like my primeval domain? When the time comes, we can decorate it and think of a way to expand the concept level space to the extent that it can cover a battlefield. Then we can stuff all kinds of things in. Okay, My primeval domain is done. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even if he could not enter the primeval domain, he wanted to force himself to have the power of the primeval realm. If this was the case, his soul, spirit, the level of origin energy, energy storage, energy output, and other aspect had now touched the level of the primeval realm. Now, he had even made up for the missing primeval domain. What a terrible obsession. However, theoretically speaking, this concept-level space was much stronger than the primeval domain. The only shortcoming was that it did not carry anything related to his own essence and characteristics. But now, there were already 2 primeval relics related to domains in the concept-level space. He could add his own characteristics and things like that. He estimated that he could really use it as a domain after some adjustments. We scratched his head and muttered, "But doing this is actually overdraft, right?" "Indeed." Yin Nuashing nodded and sighed. "But we can't do anything about it, right? The current situation is, as long as it can be used, it's fine. Let's put it back together and see what's going on with it. If it's really necessary, let's wait for the sea of energy. It's not too late to take it out after it's accumulated enough energy. Before that, it's indeed an act of overdrawing, but there's no interest, so don't be afraid. Primeval relics. Oh, primeval relics. These things exist to torment them, but they do need the power of these things, especially for the inheritors. Perhaps every primeval relic could be useful to them. Overdraft. Phew, even if it was broken into pieces and could not be put back together, it still had to be repaired. And just putting it back together was not enough. This thing was in a state of complete energy deficit. They still had to inject energy into it, and then determine the use of this thing according to the movement of laws, order, and even concept-level powers during the flow of energy. Recharge. More energy is needed, Xiaoshi reminded softly. Yin Nuashing could not help but mutter as she let the concept-level space begin to repair the ring of frost according to her will. Let's hang it up for now. There is still plenty of time in the future. We will consider this part of the overdraft when the energy source is released in batches. Now is the time to race, so the plan is feasible. It took more time to restore a creation from the state of a primeval relic. At this time, the concept-level space was ignoring the laws and emerging energy out of thin air to begin to process this broken thing. Looking at the pieces of primeval relic, one could see faint blue energy flashes bursting out of the broken pieces. That should be the movement of the energy flashes. According to the ratio, an energy ball with a radius of dozens of miles had just exploded. When the energy gathered out of thin air, the wreckage arranged by Hui and the others also began to reorganize under the control of the concept realm. First, the order of the arrangement was disrupted. One by one, the fragments floated to the correct position. Then, the edge of the wreckage gathered energy and began to charge. It seemed that it needed to charge these fragments before it could begin to reconstruct. The concept realm was indeed a concept realm. The speed of charging the origin relic wreckage was far beyond their imagination. In the time it took to turn and say a few words, the more than 10,000 fragments had already emitted a luster that only appeared when they were full of energy. The energy of the origin began to spread out from the wreckage. Then, the 2 ends of each fragment were torn out, and there was energy coming out. The edge of the fragment condensed light according to a certain shape, and then the light stretched out bit by bit. After a while, the light began to dissipate from the rear, and the wreckage had been extended and repaired. At this rate, we looked at the wreckage for a while. Maybe it will be repaired in a few hours. It seems that even the Fort of Origin was not that fast. The Fortress of Origin is obviously more complicated. It's a central node created by a group of people. This circle of frost ascent is just a personal creation. It's probably not something that's very dangerous, so it's not that difficult. Yin Nuashing replied. Then, she suddenly thought of a topic. Well, fortunately, the fragments of the Fort of Origin are complete. Otherwise, they might not be able to see the conch-like thing now. The huge structure that took up so much space and a lot of extra pendants. If only 1/3 of the fragments were left, they would have to put the main body back together. Then I choose not to. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. It can't be fixed even if you drain the sea of energy 10,000 times. The difference in energy level is too big. So the energy gap that needs to be compensated is also ridiculously big. Well, that's how it is, but can be put back together with some time. The sea of energy is now reorganizing and adjusting itself, which consumes a lot of energy. If you treat it purely as a huge source of energy, in a few years, it will return to the state you saw in the beginning. If you squeeze it dry 10,000 times, it will only take tens of thousands of years, or at most 100,000 years, right? We spat out a mouthful of water and could not help but say, but if that's the case, your sea of energy will take a lot of time. Well, that's certainly the case. But the origin relic and whatnot cannot be left unattended. That's why even if you drained it 20,000 times, let alone 200 times, what should be done still has to be done. Before the sea of energy is completely completed, its internal energy consumption rate would always be at a faster rate. You've sped up its recovery rate, but you've also sped up its internal energy consumption rate. Those two things are relative to each other, and there's a fixed percentage conversion process. It's just that there's a slight gap between the recovery rate and the consumption rate, which is why it seems to be recovering a little faster now. But on the whole, Yin Nuoxing sucked in a cold breath as he pondered solemnly. It will be better to let the sea of energy succeed first. The starlight formed by billions of stars would bring new life to this sea region. We felt that something was not quite right. So, when you say you're done, do you mean you'll only be done when all the corpse-level world light orbs are done? That's right. Those world orbs were created using a huge energy source as the standard. You should understand if I explain it this way. Yin Nuoxing shrugged when she saw that everyone was numb as if they were used to it. When my plan really comes to fruition, the sea of energy would be able to support the energy consumption of the entire void frontline, including all creations and everyone's energy consumption. Everyone was speechless. It's not like it's just a day or two since she hasn't been a human. It's not surprising. It's not even worth it. Is there really anyone in the void who could do something so insane without using concept class power? Yin Nuoxing was laughing when her pretty face suddenly collapsed. She covered her forehead and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although there isn't even a single world light ball left now. So pitiful. My trump card for 5 eras. Everyone was speechless. It's your fault for blowing it up so happily. Well, putting aside the crazy plan of certain someone for the time being, the ring of frost descent was still slowly being repaired. A few hours later, they still had to clean up the pile of stuff on the ground. Until now, they had intended to clean it up themselves, but now that a certain observer had woken up, even if you put a bunch of charcoal-like things in front of me, I wouldn't be able to deal with them. Yin Nuoxing replied, scratching her cheek in distress. To fix something, concept class space first has to know what it is, and secondly, it has to let me know what it is to fix it. I'll give you 2 sticks and point at the void, and the source environment in front of you and shout, "Go fix that thing." I guarantee that you'll be fixing my head and not that thing in the next second. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. Her words were very realistic. If they did not know what it was, there was no way to fix it. They could not even categorize it, let alone fix it. They could only treat it as non-flammable garbage and throw it aside. Then there's nothing we can do? Huey's face twitched a few times. He picked up a large piece of non-flammable garbage and examined it carefully. Then it seems that these things have to be scrapped. Yin Nuoxing grabbed the wings of the little angel and pondered for a while. There's a very stupid way to determine which one belongs to which one, but it's very troublesome, isn't it? Hui patted his cheek in distress. You tell us first. We'll decide after we listen. It's also very simple to deal with. Soak all these fragments in a high-energy environment and wait until they are full of energy. Even if they can't be charged anymore, the energy will still flow through them. From there, we will be able to know how the energy of these fragments works, and then Yin Nuoxing paused and nodded to the stunned crowd. We will be able to find out which fragment is together with which one. That's it. This is also a big project, Hui said. This is just putting the remains of the same kind together. Well, if the remains are more complete, the concept-level realm may be able to tell what it is by itself. The premise is that it does know what the remains were before. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Because it's a big project, we have to know if it's worth it before we start. So, when you guys clean up the garbage and find something that might be useful. TSK, why do I feel like we have all become garbage pickers? Everyone was speechless. They already had this feeling since the Fortress of Origin. Hui grimaced and gritted his teeth. Battlefield scavenger. Yes, that's much better. We are all cleaning up the wreckage left behind from the battlefield, and we are cleaning up the prehistoric battlefield from more than a dozen years ago. This is the process of exploring the mythological era. So you could not help but mutter. In the end, we are still void cleaners. Yin Nuashing and the others were speechless. Could this girl say something less destructive? Chapter 2031. The struggle against that shattered dream. That was the final and craziest struggle of those who knew everything. In his eyes and knowledge, there was no such thing as an uncertain future. There was only the fact that the end of the era had been announced, and there was only the incomplete and broken scenes projected in the dream. It was the truth that he could not know when he touched the dream. Even so, he had glimpsed the cruelty of that battle. Cruelty? No, none of those. It was despair. He could not define cruelty and cruelty to himself, but he could definitely feel the despair clearly. It was not just the despair of knowing the end in the dream, but the despair of knowing that even if it was an established fact, he still had to fight to the end with everything he had. They clearly knew their shortcomings and shortcomings. Then, they faced all of this without any misgivings. They faced their current situation and admitted their shortcomings. In the end, they tried their best to struggle, resist, and fight. Even if they knew that the end would announce their failure and end after several eras, they could not stop because of this. The path of doing their best was a once-in-a-lifetime choice and an inescapable mission. The turbulence of the void would cut off the flow of time, and what happened after that would have to be judged by the next eternity. Where would they be then? He did not know, but at that time, Maple, what are you spacing out for? A gentle bump on his shoulder brought him back to his senses. The multicolored light in his eyes flickered for a moment, and he stared blankly at the icy plains shrouded in the light of first for another 2 seconds before turning to Hui, who was looking at him with a slightly worried gaze, and shook his head. Nothing, I'm lost in my thoughts. Thinking about the origin relic? Hui waved his hand to the side, grabbing a pile of rubbish to his front, and continued to work beside Maple. Although it's not bad to be able to make a judgment hundreds or thousands of steps ahead after thinking about it and calculating step by step, isn't it strenuous to make a judgment about the origin relic? Sometimes you don't have to think too much. It's not too late to make a fuss about the origin relic when they're ready. Although he wasn't thinking about these things. But forget it, that was a topic that he couldn't talk about. It was the madness and despair of those who knew everything. These two emotions dragged each other without compromise, one foot stepping on the other to the heavens, superimposed on each other until he completely collapsed. Well, he knew, and he also accepted the situation gladly, because this was the result that he sought. Yin Nuashing sighed softly and went along with Huey's words. I don't want to use my brain, but there are some things that I can't just leave without thinking, especially the relics of origins. I still haven't thought about the staff of origins and the staff of creation. Both of them are a big problem. Even if we do, as we said before, we should open up a space in the core and stuff the energy sources into it. I'm still worried that a few energy sources will not be enough. After all, they're not proper energy sources. The energy sources that we have in our hands have been destroyed and castrated. We looked at Yun Nuashing's hesitant look. Years of tacit understanding let him know that Yun Nuashing had something to say. He raised his eyebrows slightly and prepared himself mentally. Then, please tell me your answer. I'm mentally prepared. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. I plan to wait until the structure of the world of light reaches the upper limit of the source law before changing it into an energy source world and stuff one or two of them in. Even if it costs me a little, I'll still have to use it. At worst, I'll just go back and lie down after using it up. Hui was speechless. That's why he was prepared. He knew that Feng had no bottom line. He suddenly thought of something. Speaking of energy, can't you just throw the Staff of Origins and the Staff of Creation into the concept space? He suddenly clapped his hands as his thoughts flowed. Since you've already overdrawn the creation of Origins, you don't mind overdrawing 2 or 3 more attacks, right? Yin Nuoxing turned to look at him, speechless and stupefied. Do you want me dead? You've wanted me dead for a long time, haven't you? The excitement and agitation on Huey's face disappeared at once. Of course, putting these 2 things into the concept space would allow them to be fully charged, but that's the extent of it. In other words, once I put them into the concept space, I can only fire at full power. So, here's the question. How high is the mortality rate if I use these 2 things at full power? This. Huey's expression froze. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes at him. I'll be in the blink of an eye if I blast it out, and I'll have to run into the Temple of Souls. In 0.00001 seconds, I'll melt, and you won't even see the light before the fireworks explode. No, it's even more ridiculous. The Staff of Origins and the Staff of Creation are fully charged, and the energy overflowing from them is hard to withstand. Just think about me charging the Nether Void Sword to full power, and all of you are jumping into nothingness as if your lives depended on it. That's because you're afraid of being killed by the overflowing energy if you're one step late. I haven't even swung my sword yet. Hui was speechless. The burden of using the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origins is huge. Don't think of them as our little creations or the origin creations of the Temple of Origins that were deliberately downgraded to a generic level so that other beings of order could use them. The domain-type creations of Origins are much friendlier, and the energy they use has nothing to do with us, so there's no burden. Yin Nuoxing spread her hands and sighed. Besides, you've already experienced the feeling of being drained dry when you use the Nether Void Sword, and it's still incomplete and unsheathed. The Nether Void Sword is also an attack-type creation of Origins, and can barely be considered a class of the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origins. If it's already like that, what about these 2? All right. They're the most extreme weapons of the Order Void, created by the heavenly god of Origins. With one blast, both the void and nothingness would be declared useless, and both I and the enemy would be annihilated in nothingness. I'll find a way to charge it myself, using the energy source world stuffed inside to accelerate the charging. It's a state that I can control. I can control and feel the limit of power that I can unleash while I'm still alive. Of course, you've also reminded me that if I really can't do it, and there's no other way, I'll just carry the Staff of Creation into the conceptual level space and blast it without a care. After that, you'll have to clean it up for me. Hui was speechless. One blast, and there's nothing left for them to do. That's right, these 2 things can't be thrown into the conceptual level space with such a heavy load. As Maple said, he would be dead if he used all his strength once, then the others. Well, it's still a question whether they can get close to the 2 staffs that are overflowing with energy. Even a high-level primeval. It's really hard to say, seeing that Maple was still thinking about something even worse. He shuddered and quickly changed the topic. By the way, that circle, how's the ring of frost descent? Yin Nuoxing threw down the fragments in her hand and looked up instinctively. It's been put together. Has it been so long? Hui rubbed his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They had accidentally spent more than half a day cleaning up the trash, and no one remembered the time and reacted. If he didn't mention this topic, they would have continued to work. At this time, when they looked up again, the huge ring with a radius of 100,000 miles had been completed. Overall, there was no change. It was quietly staying in the sky, releasing a faint, icy breath mixed with the energy of the origin. When they looked at it, there was suddenly a faint movement from the ring of frost descent, as if it was responding to their gaze. It was like a soft, playful gaze. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. Wow, she was very familiar with this gaze. Not long ago, she was stared at like this by Luo Ying. This primeval heavenly deity is also quite She either has a bad taste or likes to tease people. Damn, I can't deal with her. She quickly shook her head to get rid of this feeling and shouted to everyone who was immersed in their work. The ring of frost descent has been put together. Shall we go and take a look first? Suddenly, there was another sound of things being smashed on the ground. The group hurriedly flew up to the sky, so fast that Yin Nuashing and Hui could not help but smile bitterly. Standing on the surface of the 30,000-mile-wide ring of frost descent was no different from standing on a piece of land. It rotated slowly in the sky, releasing a chilling presence. The overflowing origin energy spread out, and the presence released here made them feel a sense of familiarity and comfort. It was a little like being on the shattered continent of origins. Well, although they did not want to admit it, the atmosphere there was really good. Everyone strolled around the ring of frost descent. Just as Yin Nuashing crouched down and lightly touched its surface, Siyu suddenly pulled Blue Phoenix and Shuang Shuang and started running around this huge ring. Their giggles kept ringing out. Well, he was already used to this girl being inexplicably excited and then pulling them along to run. Just let them be. Shi Xiao inspected the ring of frost descent for a while. Suddenly, she thought of something and walked up to Ling. She whispered, "Ling, I remember you said that the concept space mentioned the use of creations." Yin Nuashing, who was personally inspecting and testing the ring, was stunned. "Ah, yes, I forgot." Everyone was speechless. If you didn't mention it, I really would have forgotten. Originally, I wanted to look at the creations recorded in the heart of the world to see if I could find any useful functions that could be used to make up for our current shortcomings. Who knew that I would forget about it? Yin Nuashing scratched her head and touched the heart of the world that was already opened. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Oh, I found it. Let me see. Ring of Frost Descent. 3 seconds quick freeze. You feel cool every day." Yin Nuashing was stunned. Everyone. The group of people stared with wide eyes at a certain observer who looked up at them in a daze. Her mouth trembled, and then she lowered her head to look at it for a while, and her pretty face became even more stiff. Indeed, there are only these few words. Then, can you translate for me when I'm young? Shi Xiao said. "I can't do it. Qing, take a look." Sui Qing smiled bitterly. "I don't know. I've only seen it before. I don't know what use Big Sister Bing's creations have." Although they all knew that the primordial relic definitely had its own unique uses, especially this kind of domain-type creations. How were they supposed to interpret such a short sentence? Few forget it. The primordial heavenly gods were all sent by the optimist, and he was already used to it. He didn't just leave the word quick freeze on the heart of the primordial heavenly gods, and he seriously wrote 10 more words so that it wouldn't be considered perfunctory. But it was just a headache. This thing was a headache. But that couldn't be. He had spent so much effort to get this thing back. He couldn't just say that it was a domain that could be used to make ice. He carried the heart of the world back and forth, trying to find something, but he didn't find anything at all. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Yes, I understand now. This domain-type creation is used to make ice. Yin Nuashing threw the heart of the world away, crossed her arms, and nodded. Huey's face twitched. "Did you really understand it, or are you just pretending?" "Nonsense, of course it's fake." Everyone was speechless. Well, rather than saying that she understood it, it was better to say that she simply didn't care. It wasn't that she didn't want to care, but she didn't know how to care. A domain-type creation, right? Domain type. The instruction manual only wrote 12 words. How would I know what it's used for? Moreover, it's now in an active state, and its domain has been unfolding for a while. Yin Nuashing raised her finger and pointed below. "Did you guys feel any changes in this ice field? Just in the past few hours?" "No, not at all." Hui shook his head vigorously, and everyone else shook their heads in agreement. They had spent the past few hours soaking in the garbage. If it wasn't for Yin Nuashing's shout, they would probably still be buried in their work. How would they have noticed any changes? Speaking of which, it seemed that there was really no change. If it was an origin relic or origin energy that caused a change, it would be impossible for them not to notice. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath, put her hands on her hips, and looked distressed. Seeing Cu and the others running around on the ring of frost descent, she thought for a while and suddenly shouted, "Shuang Shuang, stop running. Come over here." When Shuang Shuang dragged Cu and Qing Huang back, Yin Nuoxing took her hand, sighed, and pointed at her feet. "This thing is for you." Shuang Shuang was startled. Your family... no. The goddess you inherited is very irresponsible. She didn't specify what this thing is for. The key word is quick freeze. I don't think we can handle it. Yin Nuoxing looked worried and gloomy. She sighed again. My priority is lower than yours, so I'll leave this thing to you. It's okay to use the energy as much as you want. It's overdraft anyway, so I'll deal with it once and for all. Also, the burden of a domain-type creation isn't too heavy, so you can handle it. But you still have to be careful. Just call me if you need anything. That's it. Shuang Shuang was stunned for a while. She looked down at the ring of frost descent that was spinning in circles in the sky, and then looked at Little Star's distressed and helpless face. She nodded. Okay. After handing the matter over to Shuang Shuang, they returned to the garbage dump on the ice field and returned to their respective positions to continue their work. We couldn't help but bump Feng's shoulder again. You're so cruel to hand this matter over to your sister. Cruel? Yin Nuoxing glanced at him strangely and could not help muttering. Although I carry 196 origin energies, my priority is one level lower when it comes to creations that correspond to individual origin energies. You know that, right? It's the same even if I've converted 80% of my origin energy. After all, my legacy... I don't have any legacy at all. It's only easier for me to deal with creations that are mixed with origin energies or those that are especially difficult to deal with, like those two staffs. There's such a thing? It's always been that way. You joined the origin system late, so you don't know much about it. Just like when I got the rhythm of light and the poem of darkness, I had to ask around if there was anyone more suitable to use them. In the end, the second king Yin Luo couldn't use them, so I had to carry them myself. Hui opened his mouth and pondered for a while before scratching his head. Oh, that's right. Yin Nuoxing shrugged and sighed. We've already done this much, haven't we? TSK, I still have a debt of 200 times the sea of energy on my head. I can't just give it up. I can only do my best to study it and see what it can do. As for the result, I'm not worried about it. Even if the domain-type creations of the heavenly god of origin don't have any other functions, it's still a shield. As long as it can release origin energy, it can be used as a defensive domain. Coincidentally, we're too weak in this aspect, so we'll just use it as a supplement. Well, the result was such an unexpected result. It was so unexpected that it made them feel mentally exhausted. They felt that the light of primordial light that fell here had dimmed a little, making them feel quite dispirited. After all, they had waited with infinite expectations for half a day, and in the end, they got an unknown object. Everyone was probably quite depressed. Speaking of an unknown object, Yin Nuoxing raised her head and looked at the group of girls. Qing Wang, where's the wordless heavenly tome? Feng Qing Wang had just remembered it. She hurriedly took out the book with a white cover from her dimensional storage and handed it to Little Star. She also told Little Star about their research. Nothing at all. Hearing that there was something else, everyone perked up. They put the matter of the loop of frost descent aside. Jingyan rolled up her sleeves and walked over. What's up? Is there anything new? Oh, I found it in the same place. Yin Nuoxing patted Qing Wang's head and shook the book in her hand. She then asked Jing Yun and Sui Feng, do you recognize this thing? Since there was a high chance that it was an origin relic, everyone turned their attention to Sui Feng. The latter jogged to Maple and took the book. He flipped through it casually. Half a minute later, he pulled his head out from the book and said, What is this? It's really the wordless heavenly tome. You don't know it either. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and handed the book to Jing Yun. He knew a lot of things about the previous era, but most of them were about the Order of the Void. Take a look. Oh, I've already read it. I don't have any impression of it. Jing Yun shook her head. Back then, there were no book-like creations of order. Speaking of which, books. Brother, could this be some kind of message left behind by the gods of origin that can only be read under certain circumstances? Unfortunately, we've already tried everything we could think of. Suifeng also flipped through the book. It's still a concept-level space. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook his head. He then looked at Suifeng and the others. Why don't you tell your friends and let them see? Oh, we're talking and confirming it. Suifeng nodded. Half a minute later, he shrugged. But they said they've never seen it. There are a lot of books in the Residence of the Gods. Some could be diaries, some could be summaries of things they wrote when they were bored. There are also books about order, the void, and worlds. Speaking of worlds, I've read a book called The Comparison of the Growth and Evolution of the Source World and the Artificial World. It even spread out, and I heard it was well received. Ah, that book. There's a few follow-up chapters. Brother Lei tapped his palm. The thousands of tiny differences and paths of the source world and the artificial world. The third edition, revised, provisional edition. That's the one I read. Everyone, there's a revised edition? Yin Nuoxing facepalmed. He had a feeling that the gods of origin had become more optimistic and optimistic after the end of the Chaos Era. He did not know if it was because they were excited by too many new things or something else, but he felt that they would be interested in any reason. After all, they were a bunch of optimists. Well, after the end of the Chaos Era, it was not incomprehensible for them to create such a void of order. It probably contained their wishes. Ahem, I digress. Suifeng laughed dryly and took the book from Brother Feng's hand. He continued to flip through it. Every god has left behind a book that is similar to a written record. Every god has their own emblem, mark, and so on. I heard that one of the gods accidentally threw a book to another god's house and then edited the whole book. The gods' understanding and views of the void and all things are similar, but there are also many differences. Perhaps it's because they have different cognitive styles. Sometimes, when a book is thrown to another god, they would not recognize if it was written by them. Then, they would edit it while muttering, "I'm afraid this is just an idea I came up with after drinking too much. Damn, I have to change it quickly so that the children don't see it." What? You're asking me why I know it so well? Of course, it's because I heard it right in front of them. That god was so engrossed that he forgot about me. Everyone, ahem, but there are a few gods who are used to writing by hand. There are obvious differences in their handwriting, so it's impossible to mistake them. Although later on, the gods left their marks on the book to make it easier to recognize, there are still a few gods who are used to writing by hand. For example, the god of creation in Suifeng coughed dryly and jumped up before he could finish his sentence. His hand trembled, and he almost threw the book away. Everyone was startled. Yin Nuoxing was even more confused by his reaction. She asked, "Look at your violent reaction. Is this a book left behind by the first god?" Suifeng shook his head hard and pressed the book into Brother Feng's hand with trembling hands. He swallowed and said, This book belongs to your god." Yin Nuoxing was even more confused. "What's the basis of your identification? Have you seen it before?" Suifeng's face was covered in sweat. He nodded slightly and said, "Although I didn't see it personally from the god of destruction, but my teacher got it from her." Seeing that he was in a dilemma and did not know what to say, Yin Nuoxing added for him, "Could it be that you snatched it?" Suifeng scratched his head with a grin. He looked away and nodded slightly. Everyone was speechless. He added, "I snatched it from her with a bump on my head. It's terrible." Everyone, how much obsession did she have to have the guts to snatch something from the second god of destruction? Moreover, she was able to escape unscathed after snatching it. She was really something. Well, this was probably their daily quarrel. One was willing to hit the other, and the other was willing to take the hit. "No, but it was like this when I snatched it from her." Suifeng pointed at the white book with a dry smile. "Well, my teacher said I was careless. It was locked. I took the hit for nothing. But next time, I will definitely do it again." Well, that's it. Everyone. So one was willing to hit the other, and the other was willing to take the hit. Locked. Yin Nuoxing automatically ignored the strange content. She bent her finger and knocked on the cover twice. Locked. According to what you said just now, they will all leave a mark. Could it be that the key is the origin mark? Suifeng scratched his head. Try it. I don't have any more clues. My teacher didn't say how to unlock it either. I haven't tried to unlock the origin mark. Yin Nuoxing's pretty face scrunched up like a walnut. After a while, under everyone's curious gaze, she barely managed to get the destruction mark out of her forehead. The red and black light shone as the destruction mark moved to her palm. Then, she let it expand bit by bit. It spread from her palm and attached itself to the white book. Beautiful red and black patterns appeared on the entire book without any warning. A dazzling light burst out from the inside of the book. A burst of destructive energy burst out uncontrollably. Everyone was stunned as they watched it tear open several cracks in the book in less than a second. Then all they could see was this red and black light. Motherf asterisk cur. Before they could finish their words, the red light bloomed, and all they could see was a vast expanse. Chapter 2032. All he could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. His consciousness felt as if he had fallen into a sea of clouds. His surroundings were either clouds or fog. The wind gently blew on his body, but could not blow away the clouds that stuck to his body. Even his feet felt rugged and soft. However, in this place, this strange feeling, he really could not determine where he was. In any case, this was not the original environment. He seemed to have not finished cursing just now. Forget it. He was already numb. The probability of encountering something related to the origin was no less than 60%, and the probability of nothing happening after encountering something related to the origin was no more than 10%. The probability of something happening after encountering something related to the origin was no more than 80%. In short, something was bound to happen sooner or later. He just did not expect something to happen at the beginning. So, although he was still a little confused about where he was and to what extent he was involved in, he just had to find a direction to walk. Maybe after taking 2 steps, he would be able to foam. Foam, you're stepping on my waist. Give me some space. Before he lifted his foot, there was a sudden gasp from below, startling him. He quickly looked down and saw Huey's figure in the midst of the clouds and fog. He was sprawled on the ground, and Huey's feet just happened to step on his waist. Ugh, I said the ground feels a little strange, so you didn't think of looking down? Hey, I don't feel strange at all when something happens in the various spaces and scenes caused by the creation of the origin. Yin Nuoxing jumped to the side and pulled him up, patting the footprints on his waist. And every time, I am the one who gets hurt. I have already gotten used to it. I have never tried to bring anyone in. We could not help but smile bitterly. This was an anomaly. Is it because I also volunteered to join the origin system? So no, it shouldn't be. There were a few hours before when they were also in the range, but you did not see them get involved with me. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and looked around. She waved her hand and tried to brush away the clouds in front of her. So, this should be a special situation. Are you the unlucky one to be involved? I don't know. I was just confused for a while. When I came back to my senses, I was already here. You were even standing on my waist. Hey, there is a sound. Listen to this sound. Hui pricked up his ears and slowly looked up. It seems like something is falling. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the sea of clouds, and her eyes flashed. She immediately stretched out her hands, and a whirlwind gathered in her hands. Then, a big girl fell from the sky at an abnormal speed, and after a sudden deceleration, she finally landed on her hands. Aya? She stopped. The big Siyu immediately put down her hands that were covering her eyes and looked around. She saw little Xingxing looking at her speechlessly and confusedly. She didn't care that she was being hugged and immediately smiled and pounced on him to hug him. I found little Xingxing. Here, here. The girl's last 2 shouts were definitely not meant for them, because not long after, the 2 of them heard a series of sounds of objects falling from high up in the sky. One figure after another landed around them in a dazzling manner. And they were all in a pose, and they were all very pretty. But why did Siyu fall from high up in the sky like she had lost her footing? Siyu scratched her head embarrassedly. She put her arms around Hao Ren's neck and explained, I fell down. I was curious when I saw a hole in the ground, so I wanted to jump down handsomely. But the edge was very slippery, so Yin Nuoxing, this girl was either playing or fooling around. Jing Yuanji came up to him and quickly looked around. Master Phone, where are we? Well, Yin Nuashing looked at the cloudy space around him and took a deep breath. I don't know. It's a scene related to the creation of the origin. It could have thrown us anywhere. Well, for the time being, this should be an unfinished space. The little angel pulled Siyu and Shuang to his side. When he saw the girl and Jing Yuanji, he understood something. First of all, this had nothing to do with whether they were from the origin or not. Secondly, the area of effect was quite large. Even Shuang, who was sitting on the ring of frost descent, was dragged in. Are you okay? His angel girl came up to him and circled around him. After confirming that he was okay, she nodded. It seems that the torture has not started yet. Maybe it will take a while. Yin Nuashing, this girl was so used to looking at his memories that she began to judge when to deal with him. After handing Siyu to Blue Phoenix and Shuang, Yin Nuashing asked Sui Feng and the others who were looking around curiously, "Where is this place? I don't have experience this time." I know this place." Sui Feng turned around and waved at them to calm them down. "It's in the book. You can see that each book of the gods has created a scene or even a world. After all, some things can't be expressed clearly in words. Moreover, this book of the God of Destruction is quite old. If you had the time to flip through a page or two after unlocking it, you should be able to see the original divine language. You can't understand it, right?" Yin Nuashing shrugged. "You could translate it." Sui Feng, Anyway, this is the space in the book that she created, right?" Looking at the white place that was either cloudy or foggy, Yin Nuashing scratched his head. "Where should we go?" "Well," Sui Feng took a deep breath and exchanged glances with Brother Lei and Sister Shuang before they all shrank behind him. He then waved at Hui Jun and the others. "You can find it with the God of Destruction's sigil. Come here, Hui Jun, put a shield over here. See you, stop fooling around and come here, or you'll get hurt." The effect was immediate. Siyu, who was dragging Shuang and Blue Phoenix around, shuddered and shrank behind a shield. The group formed an inverted triangle around a certain observer, which startled him. He stared at Sui Feng and the others who were huddled together. "You guys, this is the minimum defense." "Yeah, defense." Sui Feng laughed dryly. "I heard from my teacher that the Goddess of Destruction doesn't like people reading her books, especially those that are locked or temporarily locked. That's why I don't understand why my teacher likes to steal her books. Perhaps that's the highest level of self-destruction. Well, my teacher also said that Her Eminence is actually quite shy." Yin Nuashing broke out in a cold sweat. "What the hell? Your teacher is so stubborn that he went straight for other people's thunder points and rage points. He didn't just snatch a book. He's a supernova." "That's true, but that's what teacher often does. There are a dozen books locked by Her Eminence in his room. Well, he hasn't succeeded even once, but I've never seen Her Eminence get angry. I don't get it either." Sui Feng scratched his head and laughed dryly. "I wonder how Her Eminence gets along with each other." Hui Jun's reaction was slow. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "Say, won't we get into trouble if we read those books? Why else do you think we're arranged like this?" Sui Feng laughed dryly. "To be honest, I don't want to touch it either. But since we're already involved, if we want to get out, we'll have to find the exit first. Brother Feng, why don't you start looking for it?" This damned immersive reading experience. Yin Nuashing's face twitched. He summoned the destruction rune, and something appeared in his eyes as soon as it appeared. Some red and black cloud-like ribbons seemed to be swaying with the wind as they floated in front of him, as if guiding him forward. "There's a path. This way." Seeing him walk forward with an indomitable and fearless aura, everyone felt a surge of admiration in their hearts. Just this fearless manner of walking with the wind, they could not imitate it. While walking through the clouds, Siyu suddenly asked Sui Feng and the others, "This strange immersive reading experience, is it something the primordial heavenly god and the others used to torture you guys?" The past is still vivid in my mind. I can't bear to think about it." Hui Jun interrupted Sui Feng before he could finish his incantation. "All right, we understand. We completely understand." In short, The primordial heavenly god had many ways to torture his heirs. Every time the topic was brought up, Sui Feng and the others would tremble in fear. It was as if they were recalling some terrible childhood trauma that needed a lifetime to heal. If a lifetime wasn't enough, there was always the next lifetime. It might even take an eternity to heal. It sounded terrible. Under Yin Nuoxing's lead, everyone quickly left the area of clouds and mist. Although they were mentally prepared for what they would see in the 2 minutes they spent walking, they were still stunned when the clouds and mist cleared and a vast continent appeared before their eyes. A huge floating island hung above their sight. The continent of origin, little she said in a daze. Her slightly drooping gray eyes were filled with unconcealable sadness. Sui Feng and the others could not help but cover their faces and sigh. They were really mentally prepared, but when the familiar scene appeared before their eyes, they still could not suppress the restlessness in their hearts. They had been away from this place for more than 20 years, almost an eternity. Even so, the continent of origin in their memories had not faded. Even if their memories were a little blurry, the moment they saw the scene before their eyes, they quickly filled up the blurred parts. The treasured memories were uncontrollably released from the small box and turned into a long river that drowned their hearts. What we see this time is the real continent of origin. Jingyan slowly slipped to the young man's side and looked around. What we saw last time was just a model. This time, it's the real thing. Although it's just a scene recorded in a book, it's very real. Jing Yuanji also looked around. They had seen the model of the continent of origin last time. This time, when they saw its original appearance, they could clearly distinguish the difference between the two. A model, a mirror image, was not as vivid as the original. Yes, she could clearly feel the difference. The latter was just a model, a mirror image made of yearning and countless spirits. It was always incomplete, but the real continent of origin was very warm like home. It was just, Yin Nuoxing raised his hand and patted the girl's head. You can just say that it's the difference between a living thing and a dead thing. Now that you are of the origin system, it's normal to feel a sense of familiarity with the continent of origin. Jing Yuanji shrunk her neck and looked at him. She asked softly, "Does Lord Feng feel the same?" "Me." Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and looked at the serene and peaceful continent of origin in front of him. He let out a long sigh. "I just want to take out the nether void sword and tear it apart while nagging and cursing." Everyone, okay, the sad atmosphere just now was immediately ended. All right, although I'm a little crazy, I don't want to tear this place down for no reason, so... Yin Nuoxing turned to look at everyone who was looking at him with all kinds of complicated expressions. He then looked at Xiao Shi and Sui Qing, who were showing pitiful expressions, and shrugged. It was the first time these two girls showed such vivid expressions that he was a little surprised. "So, I won't really tear it down. You don't have to look at me like that." "Phew, because I've already torn it down once inside." Everyone, talking to him, if one's heart wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to take it. Really, this story of ups and downs almost made them unable to breathe. According to the direction of the destruction rune, Yin Nuoxing led everyone to the right side of the origin continent. Based on the direction they had pointed out when they were young, it was the right side. They stopped at the top of a small hill in an empty field. Everyone raised their heads to look at the big tree that stood on top of the hill like a pillar that supported the heavens. The tree stump was just an ordinary brown tree stump, but it was so smooth that there wasn't a single bump on it. It was probably thousands of miles tall and was the tallest and most conspicuous thing in the continent of origin. Of course, that was excluding some of the things that the gods of origin hid in their own space. Otherwise, it would be like a frost ring hanging here, which was more conspicuous than the floating island. Along the way, Yin Nuoxing had already noticed this tree. Its branches and leaves were lush, and every leaf was dyed in a brilliant rainbow color. They swayed under the sunlight and flashed with moving light, dazzling and dazzling. The colorful light scattered in the air made this place shrouded in a hazy and holy light. The light and the thin mist seemed to be perfectly integrated into one, and it was no longer restrained. It wandered freely in this space, and it was exactly the same as the tree in his memory. Even if it was just a blur, he wouldn't be mistaken. The tree of origin. It really is it. He murmured in his heart and sighed softly. The long time he had spent searching for something had finally passed, and when it finally arrived in front of him, he didn't know why, but there wasn't much fluctuation in his emotions. He was still a little shocked and emotional when he confirmed it, but it was no longer as shocking as when he heard Xian Yin's name from the gods of origin. Now, he only felt a little numb and a little indifferent, as if there was a nail that had been nailed into his soul and heart. He had long understood that he was inextricably linked to some things, and could even deduce the traces of what he was searching for from those things. Therefore, when he saw this tree again, he no longer felt shocked or stunned. At most, he would lament, "Ah, it really is this. I've been looking for it for a long time." Then, all the emotions that had been born during this long journey were integrated into this sigh and dissipated with the wind. Was it freedom? No. Then what about the sense of accomplishment? No, just a little peace of mind. Perhaps that's it. In the 139th era, it was because of this tree that he embarked on the journey. In the end, he did not find the answer at that time. Instead, he found the answer dozens of years ago. Those fragmented memories were truly torturous. That's weird. Why didn't anything happen along the way? Sui Feng scratched his head. They were very familiar with the tree, so they didn't feel emotional when they saw it again. Instead, it was weird that some things that should have happened didn't happen. What would have happened according to your original plan? Yin Nuoxing asked, tilting her head. Well, according to the normal process, just like I said, one of the ways the gods torment us. Sui Feng laughed dryly and looked around. It's calm. That's weird. Let me take a look. That was when Siyu had an idea. Could it be that the goddess of Little Star didn't leave those things behind because she didn't have a successor? Brother Lei grunted. That's very likely. Although we are occasionally dragged by other gods to train, it's not that often. Oh, that's unless we ask for it. Still, no one usually goes to the god of destruction. After all, would she beat us up badly? Siyu asked. No, that's not it. If that's the case, we would have the corresponding awareness when we went to find her. The main thing is, Brother Lei folded his arms and couldn't help laughing and crying. The god of destruction likes peace and quiet, which is why we don't disturb her. Let me put it this way. I mentioned that I went to look for that altar with my teacher and the god of destruction. After we returned to the continent of origins, the next time I saw her was 3 million years later. We live under the same roof, but we don't see each other often. That's how it is. Yin Nuoxing muttered to herself for a moment. She's a shut-in. Everyone smiled bitterly. That was indeed the case in the end. He looked around. This was the final destination of the destruction runes. Looking back, the red and black ribbons had already disappeared. It was as if they had only been there to guide them here. But is there anything in this place? Since it's a book that was deliberately locked, there should be something here. Well, we're not too sure. Sui Feng picked up a fallen leaf from the source tree and twirled it around with 2 fingers. He then stood up and looked around. Brother Feng, is this the end of the guidance? Can you look up? Yin Nuoxing looked up at the source tree and nodded after a moment of confirmation. Here it is. Oh, I see. Sui Feng scratched his head and looked at the tree before him. He patted it twice before turning to Feng with a strange smile. Brother Feng, have you ever thought that the book might be for you? Don't be like that. Yin Nuoxing hugged himself and took a few steps back. The little angel hurriedly caught him so that he wouldn't roll down the slope. His face was pale. That's scary. Please don't joke around. I'll pass out if you do. But it doesn't seem like an unthinkable thing. Then he calmed down and rubbed his face worriedly. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he let out a long sigh and said, Tell me, how are you going to torture me this time? Ugh, torture. Sui Feng's face twitched. He looked around and made sure that there was nothing else around. He patted the source tree again and said to Feng, Come, touch this. Yin Nuoxing rushed forward with large strides, seemingly fearless as he slapped the source tree. That speed was like the wind. If not for his resolute expression, everyone would have thought that he had already given up on himself. He touched the source tree and looked at Sui Feng. Come, I prepare myself. What's the next step? Huh. There's still no reaction. Feng scratched his head and thought for a moment. Then, then try using the mark of origin again. Yin Nuoxing did as he was told and allowed the destructive divine patterns to surge into the tree of origin. In an instant, without any warning, a red and black energy that was so dark that it could make one go crazy suddenly surged out from the tree of origin. At this moment, they were completely unprepared. When their eyes caught sight of this light, in the next instant, it had already surged towards them like a surging wave. The endless aura of destruction made them feel as if they could see the collapse and disintegration of the void and the great Yuan realm with their own eyes. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, his fingers had already touched the reddish-black energy, which then covered his vision. It was only then that his brain reacted. He subconsciously spread his azure wings, and the wave crashed into him with a roaring sound, swallowing him in the blink of an eye. A strange and heavy thing that was as heavy as the weight of the great origin realm appeared in his body, causing him to kick his legs and roll his eyes before he could even take a breath. His consciousness became blurry again, but this time he didn't feel the presence of the source tree. She was probably still in the book. Speaking of which, this thing couldn't have been left for him, could it? The perfect lock, the perfect amount of destruction energy. Air, it could also be something that she left behind herself. No, the probability was not very high after Feng thought about it. Now, he was inclined to believe that the book was left behind for him for some purpose, although it was. Well, it wasn't impossible for her to leave something behind for him after 10 or 20 years. Just look at her windbreaker, the nether void sword, the broken divinity carrier that was pressed into his soul, and the source of her origin energy. If these were all coincidences, he would eat the realm of gods. Sometimes, he couldn't figure out whether these things happened on his own or she deliberately left them behind. He didn't know. Perhaps, as the young origin god said, it was very likely that he and she were gradually getting closer to each other unconsciously. Even if they couldn't really meet, there was still a time, promise, right? God knows. It was useless to think about it now. He would have to wait until the distant future when he met her. Now, he had to get up quickly. But before he got up, he seemed to feel that he was being lifted. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw that it was the little angel in front of him. She looked nervous and worried. He relaxed a little. "Little star, you're awake?" Seeing that he opened his eyes, the little angel felt a little relieved. But when she saw that he was in a daze, especially when his eyes were occupied by a thick red and black color, she became worried again. "Are you okay? Can you move?" Yin Nuoxing tried to struggle for a while. She closed and opened her eyes a few times before her vision became clearer. They had fallen into the clouds and fog again. Everyone was beside them. Although they were a little confused, they seemed to be in good condition. The wave of destruction just now should not have affected them directly. How are you?" The little angel replied softly. "Everyone is fine. You blocked the energy. We were just a little affected. There's no problem." "Hiss. That's right." Brother Lei poked his forehead with his palm and swung it to the left and right a few times. "I almost thought I was going to die. The power of the god of destruction. Ah, no, if Brother Feng didn't stop it, we might have died." Yin Nuoxing. Huh. That was the pure energy of destruction left by her eminence. It was not like the diluted energy of origin that our teacher left behind to guide us. Feng sat on the ground and explained, his face as pale as a sheet. "To be frank, the goddess of destruction slapped all of us in the face. You blocked 99% of the power, Brother Feng, and the remaining 1% pressed us to the ground. Everyone, wow, this was like taking a spin in the path of reincarnation." Yin Nuoxing stood up with the help of the little angel and shuang. She tried to focus her shaking eyes for a while before she could stand firmly. At this moment, it was as if a void had been poured into her brain. She was dizzy and confused. She was only one step away from losing consciousness. If someone hit her on the head at this moment, she would immediately lie on the ground and die peacefully. What should we do now?" Feng looked at the misty area and thought for a moment. It should have gone back. It feels weird, though, since it left behind a slap to knock us over and then disappeared. It's weird. Your Eminence's gift for you is really weird. To be fair, when you said it was a slap, I didn't think it was a gift. I must have accidentally triggered something strange. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. She stretched a little and finally felt a little more nimble. She then used the sacred sigil of destruction to explore the path and slowly led the way. Let's go. Since it's over, let's go back. We're busy. Everyone slowly got up from the ground. Their faces were pale as they helped each other up. They looked exhausted, as if they had just crawled back from a battlefield and just wanted to find a place to lie down and cover themselves with a board so that they could pass away peacefully. We covered his chest and shivered for a while. Suddenly, he let out a long breath. It's decided. Feng, when you're dealing with the legacy of origins, I'll stay as far away as possible. I don't think I can take it again. Everyone nodded vigorously. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. It's not something I can control. God knows what they're going to do to me. The return journey did not feel very long. After walking forward for a while, the clouds and mist began to dissipate. The brilliant sunlight condensed into beams of light that broke into the clouds and mist, causing them to squint slightly. They could not help but quicken their pace, and then stepped out of the sea of clouds and mist while facing the sunlight. The moment they stepped out, Yin Nuashing was about to take a deep breath of the cold wind on the ice field, but her expression froze in an instant. They saw a huge and boundless storm cloud wall at the edge of the world. They seemed to have walked into the eye of the storm. The bright sunlight slanted from above, illuminating the huge manor and the white hall in front of them. There was a round table and 4 chairs in the manor in front of them. A figure in white light sat on the chair on the left. It seemed to have felt something and slowly turned its head in the direction where Hao-Run was. Then it froze for a moment, and some tea spilled from the teacup in its hand. 4 eyes met. The air froze. The figure in white light looked at Hao-Run and the clouds and fog that had not dissipated behind him. After a while, she said indifferently, "Surprise, you're here." Then she took out a new teacup and poured a cup of tea. "Have some tea. Come." Suddenly, a figure in white light descended from the sky. As he jumped down, he shouted, "I feel the breath of the little guy. He's in again. Good morning. Long time no see. I don't know how long it's been, but it's definitely a long time no see." The young man immediately cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted to the sky, "Brothers and sisters, the little guy is here to play. Come and receive the guests. I know you're all very free now. Come quickly." Yin Nuashing was speechless. "You're all very free." That's right. Hao-Run could hear it. The young man brought out 2 sets of tables and chairs and placed them on the ground. Then he picked a seat and sat down. Seeing that the little guy was still standing there, he patted the chair and said, "Why are you spacing out? Come and sit. Oh, sit with her. She has a lot to say to you." Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then she sighed softly and waved her hand to sweep away the clouds behind her. Then she turned to Sui Feng and the others and said, "Wake up, your goddess is almost here. By the way, welcome to the broken land of origin, but it looks like you're not listening." Both she and the young man were stunned. The latter stared at Sui Feng and the others who suddenly appeared. His voice was a little shaky. You even brought. Then he suddenly jumped on the table and shouted excitedly, "Come quickly. The children are back, and there are new children." In an instant, Yin Nuashing felt that more than 100 pairs of eyes fell on her. She could not help but sigh at the same time. You're all very free. Chapter 2033. It was the first time the broken land of origin had been so lively since it was reforged. Accidents were very unexpected, and they would happen without anyone knowing. Otherwise, it would not be called an accident. Just like how he did not know why he brought everyone into the broken land of origin. Just like how Sui Feng and the others thought that they were on their way back. They ended up in a place that was both familiar and strange at the same time. Now, they were surrounded by a group of figures in white light. They were surrounded by a familiar aura, and they almost cried out loud. As a wanderer who had been away from home for more than 20 years, they had already bid farewell to their past when they saw the light of day again. At this moment, they unexpectedly saw their shadows. The emotions that had been sealed for countless years flooded their bodies like a flood. Anyway, Brother Lei really cried. When he heard about Luo Ying's news, he looked up to the sky and sighed to stop his tears from falling. Now, he could no longer hold it in. He hugged one of the figures in white light and sobbed. Only then did he realize that his brother also had such a weak side. That's really... Anyway, the four of them were... Well, even though it was lively, it was true that they were full of sadness. Sigh. He could not bear to see such a scene, so he turned his head and pretended that he did not see it. Well, Sui Feng and the others were catching up. Hui, see you, and the others were pulled aside by the heavenly god of origin to chat. Shuang Shuang. Oh, she was pulled aside by the heavenly god of origin who had a half-meter-long tuft of a hogue on her head. It seemed that she was the slightly scary sister being that Sui Feng and the others kept mentioning. As for him, he was now sitting next to his little angel and slowly sipping his tea. The area within 3 meters of them was a quiet area. There was no noise or commotion. 6 meters to the right of them was the noisy scene. Aren't you going to greet them? Yin Nuoxing glanced at her. She was still calmly drinking her tea. He suddenly realized something and said, "Oh, I forgot that you don't talk much with them." "Not really. It's just that, let them go," she replied softly. She replied softly and poured a cup of tea. She tilted her head to look at the little angel and said in a calm tone, "A life of chaos." The little angel immediately became nervous. She lowered her head and carefully retracted her wings. Yin Nuoxing grabbed the little girl's hand and gently squeezed it to calm her down. Then she turned to her and said, "It's a little troublesome to change the order. It's still not over after 5 years. Do you have a more stable method? To be honest, I don't really want to use a method that might require rescue." She tilted her head and looked at them. "Is it somewhat important to you?" "Yes, it's very important." Yin Nuoxing nodded without hesitation. "Oh." She turned her head, took a sip of tea, and continued. "Between order and chaos, there is indeed a path to switch. As you know, they fall from order to chaos, and the reverse path also exists. However, the latter is only a path that exists in theory." Well, he could understand. There were examples of order falling into chaos, but he did not know about the other way around. After all, those pure chaos beings could not leave their oasis. On the side of order, no one had seen chaos beings before. So, everything about them was covered with a layer of black cloth. Naturally, no one knew what would happen if the chaos beings were to switch to order. It's just a theory. Even with our knowledge, there is still a risk. She turned her head to look at the little angel and asked softly, "Are you prepared?" "I." The little angel took a deep breath. She could not help but clench little Star's hands tightly. Mei Mao nodded firmly and said, "Yes, I have been prepared for this for a long time." She turned her head to look at little Xing Xing. "I want to help him. He needs my help. He's an idiot who only knows how to hold on. Without anyone watching him, he'll act recklessly at any time." Yin Nuoxing lowered her head and spat out a mouthful of water. She looked at the angel with a blushing face. You, just say it. Why are you talking about me? It's true." The little angel stuck her tongue out at him. Then, she looked at her and chuckled. "You think so too, right? He is a fool." "Indeed," she nodded. Yin Nuoxing was speechless for a while. Great, these two met in the blink of an eye. Then, they decided to work together to deal with him. Seeing his gloomy appearance, she seemed to let out a faint laugh, which made him immediately perk up his ears. However, when he thought about how he couldn't see her expression even though she was a ball of white light, he gave up on the idea of turning his head. "You have such awareness. Your courage is commendable. Since that is the case, I will give you a hand," she said softly to the little angel. The latter heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, she had already thought of all kinds of worse endings, because she did not expect that she would suddenly come in and meet the origin heavenly god. She had already prepared herself mentally. From the standpoint of order and chaos, she was worried that if she saw them, she did not expect them to be so easy to talk to. Yin Nuoxing smiled and patted the little angel's head. She said to her in her soul, "Don't worry. Don't be nervous. Recently, you have encountered something related to us. Her sudden words made Yin Nuashing understand that it was time to get down to business. He nodded and told her the series of things that had just ended, including the matter of Luo Ying. Then, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. I feel like I have encountered these things once. After it is over, I will come here to report the progress of things to you. She could not help but nod. I feel the same. It is inevitable. Luo Ying, AI Hong Yun, and the others. Chaos concept bodies. Her hand that was holding the teacup tightened slightly. She sighed softly and reminded him, do not be reckless. Even if it is you, it will not be easy to deal with the chaos concept bodies and free them, I know. Of course I know. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and held his head. That is why it is very, very far in the future. If I rush over now, I will only be courting death. Let me finish. She flicked her finger on his forehead and said slowly, at this time, the chaos concept bodies are in a dormant state. You cannot expel them from the first generation soul. The only way is to wait for them to come to life and defeat them again, and defeat them completely. Only then can the first generation be freed from their current state. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Defeat them completely? Completely disintegrate until they are exiled to the primordial environment of the chaos void. Yin Nuashing. That's too difficult to handle. Back then, AI Hong Yun and Luo Ying were unable to completely destroy the chaotic concept bodies. At most, they made them stay in a nest on the spot. Furthermore, they occupied the nest and did not pay rent. They even wanted to tear down the house. They were extremely bad tenants. Is there no way to send them back to the chaos void? Yin Nuashing scratched his head and smiled bitterly. There is. For us, there's a way, but you can't do it. Don't tell me it is concept-level power. Exactly. She nodded slightly, seeing him take a deep breath and lean on the shoulder of the little angel next to him. She took a sip of tea and said indifferently, right now, you're unable to use concept-level power. With the power of the weight of the great Yuan realm alone, you are unable to separate the chaos concept bodies from their souls. I'm afraid that it will not be easy to completely defeat them. You must be kidding. How is that not easy? It is completely impossible. How can it be done? She was slightly stunned. Oh, that is true. Entrusted with the goal and hope of the distant future. Yes, one day. You will reach here one day. Even if it is in the future that is close to eternity, as long as you do not give up and keep moving forward, you will be able to reach it. Yin Nuashing could not help but mumble. I do hope that you will come back quickly one day. That way, my pressure will be reduced a lot. She stretched out her hand and patted his head, stroking his soft hair. We also want to. However, we do not know where we have reincarnated and what we're doing at this time. The complete collapse that time hurt the root after all. Perhaps it will take a long time for us to come back. If you want to see us, you have to wait. Yin Nuashing and the little angel could not help but mumble in their hearts. We have waited for 139 eras, and we still haven't seen your return. However, just like how Luo Ying and AI Hong Yun trust you, perhaps you will be able to complete the task here without relying on us. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. What a strange trust. Luo Ying said that you've been spying on me. Although it is an uncertain future, she always feels that my ghost floating around the land of origin is haunted. Is that the source of the trust? Her hand that was stroking his hair froze for a moment. After a while, she continued to stroke his hair naturally. She told you. Indeed, because I'm bored and because of the connection between you and me, I can see a lot of scenes of the uncertain future. I just treat it as entertainment and relaxation. For example, watching me suffer in all kinds of ways, seeking death in all kinds of ways, being tortured in all kinds of ways. Yin Nuashing could not help but ridicule himself. Those are indeed very surprising. She is right. You are an idiot who does not know how to cherish yourself. You have been like this from the beginning to the end. She suddenly grabbed his hair and fiddled with his head from side to side. You really need someone to watch over you. Ugh. Yin Nuashing slammed his head on the table. His face was gloomy and helpless. Ahem. let's not talk about this. He suddenly looked up at her and said, let me ask you something. What is the use of the ring of frost descent? It seems to belong to that person, but the record in the heart of the world is only 12 short words. We are all confused. Ice likes to play pranks on people. She did not even write a real manual. But you don't have to worry about the ring of frost descent. Since her inheritor is here, she will do her best to explain everything clearly. Oh, all right then. Speaking of this topic, she turned to look at Shuang. The inheritor of ice is an origin life form. In order to achieve such a situation, she needs to completely replace the origin of the structure, the form of the laws, and the origin of the laws in a short period of time until it affects the life form. But the probability is very low. And according to the situation, there should be many loopholes left. But looking at her current stable state, it seems that she has been patched up. Yin Nuoxing also looked at Shuang and whispered, there are no after effects, right? This is the first time I have dealt with this kind of thing. Although theoretically there is no problem, I can't guarantee that the reality will not be a joke. Don't worry, it has been stabilized. At this time, she is a stable origin life form, no different from a naturally born origin life form. She took a sip of tea, but to be able to do such a thing in the void, Shuang doesn't remember it herself. She only remembers that she encountered. It seems to be an energy shock in the void, or maybe it was an explosion in the void. Some kind of void disaster? Anyway, when she came back to her senses, she was already like this. Yin Nuoxing shook her head. Regarding the cause and effect of that time, Shuang, this little fool, was not clear about it. And it was a long time ago, so there was no way to trace it. It shouldn't be something fatal, right? It's hard to say. There are always unknown accidents in the void. Yes, accidents. He glanced at her and could not help but say, for example, when you used all your strength to trigger the void turbulence, the entire Yuan realm exploded with a boom. The obsession left behind at that time is still lingering in the void, and is waiting to collapse the void again. She was stunned for a moment, and even her action of pouring tea stopped. That was the aftermath of my guidance back then. Didn't I tell you? Yin Nuoxing slowly sat up straight and coughed softly. The void turbulence, that's what we call it. At the last moment when you guided that thing, it exploded with a boom. I remember that, but I didn't expect there to be a follow-up effect. Her voice sounded a little dazed. Oh, then there's nothing else. It's just that there's another obsession of yours. Yin Nuoxing wanted to say that this obsession might have lasted for a few eras without weakening. If he said that, it would be difficult to explain. So, he decided to let it go. The void turbulence is still far away from us. It might take a few eras for it to happen again. Calculating the time, it's still early, but it's not too early. We can still deal with it. After all, the normal destructive power is not particularly great. The void turbulence last time did not even scratch off a layer of skin of those people from the underworld. Although I know it's because of the immune space, I can't help but want to complain. She was speechless. Yin Nuoxing spread out his hands and said, that's what happened back then, right? There's nothing we can do about it. It's a good thing to have your obsession left behind. Those bastards that we can't get rid of, we can use your obsession to turn them upside down. The prerequisite is that you can't just blow up order but not do anything to chaos. She was once again speechless. So, let's not talk about that first. Anyway, we can't deal with your obsession. We have to wait for you to come back and deal with it yourself. Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly and shrugged. Let's talk about something else now. Come look at my eyes. I noticed it at first glance. She nodded. You saw something I left behind? A book that you opened with your mark. Remembering that she seemed to hate other people reading her books, he quickly added. But we went straight into the book and went to the former continent of origin. Then under the source tree, we were deceived by the energy you left behind. The light on her body flickered, but after hearing that, the light stabilized. She then pondered for a moment. What you saw might be the replenishment energy that I left for the source tree. Although he was relieved that he didn't hear that it was deliberately left for him, he was still a little confused. Why did you seal the energy for watering the tree in the book? Watering? That's a good way to put it. The source tree needs to replenish its energy once every era. Maybe I was writing something at that time, and someone came to call me. After I was done, I came back and saved the amount for the next time and threw it into the book. Yin Nuashing and the little angel were speechless. That was really convenient. Well, this case was solved. This was the fertilizer left for the source tree in the past. It's just that the fertilizer wasn't applied to the source tree, but to him instead. He wasn't burned to death because it happened to be her energy. Furthermore, there were many other things helping to share the burden. Otherwise, he would have already been sent to the spiritual temple to report to the spiritual temple. She was treating him like a tree and planting him. What? Would there be 2 more lunatics in the coming year? I see. When you came into contact with that energy, you came into contact with a fragment that exceeded the limit. The excessive fragment deepened your connection with this place to a certain extent, so it brought you all here at once. She let out a sound of realization, then slowly turned around and moved a little closer to him. When they were only a few inches apart, she suddenly reached out and pressed her hand on his face. He was slightly stunned. Then, she stretched out her finger and pulled at his eyelids. He could not help but ask, "Do you need to check me like this?" The traces of the eyes are more obvious. She calmly lifted his eyelids and examined his eyelids. After a while, her voice became more serious. That energy is too much for you. Even with my energy source and the divine pattern that I left behind to take almost all of the pressure for you, the remnant energy still caused some unavoidable changes to your body. Is the change of the eyes a characteristic? The little angel asked nervously. You can see it as a symptom. At this time, his soul and body are filled with my energy, and the characteristics related to energy are temporarily replaced. She looked at his long, colorful hair and reached out to stroke it gently. However, because the other energy is of the same level as my energy, the characteristics will not be completely replaced. One of the characteristics of energy life forms, self-observation, can easily distinguish the situation of oneself. It's just that the changes in his body are bigger. After checking his eyes for a while, she moved her palm down. A slight amount of energy flowed through her palm into his soul, causing the destruction divine pattern to emerge. But the situation stunned the little angel a little. The destruction divine pattern that was only the size of a palm on his forehead had now expanded many times. It spread from his forehead along his face to his body. The red and black lines shone like a rushing river. It was a shocking and scary sight. The divine pattern has expanded. The situation is still stable, but it has reached the critical level of stability. You need to check again. As she spoke, the hand that was holding his face continued to move downwards. It went along his collar and into his back, making him shudder violently. He quickly jumped up and jumped back. He tightened his collar and shook his head vigorously. Wait. No, you can't do this. Let me see, she shouted loudly. She took a big stride forward and grabbed him, wanting to take off his clothes. No, in public, I'm going to scream. I'm really going to scream. Check his body. Let me see. Yin Nuashing was so anxious that his face turned red. He tried to parry her hands. Wow, what parry? He couldn't parry her at all. It was just a last-ditch struggle. He would be forcibly subdued if he struggled for another 2 seconds. At this moment, a group of people had gathered around. Those few shouts had attracted their attention. Now, looking at the silent surroundings, it was as if they were waiting to watch a good show. If they were to be stripped by her here today, they would be done for. It was all King over. This was a super social death. His life could be restarted. It could be directly destroyed. He admitted that there was an illness that needed to be treated. He wasn't someone who would hide his illness from treatment. Moreover, he knew that he was definitely in some kind of crisis overload and on the verge of reaching his limit. Although he was still alive and kicking now, he might shatter like glass in a moment. But, there were so many people here, and she directly rushed forward to take off his clothes. How could he take this? This wouldn't do, seeing that his hands were completely restrained and his collar was grabbed. Yin Nuashing was so anxious that his face turned red. His last desire to live made him shout at the top of his voice, "Can't you change to a place where there's no one?" She was stunned for a moment. She turned around and looked at the people who were all craning their necks to show that they were waiting to see a good show. She took half a minute to react. "Oh, that's true. Yin Nuashing. What the hell were you thinking just now?" Ignoring everyone's gaze, she dragged him toward the White Palace. When she passed by, she also dragged the little angel with her. She also left a sentence to the people here. "Go in for a while, don't come in." Ice Goddess watched the three of them leave. She couldn't help but say, "Oh, I thought I could watch a good show. Now it seems like it's a private show." All the heavenly gods of origin were speechless. The young man couldn't help but say, "You dare to watch their show? Aren't you afraid of being thrown out?" Ice Goddess covered her mouth and laughed. The ahogue on her head swayed. "As long as I have the courage, what kind of show can I watch? If it weren't for you guys watching me last time, I would have pulled the little guy into the room to dress up." Everyone, Hui and the others, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They couldn't help but look back at Sui Qing. They saw that her pretty face was turning white and red. They seemed to know why she had such a difficult expression when she mentioned Sister Ice. It must be very difficult to deal with someone like her. Speaking of which, Feng is really unlucky these days. First, he was molested by Luo Ying. Now, the heavenly gods of origin are going to strip him for a body check in front of everyone. Cough, cough. We couldn't help but say through the soul transmission. Lord Feng has actually been a little unlucky. Jing Yuanji also added. Cu and the others nodded vigorously. They all looked at the palace gate that had just been closed. It must be very difficult to deal with such a god, right? In a spacious room in the palace. He didn't have a mood to look at the room. After all, he wasn't brought to the place of creation, nor was he brought to a place with strange patterns. It was just a normal and beautiful room. She turned around and closed the door. After setting up the seal, she pointed at the big bed and looked at him. In an unquestionable tone, she said, "Little girl, take off his clothes. Get on the bed." Yin Nuashing's face was flushed red. His body was numb, and his brain was numb. He could no longer think. It was only with the help of his little angel that he managed to walk to the bedside. He felt like he was being put on a slaughterhouse. He was powerless to resist and could only wait. The little angel saw him looking at her in a daze. She stuck her tongue out at him. She didn't think much of it. She had seen it before in her memory. Well, she had seen it before, and taking off his clothes was a basic skill. Yes, without hesitation, she reached out her hands. The whole process took less than a minute. In short, she smoothly took off Little Star's clothes and pressed him on the bed. He was stunned. It was as if his soul had gone numb. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She squatted by the bed, stroked his face, and whispered, "Little Star, are you okay?" Yin Nuashing was stunned. He responded instinctively, "I can't bear to look back on the past. And there's another. I feel like I've lost all my integrity. I don't have the face to see anyone anymore. Nothing matters anymore. There's nothing to be afraid of." The little angel didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was talking about how Xian, Feng, and Ming pressed him on the bed and took off his clothes. Ignoring the interaction between the two, she walked closer to him and looked at the runes that had spread all over his body. She reached out and pressed her hand on his back where the runes were the densest. She whispered, "The situation is worse than I thought." The little angel held his hand and turned her gaze. At this time, Little Star's back looked like a landscape painting. Countless complex and mysterious runes painted a very abstract picture that occupied every inch of space. It also looked like a layer of reddish-black skin. His white skin could only be seen in the holes at the corners. Although it looked like a landscape painting with mountains, rivers, and more complicated things, every line was flashing with a mesmerizing reddish-black light. However, it was definitely not as superficial as what she had seen on the surface. She had just seen the front, the upper body, and thought that the front was already very scary. She didn't expect the back to be the worst. "Can you handle it?" the little angel asked worriedly. She stared at his soul. The light on her body gradually grew brighter. She used her finger to draw a golden circle on his back where the runes were the densest. She then nodded. No problem. Just guide this part of the energy into my divine carrier. But this part of the energy will need to be handled by you. She exhaled softly and pressed her hands on the golden circle. Then I'll do it. Little girl, protect his soul. Chapter 2034. Actually, there wasn't much of a crackling process. All he had to do was close his eyes and count. He didn't feel any pain. There wasn't any golden light, and nothing else. By the time he reacted, nothing had changed. But according to the little angel, the strange landscape painting on his body had disappeared. His skin was smooth and elastic. She even reached out and pinched his waist. Cough, cough. Judging from the results, it was pretty good. It didn't take long. Only 2 hours had passed. The hidden danger has been removed. All the energy has been transferred to the divine vessel. However, you'll need to deal with it in the appropriate time. She turned and waited for him to change his clothes and come behind her. Then, she turned to look at him and nodded after confirming that there was no problem. That part of the energy cannot repair the divine vessel, nor can it stay for long. It will be released quickly after the lid is removed. It was originally a little modification to allow the primal tree to quickly absorb it. In short, you need to use it well before it evaporates completely. You should take advantage of this opportunity to do whatever you can. Yin Nuashing saw her nod in agreement and shrugged. I'm very familiar with it. It just so happens that there is a lack of energy here, and this is your energy. That means there are more places to try. By the way, since it's the energy you left behind, there should be concept class power in it, right? Yes, but you can't use it. Knowing his hard work in the Void frontline, she seemed to know what he was worried about. Creations that cannot withstand concept-level power will hide when encountering them and disappear after a while. There is no need to worry that the creations will be damaged because of this. All right. Yin Nuashing scratched her head. Her eyes that had regained their colorful luster flickered slightly. But what if it's a creation that can withstand concept class power? I can keep this energy. All right. You just said that you need to use it as soon as possible. It seems that the storage and recharging types can't be done. She shrugged lightly. Energy that cannot be stored and can only be used immediately. He really did not know how to deal with it at the moment. He did have some ideas, such as using that energy to forcefully change the origin of the sea of energy again and raise its level. Although changing the origin of the sea of energy twice was a little short and would slow down the overall transformation, there was no other way now. He had to prioritize how to maximize the effect of the best energy of order. There was also the matter of how he dealt with himself. His current list of options for strengthening himself was a lower priority. Now that he had this energy and a large number of fragments related to her, he could raise that part of her power and deal with his origin of soul as well. Ah, the pain. Although he was used to it. Either way, he was used to it. I almost forgot about the special world light clusters hidden under the sea of energy. Those world light clusters are created and condensed based on the sea of energy. If there's time, I'll leave a part of the energy and wait for those world light clusters to be transformed. Then, I'll see if I can use this energy to change the world light clusters. Zhang Tai thought to himself, I've almost forgotten about the special world light clusters under the sea of energy. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, his thoughts pouring out like a flood. You're saying that I directly use that energy to blow up the underworld? Yin Nuashing paused at the simple and straightforward idea, her radiance hence dimming a little. It was only after a while that she shook her head and said helplessly, a beautiful idea. But if the underworld really possesses the power of chaos concept bodies as we thought, this energy alone would not be able to completely destroy it. Although there is an 80% chance of eliminating one chaos concept body, what about the rest? Are you prepared to deal with the remaining power of the underworld? Chaos concept bodies would definitely use the chaos domain, which is a domain completely isolated from the outside world. The idea of wiping them all out is beautiful, but it is also completely unrealistic. Yin Nuashing scratched her head and laughed dryly. I was just thinking about it. I'm a little obsessed. She sighed and stretched out her hand to caress his beautiful face. Her voice was gentle as she said, "You still have to walk the path one step at a time. If you accidentally come across something related to us, just treat it as an opportunity that we have left for you. An opportunity. However, do not place all your chips on it, because it is ultimately a power that does not match your current level of strength. There is still a gap between you, and it can only be used as a supplementary power in an emergency or critical moment. You cannot use it as your main power." "All right." Yin Nuashing frowned and smiled bitterly, scratching her cheeks. "Then let me ask you something. What is the realm of the Lord of the Underworld?" She pinched his cheeks. "Do you really want to know?" "TSK, you already know about the chaos concept body. Could it be that the Lord of the Underworld is more difficult to deal with than a chaos concept body?" He sneered and put his hands on his hips, looking at her fearlessly. "Tell me. I've prepared everything. Tell me, what is the peak of the realm?" Yin Nuashing looked at him for a while and softly replied in an analytical tone, "Counting from the time we last met at the end of the 39th era, including the time that has passed for more than a dozen eras, and according to the decline of this era, as well as the possibility of being transformed and amplified by the chaos concept body." She paused for a few seconds, causing Yin Nuashing and the little angel to hold their breaths and wait nervously. They nervously watched as the light on her body brightened slightly. Then she said in a voice that sounded like a judgment, "If there are no accidents, 7 transformations." "Hiss!" Yin Nuashing grimaced, her pretty face turning bitter. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Then we have to hold him down and beat him up for at least half a minute, damn it." "Wait, what if there are accidents?" "Transformed and amplified by the chaos concept body. 8 transformations," Yin Nuashing replied indifferently. Yin Nuashing covered her eyes and looked up at the sky in silence for a while. "Then, shall we end this topic?" Yin Nuashing shrugged. "Then let's go out first. Don't let them wait too long." Yin Nuashing's face frowned helplessly. Holding the little angel, she followed Yin Nuashing and walked out of the palace. When the closed gate of the palace opened, everyone in the manor turned their heads. Seeing the 3 of them walk out normally, they all sighed in relief. It seemed that nothing earth-shattering happened. "Phone, what happened just now? Are you okay?" Hui asked nervously through the soul transmission. Although they looked fine on the surface, it did not mean that they were actually fine. They would not believe that the god of destruction had caused such a big commotion just now. They had to ask quickly, otherwise they would be worried. "Actually, there's no problem." Yin Nuashing's pretty face blushed again. She hurriedly shook her head to get rid of those strange thoughts and replied with a question. "I have an unlimited question to ask you guys. I have a huge amount of energy here. Currently, it is known that it is very powerful and has a huge amount of energy. However, it will start to disappear after a while, which means that it can't stay for long. Based on the attitude of frugality, this part of useful, powerful, and high-level energy definitely can't be wasted. So, with this energy, is there anything you guys want to do with it?" There is no way to store energy." Hui immediately put on a distressed expression. However, Yin Nuashing waved her hand and said to them who were about to ponder, "Don't think about it now. Don't think about anything now. What you need to do now is to communicate with your heavenly origin god. I just mentioned it to let you know about it. We will talk about it when we get back." "Oh, okay." Yin Nuashing sat down with her. She took a sip of tea and heaved a sigh of relief. It was impossible to get rid of the topic just now. The pinnacle of the 7th or 8th change was such a headache. It seemed like he was on the same level as Luo Ying and the others. Yes, he was on the same level as AI Hongyun and Luo Ying back then. Luo Ying had told him before. If she did not say it, he would not have known. After all, there was a gap of hundreds of great Yuan realms between them. No wonder he was defeated the moment they met. Seeing that she had turned to look at him and her body was glowing, coupled with the young man's words just now, he thought of something else. "By the way, he just said that you have something to tell me." She reached out her hand and patted his head gently. "There is something important to say. Let me organize it." Yin Nuashing shuddered and her pretty face turned pale. This kind of serious and serious tone makes my liver tremble a little. Can you just tell me what kind of topic you're talking about? My heart is already beating faster and faster. Tell me, are you going to string me up again? How much do you want me to die? Ouch. She raised her hand and knocked on his head. She shook her head helplessly. After a while, she slowly said, "It's about creation. It's about Roth. I know that you were busy with the creation of order. After you left last time, I have been looking for him here. But I couldn't find him. But I saw some things he left behind. I have collected all of them. Maybe they can help you." Yin Nuashing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she heard that it had nothing to do with the things in his mind. However, the topic that she brought up made him feel a little weird. He tilted his head and was puzzled. No, how can there be things he left behind in this broken place? Shouldn't you be the only ones in this place? Why are there other things left behind? In fact, we're not the only ones in this place. There are some things that are related to us left behind, just like our home. When you first came in, you were not facing an empty space, and not only did you see a barren continent, right? Yin Nuashing carefully thought back to the scene when he first came to the shattered origin continent. It was indeed not just a barren continent. This palace had already existed at that time. That seems to be the case. No, I still feel that this is a little strange. So in the end, why would the things you left behind appear? You people appeared because... What did you say before? Something about missing fragments, right? But an artifact is different from a person, right? She looked at him blankly for a while. She then raised her hand and flicked his forehead. Idiot. The little angel. Yin Nuashing blushed and squeezed the hand of the angelic girl who had turned her head away to hide her laughter. Everything about you guys is so mysterious. Why am I so? Oh, why am I such an idiot? I have mentioned it many times before. Seeing that he did not want to admit it, she flicked his forehead again. Then, she pressed his head and gently rubbed it. The birth of this space came from your missing and your sea of consciousness. Your connection with us, and this space comes from our energy and fragments. You are a bridge in the sea of consciousness. You're the only channel that can affect this broken place. I still remember that sentence. Yin Nuashing twitched the corner of her mouth. Then, her expression changed slightly. She seemed to have understood something. The energy that came from your people and the large number of fragments. Could it be that some of the fragments that I came into contact with are constantly gathering here? And some of the fragments just happen to be complete and reappear some of the things that once existed in your people? Do you understand now? She nodded lightly. Most of the things that remain in the palace are fragments. They are all fragments that you encountered that are related to us. There are many of them, but not many of them can be put back together. Even if some of them have been restored, they will not be able to help you. However, there are exceptions to everything. There are indeed things that have been restored in Lortha's residence. And wait. Yin Nuashing immediately raised her hand to interrupt her. Then, she yelled toward the noisy area, "See you. Come over here and listen to the lesson." See you, who was chatting with some heavenly god of origin, immediately perked up her ears. She flew toward Little Star like a gust of wind. When she saw that there were people sitting on both sides of Little Star, she thought for a moment. Then, she sat down on a chair next to him. She folded her hands and looked like she was all ears. "Yes, I'm ready. Yin Nuashing. Wait, there's still a seat here. You, forget it." She looked at the girl who was smiling and sticking to him. Then, she said in a slightly surprised voice, "Lortha's inheritor?" "That's right." Yin Nuashing wrapped her arms around Siyu's waist so that she wouldn't fall off the chair. "We have to tell her about that person." "That's perfect." She nodded and slowly raised her right hand. A golden light appeared, and a golden ball the size of a human head appeared in her hand. There were a bunch of energy runes on the surface of the ball, and they intertwined with each other to form a series of indescribable images. She looked at the golden ball for a while before placing it in Siyu's hand. Lorth left this behind. No, some of Lorth's knowledge about creation is recorded here. It should be something that he left behind when he was communicating with his inheritor. The inheritor of the god of creation. Yin Nuashing tilted her head. There's no one in the second generation. Could it be the first? She nodded slightly. Seeing that Siyu was looking at the golden ball curiously, she said, "If I'm not mistaken, she should be like AI Hongyun and Luo Ying, sealing the conceptual body of chaos in a corner of the void with her own body." Hearing that it was the same situation again, Yin Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. She sighed gloomily. The inheritors of the first generation are like fate. Fate. She repeated it softly and sighed softly. That's right. Their, and chaos, fate, is like a cage that we can never break free from. We trap ourselves in the cage and throw the cage into the storm to be swept along with the wind without rest. When the grand primordial realm was born, order and chaos were divided as if they wanted to see us compete with them. I'm just talking to myself. This topic was denied by us more than 300 years ago. It's not as complicated as you think. The grand primordial realm and the void are both very pure existences. Well, I haven't thought about anything yet. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. She could not help but laugh dryly. I just feel that what you said just now seems to be more pessimistic than me. That's the truth. It doesn't matter whether we are pessimistic or not. Since it's fate, we just need to face it head on. We had a similar conversation more than 200 years ago. She took a sip of tea and said casually, "Order has always been weaker than chaos since its birth. If pessimism is due to the lack of combat power, then order has been pessimistic for 382 years. You know all this. So, you don't care whether you are pessimistic or optimistic. Just like us, just like me, you ignore hope and despair and only move forward for the sake of moving forward." That's true. Yin Nuoxing tapped her head and sighed worriedly. There was an indescribable emotion between her eyebrows, which made her a little curious. "You seem to have something on your mind? Compared to the last time I saw you, it seems to be more heavy." I've said it just now." He let out a long sigh. "It's just what I said to Luo, Ying, and the others. I still think about it from time to time. Sometimes, I feel a little troubled. Although I know that it's useless for me to be troubled here, but when I think about it, I'm a little worried about them. Tisk, I'm thinking too much. I can't handle such a difficult matter at the moment. It's useless to think too much." Shaking her head and patting her forehead, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and threw away all the distracting thoughts. She looked at Siyu, who was deep in thought, as she received the huge amount of information. She looked at the orb with a little curiosity. "Can I see the things he left behind?" "There's no limit. You can take it back and read it slowly. It was originally prepared for you, but I didn't expect you to bring Roth's heir here. But that's good too. Someone can share the burden of creation-related matters for you. As for the results, it's fine. If there's still time, she should be able to help you handle the creations related to us." Yin Nuoxing perked up when she heard that. She was definitely referring to the two staffs and the ones in the Fortress of Origins. "So, can we finally dismantle the Fortress of Origins?" She was stunned. When she turned to look at him, he seemed to feel the same inexplicable astonishment in her eyes. "Dismantle? What have you done before? Why do you mention dismantle? For example, dismantling the Temple of Origins, the Staff of Origins, and the Staff of Creation. I intend to find some useful information from their structure to strengthen the creations in the Void Frontline. In fact, it was because of this that the creations in the Void Frontline were upgraded." Yin Nuoxing shrugged and did not mince his words. She was speechless. It's useless even if you look at me like that. It's an established fact." Yin Nuoxing stuck her tongue out at her. "Anyway, there's a concept-level space. It can be repaired. It's fine. But can't I dismantle it?" "Tisk, I'll dismantle it even if I can't. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't handle the Fortress of Origins and couldn't dig out its core for a look, I would have dismantled it long ago. I'll do whatever I can. If I can dismantle it, I'll dismantle it. If I can't dismantle it, I'll dismantle it. Anyway, it's not a big problem, even if I can put it back." Yin Nuoxing gave a thumbs up and said fearlessly, "If I don't dismantle it, how can I strengthen the Void Frontline? You just said it yourself. The things you left behind are emergency plans. They're trump cards. Trump cards were meant to be used to strengthen the cards on the surface. I'm very familiar with this. I have to maximize my attack power at all costs. In this place, a normal voice could be heard by everyone. Moreover, he was getting more and more agitated as he spoke, which was why his words were heard by everyone. Instantly, the manor fell silent. The gods of origin could not help but turn to look at a certain little fellow who had switched to an elegant posture and was drinking tea. Their emotions were churning and complicated. The youth nudged Hui with his elbow and could not help but ask, "Has the little fellow always been like this, Maple?" "Of course not." Hui waved his hand and shook his head vigorously. "It's 100 times worse when it's acting up, and it's acting up most of the time. Right now, it's actually considered normal. Oh, by the way, Maple is serious about maximizing his attack power. For example, he really wants to dismantle the Fortress of Origins, but has to put it aside because he doesn't know where to start. For example, he's still thinking about how to carry 2 cannons on his shoulders without killing himself first. Anyway, there's a lot more." When the heavenly gods of origin heard this, and then saw the indifferent, calm, and habitual expressions on the children's faces, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did this little fellow come all the way here? Of course, they agreed with the topic of attacking La Maze, but they had never seen anyone who would use any means to such an extent. To destroy their creations, study them for a while, and then put them back together. How straightforward and unpretentious. She looked at him speechlessly for a while before slowly putting down her cup. Out of nowhere, she took out a staff. Furthermore, half of the staff seemed to be broken. It was only 1 meter long, and there were clear signs of fragmentation at the tip. When you mentioned the creations, I remembered that I still have this, the divine symbol of wrath. I don't know when you'll be able to collect the fragments next time, but I'll put this broken part back together and give it to you. You can use energy to repair it, although it might take some time for you. Lost objects gathered in the shattered land cannot be reassembled here, but it can be done outside. Yin Nuoxing reluctantly received the broken staff with an odd expression and took a few glances at it. It was a white rod the size of a fist without any patterns. Perhaps due to the severe damage, energy, rules, and order were almost unable to manifest. He could still sense the energy of the creator god in his rule fragments, but it was very weak. Even if he could use energy to repair it, there was no telling how long it would take. Either way, he could not tell whether the new origin relic was good news or bad news. Well, it was definitely good news in the long run, but for the moment, he had a phobia of insufficient energy. When he threw it into the concept space to repair it, he could feel the number of the sea of energy on his forehead jumping up little by little, and every time it jumped, his breath would freeze. Looking at CU, who was still in deep thought, he shook off those insignificant thoughts in his mind. Well, even if it's for the girl, this staff has to be repaired. If it's overdrawn, then so be it. If it's overdrawn, then it's overdrawn. I'll always be able to recover in the future. And since I have such thoughts, I might as well go through with it. What's that? Yin Nuoxing solemnly kept the staff and then coughed dryly, blinking as he looked at her. Do you have that other, His little eyes had simply put everything he wanted to say on the surface, leaving her a little speechless. So, the rest are just fragments. Even if they are reassembled, they're just fragments that won't be of much help. It's fine. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand, unmoved. I won't refuse any of them. Anyway, as long as it's your stuff, the concept space opened by the World Core can be repaired. It doesn't matter if it's useful or not. Just fix it first. If it's useful, then keep it. If you can dismantle it, then dismantle it. If you can't dismantle it, then use it as a trump card. Even if it's your daily necessities, it's still an extra-large firework in the void. I'll save up 1,800,000 bursts of firework as a trump card and bombard their heads with it. 1 round per hour and 1 round per hour. Suppressive fire. How happy is that? Everyone was speechless. This kid is probably really hopeless, sensing that the atmosphere was not right, and seeing that everyone was looking at him speechlessly. Yin Nuoxing quickly coughed dryly. What I meant was concept-level power. There's concept-level power in there, and we need to use concept-level power to kill the concept body of chaos. We can't use it, but you definitely have in your stuff. Everyone was speechless. Although that was the logic, and there was nothing wrong with the logic, they also knew that it would be difficult to deal with the concept body of chaos without concept-level power. Back then, the children of the first generation were also able to suppress the concept body of chaos with their help. Even this little guy could not make up for the gap caused by the lack of concept-level power, but looking at his strange, fanatical, and sickly smile, it looked like he was seriously ill. She was silent for a long time and could not even drink her tea. After a while, she slowly stood up and looked at him from above. Yin Nuoxing shrunk his neck and looked at her carefully, not daring to say a word. Just when everyone thought that she was going to teach the sickly little guy a lesson, she grabbed him and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to find something good. I'll help you choose. When the time comes, remember to help me send a firework greeting to them." Everyone was speechless. Sure enough, they were all from the same family. Chapter 2035. Palaces. He believed that in the beginning, palaces were just small houses for the origin heavenly god and the others. Their houses were only small and medium-sized models in the Eight Elements realm. In other places, whether it was the God realm or the Eight Elements realm, as long as there was a high-level life form, the buildings would be especially large. On this basis, there were also various shrines and palaces, which were really huge. He always felt that lying in one of these shrines for a night was no different from lying in a square. Oh, as for the origin shrine, those are not counted. Those were strategic weapons, and the bigger the better. He would only complain that they were not big enough, but never too big. Such things must have been influenced by the origins as well. Countless lives and billions of worlds would more or less be influenced by the origins in every aspect. Their houses must be grand palaces because that was the style of their houses. The larger the building, the better. It would be best if it could fit a city inside, which was probably influenced by the size of their creations. Moreover, it would be fine if some palaces and shrines were large, but they would also become more complex. He had lost count of how many times he had lost his way in palaces and shrines of various styles. Now, whenever he stepped out and saw a large building, he would subconsciously spread his senses to find the way, or he would become an intruder who had entered someone else's forbidden land in less than 2 steps. And then, the past would be unbearable to recall. Damn it. What he wanted to say was that the size of their small palace was just right, and there weren't so many complicated paths. There were 4 or 5 long corridors running through the entire building, and each corridor had its own independent hall, room, and so on. It was simple and straightforward. Oh, and the place where he was strung up. The important functional areas were all in the long corridors ahead of the entrance, and they just had to go deeper. Now, they happened to be in the same direction. However, they weren't going to the place where he was strung up, but deeper inside. This was a place where books, scrolls, crystal balls, energy crystals, and all kinds of strange things were piled up. Apart from the obvious books and scrolls that were obviously used to record words and information, it was difficult to identify what the other things were. Crystal balls could record information, and this method had been used in the divine realm until the 139th era. Energy crystals could also record information, but this method did not exist in that era. As for the other miscellaneous things, basically everything in sight could record information, and one could not even tell whether their main function was to record information or to do something else, because they were all energy creations. Nihility, that idiot Roth named it, although I always said that this is a storeroom. She led him and his little angel to this place, and when they saw the dazzling array of miscellaneous things, both of them held their breaths, and the little angel tightened her wings. Well, she had been cleaning up too much recently, and now, when she saw more miscellaneous things, she could not breathe, and her heart stopped. Although Luo Tianshan wanted to describe the purpose of this space by using the term all forms of nothingness, as she said, this place was no different from a storeroom. Of course, the overlapping space expanded the space of this hall to the extent that the further they explored, the more they couldn't see the end of it. The light came from the ceiling, the walls, and the floor, covering almost every inch and every corner of the space. The soft light was moderate in brightness, and it was also a little warm, which could make people relax. It was a suitable environment for sitting down and reading for a whole day. As far as the eye could see, in the spacious hall, there was a row of endless bookshelves by the side. They were close to each other, and there was no end in sight. When they looked up, they could not see the top either. It was like a huge box surrounded by bookshelves. These thick and huge shelves with sacred patterns flashed with the luster of energy, and from time to time, the familiar energy would be released into the surrounding space. Although it was very beautiful, Howard did not know what it was used for. He thought he knew. About 20 meters above the ground, there was a row of bookshelves across a suspended bridge. The flow of energy there was more obvious. The flashing energy was probably used to fix the bridge, and at the same time, to prevent the books from falling and hitting them. Well, that was if there were books there. Yes, this was a very beautiful storeroom. Just the bookshelves alone were countless, but they were all empty. There were only a few books, scrolls, and crystal balls scattered on the tables and chairs in front of them, or on the bookshelves near them. In other places, the bookshelves were just bookshelves, and there was nothing on them. Now, in the nihility, there was only a pile of miscellaneous things in front of them, and it looked more miserable than the pile of miscellaneous things they just looted. These are the fragments I told you before. Most of them have been sorted and put back together, but they're just some small things left behind. If you have the time, you can take them back and have a look. She looked at the pile of miscellaneous things near the door and said, casually rummaging through the pile of miscellaneous things, Yun Nuoxing's expression changed a little. Fragments, it seemed like it was not only the fragments of themselves, but also the fragments of things related to them. When you guided the turbulence in the nihility, you blew up all the things related to you into smithereens. Is that why these things became like this? Maybe so. Nearly 90% of the fragments of things related to us were scattered in the nihility, and those that were immersed in the nihility for a long time dissipated. The rest of the lucky ones, if they came into contact with the things we left behind, even if there was a seal, they could ignore it and get close. At that time, the fragments were just echoes that wandered in the nihility in origin. In fact, they were not even real fragments. She replied softly, because of that, you can't see those fragments. They're just formless echoes, but when you come into contact with the things related to us, you will collect them together. You will use yourself as a container to collect them. So, that was why he often came into contact with the fragments related to them. They were all fragments that had escaped the fate of being annihilated by the nihility and were luckily left behind. Phew! Under those circumstances, it could only be said that it was a great miracle that something could be preserved. It was like he burned a book with fire, and the ashes drifted for millions of miles with the wind, scattered in various ways, encountered various weather changes, and finally scattered to some unknown corner. Then, after a few hundred years, someone gathered the ashes, smoothed them out, and restored them back to their original state. It would not have been possible if there was not a bright golden light in the background to show the sacredness of the book. In short, it was a miracle. Only the things they left behind could achieve this level. After all, their things were very connected, and they could gather their own kind. It was really like gathering the ashes and smoothing them out, and all that was lost in the process was just energy. It was no problem at all to replenish it. What are you thinking about? She could not help but ask when she saw him in deep thought. Yun Nuoxing, whose mind was full of tricks, did not react in time. He blurted out, "Oh, I'm thinking about when I can gather all your fragments and restore them back to their original state." Then, she knocked him on the head. "You're not serious." Yun Nuoxing stuck out his tongue and spread out his hands. "I'm very serious about this problem. After all, this is also one of the ways to announce the end of the war, isn't it? It's very ideal, but it's impossible." She shook her head gently. "Our roots are injured just like them. They were exiled to the origin of the chaotic nihility, and we entered the reincarnation path. Even if you really find someone's fragments and the probability of breaking the lower limit of the nihility, you can't restore them. The situation of objects and life is not the same." "I know, but..." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. "I'm just thinking about it." He laughed dryly and waved his hand. He pointed at the big pile of junk near the door. I'll take these things away first. Seeing that she nodded slightly, Yin Nuashing took away the few remaining books and a pile of miscellaneous items of unknown use. Oh, when he was packing up, he saw a set of furniture with a table, chairs, and benches. Now, he could set up a set of table and then place a tea set on it to drink tea. The only thing left was to stir-fry a pot of pots and pans. Ahem. By the way, the books you left behind, are they all written in the original language of order? Yin Nuashing suddenly thought of a problem. I can't understand that. I was lucky enough to read the books you left behind. I can't understand the original language. Her body flashed. She seemed to be stunned for a moment. After a while, she said in a doubtful tone, "You can't understand it? It shouldn't be. You can read it directly with our energy. As long as it's really written in the original language of order, you can understand it directly. At most, you can't understand the language, but it's impossible that you don't know the specific written records. Who would have energy to flip through books for no reason? They don't have energy in them. I didn't think about this." He suddenly opened his eyes wide. The word speechless was floating in his mind. She shrugged. She shrugged and said, "The first language of order was just like that. It was a language written by us with the rules and order of the great primordial realm's birth. The language itself contained the power of order and rules. However, most of the beings of order in this era were unable to adapt to it. They had no choice but to abandon it and modify it. The first and second generations still knew about it because they had deliberately learned it before. However, it was obvious that they did not know about the details of the first language of order. Other than them, only the earlier beings still knew about the first language of order." Yin Nuashing opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. After he was done, she held his hand and walked inside. "The thing you want is inside. Come." After packing up the pile of things, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but let out a long sigh. "I feel like I'm going further and further away on the road of picking up trash. There's no turning back." She was speechless. The little angel nodded vigorously. They didn't know how many times they had sorted and sorted out trash because of the origin of things. She always felt that since the first time, the direction of things had become strange. Well, she didn't know how to put it. To put it elegantly, it's digging up the traces of history and exploring the past. But to put it bluntly, it's just picking up trash. Ahem, I'm only talking about ourselves. She turned back and looked at him with a speechless look. She sighed and continued to pull him forward. Now that things have come to this, what can we do? We, and everything related to us, have almost become the residue of history. The echoes of the void, the resentment, obsession, and hatred of the past. If you want to be more specific, you can actually think of us here as 146 vengeful spirits who refuse to disperse for a long time. We stubbornly hold on and wait. Even if we know that we can't do anything, we still refuse to disperse. Yin Nuashing. Although that's what it is, theoretically speaking, you have still done something. For example, showing us the way or something, right? It's very important. She turned back and looked at him. Strange guy. Shouldn't you just nod in agreement at this time? It's true that you're resisting us, but why are you saying the opposite now? This. Yin Nuashing was stunned and sweated profusely. That. I'm resisting you. I'm speaking from my own subjective point of view. But from a practical point of view, can my resistance change the facts? Yes, I do hate you guys. You guys force me to clean up a mess. I'm very like that. But it's already an established fact. I've already pinched my nose and accepted this series of things, so I have to follow this aspect and think about it and recognize these things. But at least let me complain a little. Little Angel suddenly covered his mouth with her wings and walked to her side to give her the clearest explanation. Actually, Little Star is at Sundara. He doesn't hate you as much as you think he does. In fact, it's just a little bit, a very little bit. Actually, you can tell from the fact that he can sit down and chat with you calmly at the end and say goodbye to you seriously that he doesn't hate you. He just hates you a little bit, to the extent that he wants to complain. Yin Nuashing, woo-woo-woo, woo-woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. Little Angel turned back and smiled sweetly at him. but it still doesn't change the fact that you're at Sundara. She turned back and looked at him after hearing that. Oh, a contradictory guy. Yin Nuoxing. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and opened the wings on his mouth. He took a deep breath and said, So, why isn't the creator here? According to what you said, did he, just leave? I don't know. She shook her head. Maybe Roth has his own ideas. From the moment he forcefully sent me away at the end of the day, or from the moment he had this idea, I have no way of knowing what he's thinking, and what he's planning. Yin Nuoxing nodded. He remembered this. He called you to a place and let you walk around, right? Her body flashed, and she was stunned. You know? How did you know? I just know. I knew a little when you spilled your blood all over me in the last scene. Yin Nuoxing scratched his head and laughed dryly. Nonsense. Xian read the diary she left behind. Speaking of which, the person she wrote in the diary was different from the person he knew now. That was probably her true self. When writing a diary that only she wrote for herself, probably everyone would take off all the disguises, concealments, and masks on their body, leaving only their true self at that moment and writing down everything that was on their mind at that moment. She nodded and seemed to accept this explanation. That's true. It was an origin world in the lower Yuan realm. It was not a special world. At that time, the other Yuan realms had already been devastated by the flames of war. The mighty chaotic torrents had destroyed 80 to 90% of the existences in the greater Yuan realm. Under the circumstances at that time, a small world in a place far away from the upper plane, which had turned into a scorched land, had survived. It was even only slightly affected. It was incredible, but that was all. I didn't pay much attention to it. I knew that he was sending me away, that he had something he wanted to express, but could not say. Perhaps it was something he could not tell me. Even if many had already left at the time, and there were not many left on the continent of origins who could listen to his plans. He might not even have told anyone, burying his head and doing something. That was why I cooperated with him once. I turned and left, and within a day, I knew what I would see when I returned and was prepared. It was just that until now, none of us knew what he was doing or what he had arranged. Even with over 300 eras of tacit understanding, I could still feel that there was something unfamiliar about him then. Yin Nuoxing understood. The stinky younger brother who had always been suppressed would one day issue an unquestionable order to you. You would have no choice but to obey the order once. You wouldn't even be able to open your mouth to protest. That feeling, right? She paused for a moment and thought carefully. That seems to be the case. I never thought that he would have such a tough side to him. He's the kind of guy who would only put away his worries and put on a serious face during meetings. Little Angel nodded and said from the side, It's just like how Little Star doesn't listen to advice usually. The two of you are indeed family. Yin Nuoxing and her. This girl stabbed them both in the back the moment she opened her mouth. Yin Nuoxing coughed hard. Don't talk nonsense. I'm usually quite obedient. I know what to do when it comes to matters big and small. When I knew that I couldn't take it anymore, didn't you also try to persuade me? Didn't I? Little Angel immediately interrupted. I exploded immediately. Yin Nuoxing's pretty face turned red. Occasionally, just occasionally. Oh. Seeing his gloomy face and not knowing whether to laugh or cry, she reached out to hold Little Angel's hand and said, He often acts recklessly. You have to keep an eye on him. Little Angel hurriedly nodded and replied with a smile. Basic skills, yes. Although I can't keep an eye on him alone, there's still you and the others. No problem. Yin Nuoxing, these two. One of them saw through his uncertain future and knew everything about him. The other lived in his soul and knew everything about him. Well, with the two of them working together, he really couldn't defend himself. Bah, he didn't even have the thought to defend himself. He coughed hard and forcefully changed the topic. Well, didn't you think that there was a special reason why he deliberately threw you into that world-like cluster? Not to mention that the Yuan realm was almost completely destroyed by you guys. There was still a small world-like cluster that could survive. His arrangement should definitely have his reasons. That was the only time he was so tough in more than 300 eras, wasn't it? The remaining 10 to 20% was still a very large area for the entirety Yuan realm. Without being able to observe the void, they would never know the battle that broke out in the void. The outside world was scorched, and only the cradle was safe and sound. False, safe and sound. That's true. Although I didn't pay attention to it, I've seen that world. It's just an ordinary origin world. There's nothing special about it. The only reason it was able to survive was because it happened to be far away from the place where the battle broke out. She said softly. Well, it didn't seem incomprehensible. After the destruction of the Netherworld, there were still some worlds in the lower and middle planes that were lucky enough to survive. Although the Netherworld wasn't on the same level as the concept body of chaos, that was what it meant. Death was death, but there were many reasons why they were still alive in the middle of a war. If one couldn't explain it clearly, then one could only sigh and say that they were lucky. All right then, let's change our perspective. Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly. Although I can think of it, you can probably think of it as well. Just treat it as telling me. Could his arrangements back then have anything to do with him not existing here now? I'll say a few more things. Wait until I'm done. What are the conditions for you to manifest here? More specifically, what are the conditions? Did he not exist here because he did not meet certain conditions? Or was there a problem with the conditions itself, and only 146 of you met them, but not him? She shook her head. We've discussed all of the things you've mentioned, but we haven't come to any conclusions. Furthermore, the conditions you've mentioned are all conditions, so there's no need to be overly suspicious. However, the last condition you mentioned is that he doesn't meet the conditions, so he can't manifest here. She turned to look at him. If there is such a strange condition, it may be you, and it may only be you. In your soul, Roth's energy is the weakest to the point that it could even be extinguished. That is the only condition I can think of. Apart from that, there is no condition that could completely exclude one of us. It does not exist. Is it because of me? Yin Nuoxing frowned. Indeed, if only one of the 147 people did not meet a condition, the restriction of the condition would be extremely harsh, especially if it was a restriction and division among their group of brothers and sisters. It would be even more difficult. On the other hand, for the heavenly god of origin, there was only one person who fulfilled this condition. If there really was such a condition, then the name of this condition would be Roth. It would be him, and he would be the condition. Even if all 147 of them were slightly similar, not a single one of them could completely become another Roth. Thus, this was the only conclusion. Obviously, this answer was very nonsensical. Therefore, he killed this answer as soon as he thought of it. Then, he turned to his own question. Then, what is the reason for his power to become so weak in my soul? I'm not sure. She shook her head and sighed softly. The part that I'm not sure about might be his arrangement that we don't know about. Perhaps there are other deeper meanings. Oh, it's hard to say. He didn't say anything, so it's very difficult to guess what intentions. He definitely has his own intentions. There's no need to think too much about it. Otherwise, I don't understand it all. At that time, he knew that you would definitely go out and come back, but he still insisted on sending you away, leaving you to face the final outcome alone. I don't understand what the meaning is, so there must be some reason. Yin Nuoxing sighed. It's just that some things can't be said clearly, so we can only guess blindly. No matter how much we guess, we can't figure it out. Could it be that it's to let you live, or something? He only smiled bitterly, and said something that even he wouldn't take seriously. Naturally, she wouldn't take it seriously either. She shook her head and denied it. There's no such possibility. Fight, win, or die. Running away is useless. Tisk, I'm just talking blindly. Don't take it to heart. Some things can't be explained clearly even if it's on the surface. Moreover, there's no condition and it's just a blind guess. Actually, he wanted to say that he saw in the diary that she left behind in the future that she found Roth's reincarnation in the lower bound. However, this was something that he couldn't say out loud. After some time, they still hadn't reached their destination. They were still surrounded by layers of bookshelves. The terrain had also changed several times. It went from a thick and straight arrangement to a staircase arrangement. After a while, it turned into an arrangement like building blocks. There were even more strange combinations, just like the formation here. It made people feel that they were quite free on a daily basis. The further they went, the more serious the arrangement became. They even saw a staircase that was put together by the bookshelves. It was a spiral that kept extending upwards in a circle, and there was no end in sight. The two spiral entrances on the left and right were close to the wall. After passing through here, there was a maze behind them. You must be very free on a daily basis, right? She was familiar with the maze, so it took her less than 2 minutes to lead him and the little angel out of the maze. However, he still couldn't help but exclaim, "Why did they arrange the storeroom like this? It's not me. Don't look at me." She defended herself. It's them who arranged it. Although this space of nihility also has infinite space, they said that it would be too boring and oppressive to just put it in rows and rows. They said that if the inheritors came in to take a look, they would be pushed out by the oppressive feeling. So, they changed the layout in different ways. This place stores the countless worlds in the void, the countless histories accumulated over countless years. It's almost infinite. If you want, you can even see the history of the Order of the Chaos era, although you can only see the same history of resistance. She looked at the empty bookshelves around her. However, all of these are now completely lost. The things that were once perishable in this place eventually disappeared just like their names. A thought, an epiphany, a life, a change in emotion, a throbbing from the heart. Everything about life is recorded here, but it's not as detailed as you think. The life, the individual that was recorded here had once made a sound that wanted to be remembered, and we heard it, so it was recorded here. Then it expanded to include a village, a small city, a hub, a star, a boundless starry sky, a world, a region of the void. There were also individuals who made a sound that we heard, so we recorded their journey here. There were also some who were actively observed by us, so we left behind traces. Yin Nuoxing looked at the empty bookshelves around her and was silent for a moment. This place was also filled with countless carriers that recorded things big and small. It was evidence that countless lives had once lived, but they were all annihilated and dissipated in the void. Their vision could cover the entire void of order, but even so, he could not guarantee that they had accurately recorded everything in the void, but maybe 70 or 80%. Unlike the myriad worlds pavilion in the Underworld, the reason why the Underworld courier could record everything that happened in the void was that all life after death had to pass through there. Even if the soul of the great Yuan realm was broken, a remnant soul would return to the Underworld courier, and then everything that happened in the past would be recorded. Well, the Underworld courier only recorded history, and no one could see it. If he did not wander around the samsara like it was his backyard, he would not even know that there was such a magical thing as the Myriad Worlds Pavilion. Back then, when he wanted to go in and take a look, the manager of the courier was so anxious that he had a headache. Ahem. On the other hand, in addition to everything that had passed, the Myriad Worlds Pavilion probably also recorded things that were currently happening. He suddenly thought that the Myriad Worlds Pavilion might also have records about them, and that Luo Zun God might also. Well, forget it, it was not easy to enter that place. He did not beat the manager of the courier back then, so he probably did not have much chance. "We're here," she spoke softly, interrupting his thoughts. Only then did she raise her head and realize that she had unknowingly been brought in front of a door that was 10 feet tall. The door was made of 2 opaque energy curtains, and it looked like it was flowing with light and vibrant colors. She reached out and pressed on the door, and red-black energy lines rippled across the 2 doors. Then, the 2 doors were gently pushed open, and she pulled him and the little angel into the room. Be prepared, because some things may be beyond your expectations. Don't be scared and faint. Chapter 2036. When he heard this sentence before entering the door, he was already mentally prepared to see all kinds of scenes. He guessed that it might be a more messy storeroom, or a place where even birds would pee their pants from fright. These were all normal operations, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He even guessed that there might be a piece of ink that was tied up in a cross and embedded in the wall. But when he entered, he found that it was actually an empty, open-air, circular, big square. Square. The spaciousness and grandeur of this place made it impossible for him to treat it as a room. The sky above the square was covered by the curtain of night. It was obvious that this was indeed another space. However, it did not appear dark. A silky ribbon of aurora hung in the sky like a beautiful curtain that hung from the sky, reflecting the stars that filled the sky. The galaxies from all directions gathered here, like a big net that covered the sky. No matter how he looked, he could not escape from its range. Although he knew that this must be a custom-made scene, it really made him feel good. The huge square was not decorated with anything. There were no pillars or stone stairs. It was empty in all directions. Only the gray floor could be seen. The door appeared out of thin air. Only the door that was open to both sides and the outline of the door stood there, making them feel that they had walked into another space instead of being teleported to another place. Speaking of the things in this space, other than the setting of the aurora, there were only balls of light that dotted the night sky like stars. The tiny balls of light were probably only 2 or 3 fingers wide. Due to the influence of the stars and aurora in the sky, he thought that the balls of light were actually stars that dotted the night sky. It was not until she pulled him closer that he realized that they were actually things that were hanging in front of him. There were a lot of them, densely packed in front of him. But even when they were gathered together, their brightness did not increase. From afar, they seemed to be perfectly integrated into the galaxy. Hey, Yinashing stood on tiptoe and reached out to grab a ball of light that floated over her head. She held in her palm and looked at it for a while. When she stopped and looked at him, she showed the ball of light in her hand to her. What is this? Fragments. She reached out and took the ball of light from his hand. She turned it around on her fingertips a few times. This is the fragment you wanted, but I don't know what kind of fragment it is. Yin Nuashing's jaw dropped as she looked at the countless floating balls of light in the sky. She really didn't know how many there were. So many? I collected all of them? Only you can touch it, she calmly replied. Every time you touch a fragment, your soul will capture a part of it and absorb it. However, your soul is unable to contain such a large amount of fragments, so it will pour the excess fragments into this broken land. Yin Nuashing tugged at her hair as she listened. In other words, what you said earlier about your fragments strengthening my connection with this place is you're sending fragments that you can't handle to this place. She nodded. If you come into contact with too many fragments at once, you'll be dragged here. Yin Nuashing crossed her arms and pondered for a while. She frowned and felt that something was wrong. So I'm just a load and unload, and I'm overloading every time. Look, I'm caught here for tea the moment I overload. She was speechless. She thought for a while and decided to ignore what he had just said. She pointed to the sky and said, "They're the fireworks you're looking for. However, even with that space, it will take a long time to repair it. Many things are no different from starting from scratch. These fragments are just equivalent to a mark that can be restored." Yin Nuashing continued to ponder. I suddenly thought of a very serious problem. We don't know what these things are, so there's no way to restore them. Although that space is under my control now, when I want to use it to restore something, I have to at least know what this thing is. If there's such a troublesome step, it would have been caught by others to adjust it. She said in a speechless tone and patted his head. The creation recorded in it only needs a trace of the mark to restore it. What you're talking about should be the situation where there's no energy or mark left and can only be pieced together. Oh, so that's how it is. She looked around and looked at him again. Finally, she reached out her hand into his collar. The cool touch of his skin made Yin Nuashing shudder. For a moment, he thought that she was going to strip him, but he only saw her take out the pendant that she had been wearing all this time. She took it off his neck and then placed it in her palm to examine it. The light on her body surged, as if she was doing something. Yin Nuashing touched his neck. He was a little curious about what she was doing. Speaking of which, is this pendant yours too? Is it from the beginning? No. She shook her head lightly. Her hands didn't stop moving. She explained, "This thing is your symbol." Symbol? This word made him a little confused. He scratched his head and muttered, "Symbol? You're referring to that thing of Yuanshu?" "That's it." She turned her head to look at him. Seeing his confused look, she couldn't help but ask, "Haven't you studied it?" "What's there to study? I've been wearing it all this time. I've never paid attention to it." Yin Nuashing stuck out her tongue. Because I've gotten used to wearing it, I didn't pay attention to it at all. The only thing I paid attention to was that I was afraid that it would disappear one day. Other than that, well, although I was surprised that its storage space was unlimited later on, I got used to throwing things into my soul or into the world light cluster. That's it. Later on, I didn't even use its space. She seemed to understand what he meant, so she didn't say anything. She only explained, it's the same as you. Its essence is Yuan-Shu. That is to say, it's something that you brought from Yuan-Shu. Well, no. It should be something that was born from your body. It has existed since the beginning. As for its use, perhaps storage is just an inconspicuous function. Its essence is also Yuan-Shu. If it only has the storage function, in your words, it's better to create a few more world light clusters. Yin Nuashing scratched her head and laughed dryly. She understood that since it was also Yuan-Shu's essence, it was naturally related to Yuan-Shu. It couldn't just be a little box for storing things. However, the more specific use would depend on when he could figure out his own essence. The essence of Yuan-Shu was difficult to figure out. He felt that it would be good enough if he could figure out how to use this new form of power in this era. As for understanding the essence in more detail and walking on the path of essence, it was not easy, and he wouldn't be able to go too far. Fortunately, the path that he had walked on over the years when he pretended to be an energy life form did not disappear just because it was covered in dust. Otherwise, he would have turned around and gone downhill. Those paths that could be counted as additional paths, well, side paths. Although he had taken a wrong path, he had already walked it. There would definitely be a substantial change, and it wouldn't disappear just like that. Just as she was thinking about Yuan-Shu, the pendant in her hand suddenly emitted a golden light. She then raised it up to the sky, and the small light balls floating in the sky seemed to be attracted and quickly rushed into the pendant. Yin Nuashing also came back to his senses when he saw the movement of the light from the corner of his eye. He raised his head and saw countless balls of light falling from the sky like raindrops. He was stunned. However, what made him even more surprised was that one of the 4 galaxies in the starry sky suddenly trembled and then scattered in all directions. It was as if fireflies that had gathered together had been frightened and scattered in all directions. After the entire galaxy exploded, it immediately smashed down from the sky, causing him and the little angel to stare with their eyes wide open. Although they knew that there were many fragments, they did not expect that there was a whole galaxy of fragments hanging in the sky. They blended perfectly with the scene, and they were completely unrecognizable. After she put all the fragments into the pendant, the aurora curtain, and the 3 galaxies were still left in the sky. Although one of them was missing, it was still very bright. She shook the pendant and put it around his neck again. Here, the fireworks you asked for. Yin Nuashing, he felt that it was too dangerous to say that. He felt that his neck was a little heavier. Probably not many people knew that they could walk without trembling in the wind after wearing fireworks that could destroy the entire Yuan realm. By the way, I collected these things, threw them here, and packed them up to bring them out. Why do I feel that it's a little unnecessary? While she was still thinking about how to respond, the little angel immediately poked his face and said, "It's because you have indigestion and can't deal with it. You need someone else to deal with it for you." Yin Nuashing and Lin Sanju, well, those who were dealt with and those who helped to deal with it felt disgusted when they heard that. When the 3 of them left the universe of nothingness and returned to the manor, only the young man and Hui were left sitting at the table and chatting with T. Cu and the rest, as well as a group of noisy heavenly gods of origin, were nowhere to be seen. "Oh, you're done?" Seeing them come out, the young man waved his hand and then moved a few times to make room for the 3 of them. Everyone brought the children over. "We have a lot to talk about." Well, it was normal. One side was a wandering soul that had been dead for more than 10 eras, and the other side was a wanderer who had been away from home for more than 20 years. Both sides would have a lot to talk about when they met. As for Yuan Ji, Siyu, Qing Huang, and Shuang Shuang, they were probably called over by their own heavenly gods of origin for something. It seemed that they would not be leaving this place for a while. Thinking of this, he looked at Hui and the young man. "So, are you done talking?" Take your time. There's no rush. The young man waved his hand and could not help but laugh as he looked at Hui. Such a perfect embryo has not been seen since the end of the Chaos era. You're much better than your predecessor. Hui could not help but smile bitterly. Are you trying to say that I'm only suitable to be a shield? Yin Nuoxing immediately interjected. You're a shield to begin with. You've been carrying a shield for more than 10 eras, right? If you really don't want to be a shield anymore, you've had more than 10 chances to correct it. And even if we don't talk about those chances, you can still change if you want to. Even if you throw down the shield and pick up a sword, you can still beat people up. It's just that it takes time to learn how to beat people up better. Hey, you said that you've been carrying a shield for more than 10 eras, right? Now you're suddenly quitting. Isn't it because you're afraid that you'll be thrown off if you make too many turns? Hui bared his teeth at him. Anyway, you'll be in charge of beating people up, and I'll be in charge of taking the beating. The division of labor is clear, very clear. The youth was also surprised when he heard that, and his voice grew louder. Is this also how you divide the work? Yin Nuoxing and Hui were startled and asked in unison, What do you mean by also? The youth laughed and raised his finger to point at her, who was drinking tea, and then at himself. Back then, she was also the one who risked her life to charge in front, taking on 10 Chaos Concept bodies by herself, while I blocked the attacks of 20 other Chaos Concept bodies for her with my origin domain. I was beaten up badly by her Chaos domain. If you don't cooperate well, you should cooperate with Roth, she said indifferently. Seeing the puzzled look from the little fellow and Hui, the young man scratched his head and laughed dryly. Then he looked up at the sky and said, Everyone who carries a shield has the heart to charge and break through enemy lines. Sometimes when I charge too fiercely, I slip and lose my horse stance. Then I'm accidentally thrown back and hit her. I've been despised by her for 300 eras. Ahem, but you have to know that no matter how strong this guy is, he can't take on 30 Chaos Concept bodies at the same time, right? Doesn't someone have to help him? Besides, didn't I stabilize my horse stance at the end? The latter part of the sentence was obviously directed at her. She replied calmly, It's meaningless to worry too much. Little angel, Yu Hui was speechless. Ah, this familiar stubbornness, exactly the same as a certain someone. Yin Nuoxing looked at Hui, and her eyes flashed. Well, don't tell me you're fighting halfway. No. Hui shook his head hard. I'm just a shield, a pure shield. Well, a pure shield. Even if I'm sent flying, I won't be able to fly to your side. It's not like you don't know your explosive speed when you fight. Ghosts can't keep up with you. Bah, even ghosts can't keep up with you. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. It was unknown whether the situation between the two of them was special or subtle, but the other heavenly gods of origin had a lot to talk about with their own inheritors. As the inheritor of Luo Zun, she was naturally the focus of the other heavenly gods of origin. She would definitely talk about it as well, wishing that she could say something that would last for dozens of eras. Hui and the youth also had a lot to talk about, but it was just him and her, drinking tea, just drinking tea. Little Angel looked at Little Star and her, who were drinking tea in silence, and could not help but ask, Don't you have anything to say to each other? Although you say that. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head. But we've been here a few times, and we've almost finished asking all the questions that should be asked. Do you have anything else to say? It's not that. Little Angel shook her head and poked his head with her slender finger. It's between the two of you, the inheritor. There's no need to say more. She put down her teacup and replied while pouring tea. The path that he has chosen is complicated, but he has done his best to smooth it out and has a clear direction to move forward. He just needs to move forward little by little, and there's no need to interfere. Ah, speaking of that, Yin Nuoxing suddenly turned to look at her and quickly asked, What's up with my origin energy? He immediately told her about the other origin energy that he had talked about with Luo Ying, and said in a very confused tone, So what's up with that? So that's how it is. After saying that, the young man who was talking to Hui spoke first. He put his hands on the table and turned to look at him. We really haven't thought about what's up with your inheritance, because it doesn't look any different to us. But that's just our perspective. If we don't pay attention to the things that we left behind, we wouldn't know if we've made a mistake. If we're talking about this specific situation, the young man let out a hissing sound and looked at the little one. You're not even an inheritor. Yin Nuoxing's expression froze for a moment. She opened her mouth and patted her forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. All right. I've guessed this situation. So what am I? If I have to say, the young man looked at the little one and pondered for a moment. Then he sat up straight and patted his arms. He said seriously, you're just an unlucky passerby who got involved and got marked. Yin Nuoxing, little angel, and Hui, that's very unlucky. Oh, if you have to say it, you can say it in another way. For example, you're a stowaway or something. The young man grinned and shrugged. Yin Nuoxing, damn it, I'm trespassing everywhere I go. Now that I've come to this place, I'm still an intruder. Ahem, but you don't have to worry so much. Seeing their changed expressions, the young man coughed hard and reminded them, that's just the beginning. The power we left behind under the realm of the gods existed since the birth of the realm of the gods. It was just used and turned into a defense to protect the realm of the gods. And the power to protect the Yuan realm was also made of that power. But if we were to divide it by leaving behind another layer of defense, the Yuan realm's protection belongs to the first layer of defense. Moreover, it was already destroyed when we were still fighting. Otherwise, the other primordial realms wouldn't have suffered so much. But this is the part that protects the outside world. The first layer of defense is divided into two parts. One part protects the Yuan realm, and the other part is the defense against the realm of the gods itself. But it hasn't been activated yet. Once this defense is activated, it can make the realm of the gods completely disappear. Other than the people of the realm of the gods, no one will know where the realm of the gods is. Even their understanding of the realm of the gods will become blurry. These are all used to defend against the chaos. Yin Nuoxing and Little Angel were both stunned. This blurry thing was activated in the future, making it impossible for anyone to find the existence of the realm of the gods in the void. But couldn't stop that. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but say, but this can't stop the underworld, right? The underworld is also considered part of the realm of the gods. It's just that they dug out the entire space and ran away. And as far as we know, the underworld and the realm of the gods still have a faint connection. The young man was stunned. Looking at his expression, Yin Nuoxing's eyes widened and her breathing stagnated. You don't know, but when he thought of their godlike foresight and all kinds of foresight, he calmed down and took a sip of tea. I understand. There must be a backup plan. You directly cut off the connection with the underworld, right? The young man put his elbows on the table and lowered his head with his hands on his forehead. He looked as if he was ashamed. This is actually Yin Nuoxing. Tell me yes. Please, tell me what you're prepared for. The young man smiled bitterly. This is indeed no. I didn't think of this at the moment. Yin Nuoxing and Little Angel. All right, it's not unreasonable for the underworld to come to us in the 139th era. Regardless of why they didn't come to us for such a long time, they came to us at that time. Ahem, but the young man immediately coughed and added, but there are still two layers of defense. The second layer of defense is the most direct one. You should know about this since you live in the realm of the gods. Yin Nuoxing's eyes flashed, and she sat up slightly. The pillar of creation and the barrier of creation? Worried that they didn't know what he was talking about, he added, the pillars that are inserted in the realm of the gods and the barrier that is supported by the pillars. Yes, that's it. The young man nodded. The pillars of creation and the barrier of creation. That's a fitting name, isn't it? After all, Lorth was the one who made those pillars when the realm of the gods was born. Later on, I made some adjustments and habitually set up defenses. My other companions messed around with them, giving them a bunch of functions related to the realm of the gods. Yin Nuoxing, he felt that he had found evidence that the pillar of creation was closely related to the realm of the gods. The barrier of creation, We didn't know what expression to make after hearing that. Anyway, he was a little emotional. Fortunately, The pillars and the barrier are closely related to the realm of the gods. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what they are used for. Yin Nuashing thought about it and felt that it was true. As he later found out, the pillar of creation had indeed existed when the realm of the gods was born. It was an integral part of the realm of the gods. If that wasn't the case, they might not have been able to see the hidden place and the pillars. The fact that the realm of the gods could continue to exist after the void quakes in an unknown environment of nothingness or origin should have something to do with the adjustments, defenses, and functions mentioned just now. Well, it was a good thing that they were messing around, right? Actually, I find it quite strange that you know about this. The young man scratched his head and was a little puzzled. Generally speaking, the barrier of creation, right? It's normal that you can see it because it would jump out whenever there is an external attack. But that bunch of pillars shouldn't be visible to anyone. How do you know about those pillars? Oh, it's a little magical now that you mention it. We coughed dryly and pretended to be helpless and distressed. It's a story about a ball that split into 3 pieces and smashed my and Feng's buttocks. She and the young man, ? Tens of thousands of words were spoken by Hui with great momentum and cadence, like the rolling waters of the Yangtze River flowing east. This guy's really good at giving speeches. So why did he have to throw him on the stage when he could have finished talking? The heart of the world cracked. That's a little funny. The young man listened to the flickering light, looked at Hui, and then at the little fellow, and burst out laughing. And it just so happened to hit you too. That's to him, well, it's true. The young man covered his mouth and coughed twice to stifle his laughter. It's really a matter of probability. The world core of the Pantheon realm cracked probably because, hey kid, that guy beside you smacked the grand primordial realm into a pulp. I wouldn't be surprised if the Pantheon realm was blown to 120% maturity since it was at the epicenter of the explosion. Moreover, it also carried all sorts of powers that destroyed every aspect of the world. Even a world that we created on a whim could not withstand such an impact. It's already the best outcome that it could survive and repair itself. Well, the crack of the world core is probably a physical manifestation of being blown to 120% maturity, just like a scar. And when it cracked, it needed 2 people to help look after the realm of the gods in the future because it felt that it wouldn't be able to do it, so it made preparations in advance. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes, her face dark. I feel like I'm really unlucky. I got caught up in the battle between you and the concept entity of chaos in the 37th and 38th era and was killed by a single slap. Not only did I not die, the realm of the gods even captured me. So, you guys are really determined to torture me, right? What did I do to you guys? That's a really strong karma. The young man laughed dryly, but suddenly paused and turned to the little fellow. Did we talk to you about that last time? Yin Nuashing froze for a moment with the teacup in her hand, and then shook her head. What? Well, I don't think so. What? Of course, it's something to do with you. Without saying a word, Yin Nuashing began to shiver. Then, she moved a few times to the left and leaned against the little angel. Looking at him and her, she shivered. What are you guys up to this time? No, it's just a few things. Remember what we said last time? The young man waved his hand and said seriously, the truth is that you met us in the 51st era, and she met you in the 33rd era. Do you remember that? Yes, I do. What's wrong with that? Is it a matter of squabbling over words? Yin Nuashing gulped, her forehead sweating. Actually, the young man crossed his hands and looked very serious. The thing we didn't tell you is this matter is considered a fixed future. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. You mean destiny? Well, you can think of it that way, but you don't have to be so nervous. You feel that this process has been fixed or something. The young man nodded and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be nervous. The cause of this matter is the moment she met you in the 33rd era. In fact, nothing has happened up until now. Yes, nothing has happened for the time being. You and her and we are not connected by karma. Remember? Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and prepared herself. Remember, just tell me directly. Give me a quick death. Well, don't be so nervous. Just treat it as if I'm telling you everything. The young man smiled and continued. In fact, this kind of thing happened because it's a very coincidental thing. We have had countless inheritors so far. If there's a situation where we will meet in the future, why did this happen to you? Don't you feel curious? I'm not curious. I feel that something is going to happen. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. In any case, the things related to them were... He was very confused and couldn't figure it out. He couldn't even figure it out himself, let alone these higher-level things. We have asked Roth about this matter. So far, it has not touched on the fixed future. It only said that you met across time. That worry guy, and we have two guesses. First of all, you already have a karmic connection with us. We have met, communicated, and even more in the past, but you died. After you reincarnated and returned, due to certain matters, you became an inheritor, so you met her in advance. Yin Nuoxing, you are not letting me go even after a lifetime. And you took advantage of me when I was in a daze. Uft. This. The young man turned his head and spat out a mouthful of water. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Cough, cough. But since you do not have any karmic connection with us, this guess is thrown aside. Then the second guess is that you have a very deep connection with our things. This is not referring to those little things, but the young man raised his chin at Yin Nuoxing to let her understand. The Netherworld. You left the Netherworld sword for me. So, this is the reason why we met in advance. Yin Nuoxing turned to look at her. She had not drunk tea for 5 minutes. Perhaps she was full. She turned to look at him and shook her head. The Netherworld. I did not leave it for you. I don't know why it came to you. Yin Nuoxing and the other two were stunned. But it did not take long before the young man clapped his hands to get their attention. Cough, cough. Let me finish first. Let me think about how to put it. Let me put it this way. When she met you in the 33rd era, it was actually a sign. We cannot help but chime in. An uncertain future. The young man nodded and slowly said, because she foresaw your arrival, she decided to leave something for you. This is actually a very normal thing. For example, the family foresaw that a new member would be born in 10 months. This is a foreseeable thing, right? Then, from that time onwards, everything was prepared in advance for your arrival. So, it was good to learn in advance. However, unexpected things happened. Before the 10th month came, you disappeared. I mean this possibility. In fact, such things are common in the void. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. Then what? Then, the young man sighed faintly. Then, things happened to be a little chaotic at that time. You know that at that time, we tried our best to leave a way out. That was after the 771 broken paths. After that, there were some follow-up preparations, but they were not as frequent. In the midst of this, as I said, we made some preparations in advance for your arrival. She suddenly understood. Divinity Carrier. Yes. The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He slapped his forehead and said to her, You left nothing but the Divinity Carrier to the little fellow. From the moment you decided to leave the Divinity Carrier to him, it was already a conceptual fixed future that stood tall in the void. Chapter 2037. Fate. It was a script written by the initiator, a process pieced together by countless coincidences by the discoverer. Fate was nothing but nonsense to them at this level. They could treat it as a casual topic of conversation, but it was nothing more than a script. They would inadvertently arrange the affairs of others, and they would inadvertently be arranged by others as well. For example, he was an unlucky old man. He did not know how many years ago he had been arranged. He had already said that ever since he boarded the ship of origin, even the option of jumping ship had been eliminated. Now, he was even given a fixed future, which meant that he would not give up until he was tied to the ship. Even if he wanted to chisel away, he could not do so. Speaking of which, he could not chisel away at the ship in the first place. Half of the ship had already sunk. In any case, whether you talk about fate or not, life has to continue moving forward. What? After talking about fate, the past dozen or so epochs were not traversed by oneself. You don't have to be so serious about it. You don't have to be so serious about it. You don't have to talk about it too much. You could just complain about it when you can't sleep in the middle of the night. After all, you still have to do what you need to do when you wake up. Besides, you already know about it. Fate has shown you the cards, right? That means you have one more choice, or even a few more choices. You could do whatever you want after that. But judging from the current situation, this so-called fate was guiding him to charge into the chaos. Coincidentally, he thought so too. So, let's just keep moving forward. Look, I've already told you that I know, but it's still like a dream. There's no change at all. It was just a review of the countless coincidences that he had noticed. It was just a review, and it could not change the fixed facts. Besides, the two groups of people above him were the biggest weavers of fate in the void. When these two groups of people trembled, the fate of the void was imperceptibly fixed and changed, without even knowing it had changed. So there was no need to dwell on the big and small things of the past. If the current path was firm and was indeed a path that he had walked himself, then he would just keep going, because that was indeed his fate. Looking at the little one with her hands crossed before her nose and closed her eyes in contemplation, the youth looked at her again. She had stopped drinking tea and was staring blankly. It seemed that both of them were in a mess. Although it is a fixed future, it does not mean that it will definitely happen at that time. In fact, in the entire process, little one, your 51st era is uncertain. You may not necessarily go to that scene and come into contact with that divinity carrier in the 51st era, but you're certain that you will eventually, whether it is the 51st era, the 100th era, or the 50th era, you will eventually go there, to that mirrored temple, and come into contact with the divinity carrier that was left for you. The only thing that is uncertain is when it will happen, and the premonition she saw will only be the scene where you actually appeared there. In fact, this condition is not important at all. It is not important what the premonition she saw is not important at all. As I said just now, what is important is the fact that you have gone to that temple, and only when you have gone there, the premonition is formed. Yin Nuashing put down her crossed hands and took a deep breath. She opened her eyes and tried to keep her voice as calm as possible. The fixed future and the unfixed future are both fine. But why do you have to mention the divinity carrier? The youth scratched his head. It is a waste of words to explain, so I will try to finish it in the shortest way possible. Just make do with it. Little one, the yearning life form that I told you about last time. You have already seen it. It is about Luoing. You still remember, right? Seeing that she nodded slightly, the youth said, "Our existence is just as you said last time. Once we are involved, karma and whatnot will become very firm. The divinity carrier is the condensation and carrier of our divinity and has the same effect. So, you understand." Yin Nuashing's expression became weird. She lowered her head and muttered to herself, "The fixed future should be one of the countless paths shown by the unfixed future. The leaving of the divinity carrier is equivalent to giving a firmer and unbreakable concept and karma to one of the paths, so it is something that is bound to happen." "Yes, that is the case." The young man nodded and took a sip of tea. He glanced at the little fellow who seemed to be in a dilemma and added, "I'm worried that you're going down a dead end. Let me add something for you. In fact, it only solidifies that section of the road, but it doesn't confirm the entire road. It's just that section of the road will take at least 4 to 5 days to a few months or even a few years to be confirmed. It's just that section of the road. It's not like what you think, where the entire life course has been determined and firmly locked. It's not like that. That's troublesome. The longer the arrangement, the more likely there will be variables." "Oh, I see. I'm not too sure about that." Yin Nuashing made an O sound and then shrugged. "As for the wall and whatnot, I don't particularly care about it. No, I'm a little concerned about it. I have a grudge in my stomach now." About that, the youth smiled bitterly. After all, they had left a mess for him to take over. This was indeed forcing him to this line. It was normal for him to have a grudge. Well, it was normal. Well, we have finished talking about the situation of the fixed future. We saw that they had finished talking and raised his hand to change the topic. "So what is that inexplicable omen all about? Is it another special example?" The youth pondered for a moment. "Regarding this, I can only mention the second guess that I have just mentioned. The little one has a very deep connection with her thing. That very deep connection refers to a divinity carrier? Wait a minute, I don't understand. Isn't this the future affecting the past? Yin Nuoxing opened her eyes wide and spread her hands, her face full of disbelief. This doesn't make sense, does it? There was clearly the omen of the 33 eras first, and then the decision to retain the divinity carrier. Why did the latter cause the former to appear? The youth nodded vigorously. Yes, why? This doesn't make sense. This is impossible. Yin Nuoxing and the other three were speechless. You must be joking. A guess, just a guess. At the time, our guess had just been raised, and we had no time to discuss it. This is just a continuation of that topic. The youth held his chin and laughed dryly. The matter of time is particularly troublesome once it is involved, even if it doesn't work on us. We could say that we had foreseen your arrival in the 33 eras. However, if it was just a normal foresight, where she saw your future self in advance, and you saw us through the image left in the divinity carrier, it would be the end of it directly. Ending here actually means two things. One, she saw your future self, and two, you saw the image we left behind. All of this is done under the premise of foresight, and there is nothing wrong with it. By the way, even if the place you're going to is just a mirror image of our house, their structures are the same. That is why there is no difference whether the divinity carrier is placed in the mirror image or the real one, because the nature is the same. What's important is the fact that you met her divinity carrier in our hall. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. At that time, the continent of origins was already ashes. How could it still be where it was? The young man smiled bitterly and shrugged. Let's get back to the original topic. If it was just a meeting across time based on foresight, this matter would be over. But you two just had to bump into each other at that time. You two had real contact. After that contact, you saw something from her, and she also saw many scenes about your uncertain future. Things have suddenly become weird. What? Yin Nuoxing's eyes widened and turned to look at her. The image you saw of me in your house only appeared after we touched? She nodded slightly. After that brief contact, I seemed to be able to feel your presence, and your image also appeared frequently after that. Yin Nuoxing leaned back in her chair and looked up at the sky in silence. After a while, she remembered that the topic was not over and quickly sat up straight. Well, you can continue. That meeting was the key. The youth spread his hands and continued the topic. Just now, you mentioned foresight, right? But foresight is just a one-sided vision across time, a certain image. To put it bluntly, it is a mirage of time and is untouchable. If I have the time, I can do it like this. I think of a way to see myself fishing by a lake 1,000 years in the future and then deliberately raise my hand to greet myself while I record this image. Now, let the time go to 1,000 years in the future. At that time, I was sitting by the lake fishing, and the divinity carrier released the image that I recorded 1,000 years ago. Because I saw that image, I chose to respond. So I raised my hand and responded to myself 1,000 years ago. Look, isn't it the scene of you two at that time? Yin Nuoxing and the youth looked at each other, and both of them nodded slightly. Everything was normal up to this point, until you two touched. Yes, real contact. That's what you said last time, right? You said that you touched your family's inheritor's hand, a real touch. The young man looked at her and asked. She nodded slightly, and, as if to confirm, she even put her hand on his. Indeed, the texture is the same. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. The youth coughed softly and continued. That means it's not actually foresight. At least it's not normal foresight. How could two images from different times come together? It doesn't make sense, even if it's based on the connection between the two of you. After all, as I said, if such a thing really happened, why would it happen to you out of all the heirs? It's not normal. It's just that none of us paid attention to it at the time. Yin Nuoxing, that's why I said something is going to happen. Wait. I just remembered something. He quickly stood up and turned to look at her. If that's the case, when I went to the scorched world all those years ago, why did you sprinkle blood all over me after I saw the last image of the scene, and that drop of blood was left behind? She pulled him to sit down and knocked him on the head. Idiot. The image is just an image, but the relic is a relic that truly exists. That was the last thing I accidentally, I was forced to leave behind. It should also be the first thing related to us that you came into contact with other than Su Ming. You coming into contact with something related to me and you coming into contact with me are two different things. Oh, I see. You sprinkled it there for more than a dozen eras, but it did not condense. I thought it came out of the image. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and could not help but ask, by the way, do you still have the ability to bleed? The condensed body was penetrated together with the body of the concept, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Didn't you have this ability not long ago? Yeah. After I disguised myself more and more strangely, I used this ability less and less. After all, I haven't used that body for a long time. I put on a layer of human skin to pretend to be human, but in fact, I'm neither human nor ghost. Oh, I just didn't expect you to put on a body or something. It's just a habit. Just think of it as an extra layer of defense. A normal body, a concept body, and my true form. You see, I have 3 lives, although they are not equal. Oh, you're the same? By the way, what's the use of that drop of blood? It has been in your soul for a long time. You haven't dealt with it yet? Just like the blood flowing in your condensed body, it's not as special as you think. With the level of power you have now, you can already deal with it. As for its use, figure out yourself. Both of them said in unison. Yun Nuoxing grimaced at her. I know what you're going to say. Little angel, Hui, and the young man were speechless. These two are really family. Even when talking about such sensational things, he was able to remain calm and composed without any hesitation. The young man smiled bitterly and quickly clapped his hands to get their attention. By the way, do you still want to talk about the topic just now? Yun Nuoxing quickly sat down and took a sip of tea with her. Then she nodded. Yes, you can continue. The young man was silent for a moment. Where is I? Hui reminded him from the side. The two of them are just images to each other, but they really came into contact with each other. So foresight is not foresight. This is not ordinary foresight, but something else. Oh, it's this. So there must be some strange other connection. There must be another connection that caused this to happen. The young man slapped his forehead in distress and then looked at her. You were not here when we were talking to Roth. Do you have any thoughts after hearing this? She was silent for a long time and shook her head gently. For now, I'm not sure. Let me think. We saw that Maple was silent and deep in thought. He cleared his throat to show that he had something to say. I'll say a guess. Just listen. In the 33rd era, the one who saw Maple's image was actually foresight. There was foresight first, and then it caused the divinity carrier to happen. Let's assume that this situation is true. Then, things came to the 51st era. Maple went to the Great Hall and saw the image projected from the divinity carrier. If things changed at that moment, you're saying that this is foresight, but it's also something else, right? The young man understood the new heir's idea. He scratched his head. That seems to be more troublesome. What could affect the moment when the two met 18 years apart? And in that instant, the foresight became not foresight, and the image of the past became not image, but a complete meeting. Hui felt that there were more and more conditions as he listened. His mind spun wildly, but as he spun, he suddenly flung his hand and yelled in distress, I don't know. The others did not know whether to laugh or cry. It felt like things were getting more and more complicated. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment before she tapped the cup with her finger. Let me sort out. Setting aside what we know now, the 33rd era had foreseen my arrival and left behind the divinity carrier. The uniqueness of the divinity carrier made this matter a fixed future. There's no problem up to this point, right? The young man nodded. Yes, everything up to this point must be correct. And the scene I saw was actually an image left in the divinity carrier, just that it happened to be in the temple. I went there and touched the divinity carrier. So the foresight and image fulfilled the conditions, right? The young man was silent for a moment. It seems so. Yes, that's right. As I said just now, you went to the hall and came into contact with the divinity carrier. This is a predetermined future. The divinity carrier will never leave the hall, and you will definitely come into contact with the divinity carrier in that hall. This is based on the prediction. Since I have seen you appear in that hall, you will only come into contact with the divinity carrier in the hall. The divinity carrier had even shattered. Leaving all other factors aside, only the chaos concept body could do that. Let's assume that the chaos concept body had crushed most of the divinity carrier, but it still could not stop the fixed future from happening. It's a fixed future, and even they could not stop it. Fixed, it's still possible. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched twice before she took a deep breath to regain her composure. Then, since both things are fixed, there's only one meaning left. Something had affected the two scenes that were supposed to be foresight and image, so that the two scenes were connected across 18 years. At least in that instant, we had a brief contact, and if we had reacted quickly enough, we might have been able to communicate. The foresight could not have known what I was thinking at that time, right? Unless I spoke. The young man was startled. You seem to. Indeed, it's as Hui said. Hui jerked his head up and looked at Maple in disbelief. What? I'm right. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him and gestured for him to lie down. And based on the point that the future cannot affect the past, this is still an independent condition. It has nothing to do with the divinity carrier. The divinity carrier just let me go there and come into contact with it. The foresight and image after that are also related to it, but that's it. It was not enough for us to form a connection at that moment. So there should be another condition that acts as a bridge, she suddenly said. If that's the case, this independent condition should be from before 33 eras, before the foresight happened. The young man pressed his cheeks with both hands and twisted hard. Doesn't that mean we're back to the first conjecture? But it doesn't make sense anyway. Isn't it? The first and second conjectures you mentioned are just the relationship between the foresight and the image. In fact, this foresight and image were indeed facilitated by the divinity carrier, but the bridge after that is not. Yin Nuoxing shook her head. She pulled her hair and pondered. But according to the timeline, it was indeed a condition that was reached before 33 years that built the bridge and finally led to that meeting. You tell me. Seeing that she pulled him and shook her head, Yin Nuoxing quickly shut up and listened to her. The image was brought to you by the divinity carrier, and the foresight was given to me. We each hold a condition. Your condition is the divinity carrier that I left for you, and my condition may be the independent condition that you mentioned. It may be the reason that led to the foresight. Yin Nuoxing suddenly realized that she had gotten herself involved in the conversation. So, this is the connection between you and me. She rubbed her forehead and could not figure it out. But that condition, the young man scratched his head and could not figure out no matter how hard he tried. His voice was a little anxious. But it still doesn't make sense. There is really no karmic connection between you and us. Even if you want to reach a condition before 33 years, you have to first have a karmic connection with us, with her first. Even if you come into contact with something related to her, it is considered a karmic connection. But there really isn't. This is difficult. Now, even if we come up with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 conjectures, every conjecture has to be from before 33 years. The young man scratched his head and could not help but look at her. So, why did you suddenly go over and do something with him back then? Touching his hand means shaking his hand? It was just a touch. She put down the teacup and turned to look at him. Suddenly, she reached out her hand and touched his face gently. At that time, I didn't think of anything. I just felt that I could touch him. So, I walked over and reached out my hand. The young man looked at the two of them and slapped his forehead again. This touch is a huge problem. I think the biggest meaning of this topic is... Yin Nuoxing looked at her and could not help but say, knowing that you were alive at a certain moment before 33 eras, but in the 38th era, you were sucked into the battle force and crushed into ashes. You don't even know how you died. As for karmic connection, I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, wait, I have a guess. Yin Nuoxing suddenly sat up straight. Let's not talk about what I was at that time for now. Let me ask you a question first. You mentioned the karmic connection that has already ended earlier. Yes, I was talking about Xianine. When I first met Xianine, there was no karmic connection on her, including the karmic connection that has already ended. The young man nodded. Yin Nuoxing also nodded slightly. She raised her hand and pointed at herself. If my soul had been severed in the great Yuan realm, and my spirit had been completely annihilated, Would it have caused such a situation? The air suddenly became a lot quieter. However, he did not have any concerns. He continued, when I died in the 38th era, I was probably just an ordinary guy at that time. Therefore, when I was sucked into your battle and accidentally sever my soul in the great Yuan realm, it's normal. After all, with the power that you have, how many people would have died accidentally? I'm just saying. And the reason why I was able to crawl back was because Xianin gave me a hand. Let's not talk about that first. Now, let's talk about the current matter. My soul was once severed in the great Yuan realm. Will this cause the karmic connection between Xianin and me to break to the point where it no longer exists? It will be like it never happened. He crossed his hands and spoke about this topic very seriously. The young man sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, it's impossible, because that's something that belongs to Xianin herself. The karmic connection that connects the two of us is half each. Even if it's severed, it's still half each. Your disappearance will not erase the thing that was born from Xianin. But there's another situation. She suddenly spoke softly and turned her head to look at him. It's not that your soul was severed in the great Yuan realm, but your past, your existence itself, and all the traces that you left behind were completely erased by something. You never existed. At the beginning of your time, your existence was erased. You never appeared, so naturally, everything related to you does not exist. However, sometimes, some things will not disappear just because you were erased. Xianin is an example. She came into contact with us. Therefore, what you did left behind traces. The traces called Xianin are the last rope that tugs at you to completely return to nothingness. Yin Nuashing. Huh? It's still the same meaning as before. The young man scratched his head and explained, erasing an individual's existence from the source sounds very impressive, right? Erasing an individual's existence itself, the traces of its existence, and the changes that occurred in the world because of its existence. It's impossible to completely erase all of these. Let's talk about a topic that's closely related to you. Let's think about it according to the hypothesis that Xianin was not brought out of the alley by you in the beginning. What would have happened to Xianin? In the alley, on a rainy day, if she was lucky, she might have been taken away by someone else. If she was unlucky, she might have died early. Let's take the ending of dying early as an example. Now, let's assume that as long as you did not go to the alley, Xianin would have definitely died. With this result, if we erased you from the source now, Xianin, who was most affected by you, would also die because of your disappearance? Do you think that will happen? Yin Nuashing covered her head. I don't know. I'm dizzy. The young man smiled. In fact, even if you were erased, Xianin would still be alive. She would just continue to live in a world that had forgotten about you. However, she met us, which changed things. Some of the traces became more unbreakable. Xianin's existence itself became more solid, which more or less offset the influence of the power that erased you. Therefore, she could still barely leave an impression of you. This is a mutation, an anomaly. For example, your existence and all the traces related to you are a piece of white paper, and the power that erased you is a pair of scissors or any tool, or even a fire. Now, I'll start to erase this piece of white paper called, I'll cut you apart first, burn you into ashes, and then blast the ashes away with energy. Suddenly, a corner of the white paper has become the hardest substance in the great Yuan realm. 18 kinds of tools can't destroy the mutated part of the white paper. At this time, Yin Nuashing swallowed. The erasure failed. It's even possible that if the influence of this mutation is great enough, it can even destroy the power that tried to erase you. The young man nodded softly and tapped the table with his fingers. In fact, erasing an individual from the source is something that does not exist in the first place. The traces you left behind are still there. Even if you really did that, the world will not become what would it be like if you never existed in the first place. Like I said just now, Xianin will not disappear on the spot because you were erased. It can only adjust and disguise. You're a living boulder on the ground, leaving holes and ravines on the ground. The longer you are active, the more troublesome it will be to fill up the holes and ravines. The more things you break, the harder it will be to restore them to their original state. Everything you do will become harder and harder to disguise until the end. When the world loses you as an individual due to an irresistible force, the countless mistakes that occur will be adjusted and covered up immediately. The best it can do is to make the whole world forget your existence. The same principle applies to the void. The void forgets you, and you never existed. However, your traces are clearly left behind, especially the traces of your influence on individuals. The people who changed because of you will eventually change because of you. Just like Serene, she is the eternal evidence of your existence. Later, she met us, and therefore, you survived. Cough, cough. This is the explanation. Next is the answer. The young man coughed and could not help but look at her. You should say something too. My mouth is dry. She took a sip of tea and said, "Oh." She turned to look at Yun Nuashing and said, "Although the erasure failed, your existence was indeed erased. Everything related to you that could not resist that force was wiped clean." Xianin was also affected. She forgot you because you never existed. Therefore, the two of you never had a karmic connection. However, that was corresponding to the situation at that time. At that time, it was already not easy for Xianin, who was not deeply affected by us, to retain the last trace of impression. It was difficult to retain anything else. Perhaps this is the answer. Is this the answer? In other words, in the 37th and 38th eras, he was killed by these two groups of people from the source. However, there is one last question. Yin Nuashing sat up slowly and looked at her. She said in a serious tone, "If I did have a karmic connection with you 33 years ago, then can you still erase me like what you were speculating now?" She and the young man were both stunned. The latter was stunned for a while. This is the reason why you asked about the end of the karmic connection. You thought that the situation between you and her was the same as the situation between you and Xianin. The karmic connection between you was wiped clean. Yin Nuashing nodded slightly. What is the possibility? She turned to look at him. It doesn't exist. I expected it. Yin Nuashing leaned on the table and scratched her head in distress. She could not help but mutter to herself. Then, we are back to square one. If *CK. My life is a history of suffering. We have been confused for a long time. At this moment, he could not help but slam the table and stand up. Phone! You are such a troublemaker. You are such a big moth. The number one thing in the void. Yin Nuashing stared at him with her colorful eyes. Is it because of me? Is it because of me?